Network as we head through your weekend. I'm Melissa Constanzer. Still a lot to talk about as we talk about some of these thunderstorms on the move. We're going to be looking at another threat for severe weather tonight in the north central tier of the nation. So that means, yep, you guessed it, unfortunately, more trouble for a few places in the northern plains. We're still going to be having some of that rainfall out there. You can see Houston, you're kind of missing out on it, but off towards the west, we're still getting in on some of the action there. So if you're driving the interstate off to the west, you will catch some of that rainfall. As we push our way farther south, there's tons of it just offshore of southern Texas. By the way, these thunderstorms were severe earlier in the morning, bringing the threat for tornadoes. In fact, we did have one death in Texas this morning due to what was believed tornado, and several injuries. As we go into this evening, less of a threat for tornadoes, but there's still going to be the chance for severe weather. That's as some of that wet weather kind of works its way on northward here, with more thunderstorms popping up through the late afternoon, evening hours. We'll have damaging winds and hail potential, but overall it's going to be about that rain, which still, the concern for flooding is out there through most all of southern Texas, extending into central Texas, even getting into central Oklahoma. And this is areas that are just east of some of the worst drought in the country. However, it does hopefully help some of central Texas's drought. Around. However, things have changed in some locations, including around the New York City area, as we've gone throughout your Saturday. In fact, the views coming in from places like Baltimore, Maryland, a little wet here, a little bit stormy. Meanwhile, you head into New England, not quite as bad. New Hampshire looking pretty good. That's because there's a boundary here to the south, and that's what's keeping the rain in place. And this is the time of year, as many of us take to spring driving, it's important to check those wiper blades, among other things. Let's face it, I already have. I've driven to Florida and back from Pennsylvania. It does look like Mother's Day Sunday here. Pretty good for many across the Northeast. In fact, that Mother's Day forecast really not too bad for many locations as we hold on to temperatures in the 70s throughout the day. Plenty of sunshine out there. So that is looking pretty good for us here in high pressure, still trying to keep things dry, a little bit of moisture off towards the south, so we'll have some of that wet weather in place. Notice places like Charleston getting in on a few showers out there. Richmond also seeing some showers, but for many, it is a dry pattern here, mild to start off the work week, feeling like May. Then into central Texas as we head through your Sunday morning. So Mother's Day, again, very wet in some locations. We keep that moisture still feeding in off the Gulf of Mexico as we head through Sunday evening. And then finally, hopefully, we can push some more rainfall away as we step into Monday, but it's going to be a slow chance to dry out. Friday through Sunday. We're in the middle of it right now, but there are going to be spots that are picking up 4 to 8 inches of rain. San Antonio, you're one of those places in that targeted zone. Hill country here where there is a significant drought. Guess what? We're getting a lot of heavy rainfall, so be mindful stuff. Well, as we go through time, getting into early next week, after the air show's gone on, we're gearing up for Memorial Day weekend, and things are looking pretty dry here for a good chunk of the East Coast. The problem will be the Southeast, where we'll continue to deal with the rain. Meanwhile, finally getting a taste of that cooler air needed in the Northwest, so that brings some changes there, very welcome changes at that, while warm, dry conditions persist across the central U.S. That rain, not necessarily a bad thing. It generally helps for allergies, so that's some good news for us. As we go through time, Baltimore, we've seen the fresh air come in this weekend, and that keeps the ragweed pollen down. We've had it at moderate levels throughout the past week. Now we are down to the low levels, so some great news there. Grass pollen, just hard to knock it out completely, especially this time of year. If you get enough rain, it almost seems like that can almost make things worse. So we're still dealing with the grass pollen out there. Allergy forecast ongoing in Nashville. We've seen some pretty decent times with that new air mass coming through, the cooler one. As we go throughout the weekend, though, we still have ragweed pollen out there, and into the early week. Notice things start to die down for us, but look what happens. So the mold, that comes back up as we get more moisture in there. That's going to hang out for us, and that is going to feed the chance for a little bit more in the way of mold sensitivities. Go into Dallas, Texas, and you can see the mold still fairly prominent too. They have got a little bit more in the way of some wet weather for us too.
Yeah, we're talking about some warm weather at the beaches. I know you like to visit Florida, and Look at how beautiful it is. Too bad this wasn't Memorial Day weekend.
I know, and unfortunately, we might not be getting in on the best of weather for Memorial Day weekend, so things to keep in mind. It's all as a cold front moves through right now.
Okay, and fronts this time of year, they have a hard time moving through Florida. They usually don't, and when they stall out, it gets moist.
Yeah, that's what we're watching for. Right now, that front, though, trekking its way through the Carolina Mountains. And those warmer times are going to keep on coming as we go through the upcoming months. The question is, are we adding any rainfall? And in some locations, we really have. I want to show you the latest on the radar because we've got a lot of rainfall, a lot of lightning captured out there. And actually, this is a story we've seen the past couple of days. Flagstaff picking up a month's worth of rain just through their Friday alone. So that's really something when you think about it as far as how much wet weather has been around. But of course, not enough farther to the north. You get into Canada, and the problem is the fires. There's still many widespread here. AccuWeather's Plume Labs highlighting where the poorest air quality is near the surface of the ground. We've got, though, some of those smoky skies in the U.S. You can actually find a little bit of that around Jackson Hole. That view courtesy of EarthCam, as is the one in San Diego, which is still cloudy at this point. But what's interesting, the EarthCam from Zion here. The rain still coming down. Again, those showers, those thunderstorms, they're still found in several locations. So we're still dealing with the wet weather. Not the easiest time to be hiking or touring any of the national parks there because we are still finding that wet weather around, like in Duck Creek, Utah. Let's take you in, though, on the numbers because they have finally started to come down for some locations. Seattle, Portland no longer dealing with through showers and thunderstorms slowly begin to arrive. Boise, you're not quite out of things yet, but with that chance for rain in the forecast, it should keep us from topping the 90-degree mark, so that will be nice. Meanwhile, Helena still in the trash out. But hey, we hope you're having a great Sunday evening out there, getting ready for the week ahead, which, by the way, leads into Memorial Day. It's coming fast.
Yes, the unofficial start to the summer season. Many years in the past, I used to take my family down to the Florida Panhandle. Water temperatures already in the upper 70s. And usually the weather's pretty nice, and let's keep the fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, because there's going to be a bit of wet weather for the Gulf Coast and into the Atlantic Coast as we head into the Memorial Day weekend. So we'll keep an eye on that. Does look like the East Coast could see some rain. So for some of those popular beaches, might be a little harder to get out and enjoy them.
And a little bit cool in the Northeast, too. So it does not look like right now it's going to be an ideal holiday weekend, at least to start in the Northeast.
Yeah, so we'll be keeping an eye on things. Of course, there's a bit of rain that we've been dealing with. If you're in northern New Hampshire, they got slugged with rainfall as they went through yesterday. Some places picking up 1 to 2 inches. In fact, there were more than 2.5-inch reports of rainfall through eastern and northern New England. So we definitely saw a lot of wet weather as we went through the past couple of hours. That has all left. In fact, that front, which collected all that energy, is now offshore here. You can see that wind shift. That is well offshore. So what's behind it? A little bit of a blustery west-northwesterly breeze. Other than that, pretty pleasant May evening for us. Temperature part of it does look to stay largely dry. So we're not going to be talking about many rain chances here across the Northeast as we get through at least Tuesday, if not even a little bit beyond. Let's check out your Monday forecast here. Temperatures back into the 70s, and what does that mean for us? It means we're very close to historical average. In fact, many places we're only a few degrees above, if not very much spot on historical average. In New York, 74 for your forecasted high to start off the work week. We should be at 73 this time of year. So we are right on target. Tuesday, this high pressure system still sticking with us, still not much in the way of rainfall. So we're keeping things quiet to get all of the best tips there on how to prepare for hurricane season. We know a lot of people are new to hurricane season each year because maybe they moved or different things happened. Many people are headed to the coast, the state of Florida, all sorts of different things. And hurricane season officially begins 11 days from now. So less than 2 weeks. Let's face it, though. We're always keeping an eye on the tropics, and what we're talking about through the middle of the week is this low pressure system here through Florida. That could have some impacts as it tries to shift east towards the Atlantic coastline. Right now we're not expecting anything tropical, but it's something we want to keep an eye on. What we do know is there's going to be more rain, more showery weather, and at times some breezy times with some of that rain coming through, but for the most part there, it is rain that largely has been welcomed through the state of Florida. elsewhere. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, at least the pollen levels are low. Not only ragweed pollen, but another big contributor there, the grass pollen. Thankfully, we've managed to keep that fairly low to this point in time. Of course, things are really ramping up here very fast because of the late snowfall. So that's going to kind of lead to that explosion, unfortunately, at times for some people. Allergy sufferers in Austin, this is the bad news. We're just going to progressively get worse with grass pollen and dust and dander. You can see dust and dander goes to that higher level, very high level, I should say, by the time we get into the middle of the week. Grass pollen headed up. Of course, we had some rainfall. That's going to fuel that grass to grow over the past couple of days, and that will lead to more grass pollen by the time we get into the middle of the week. When we find those smoky skies, the good news is it's pretty high up, so it more just changes how we see the sun and the sunsets and how the sky looks overall throughout the day. That's the good news with a lot of it. In fact, let's check in with AccuWeather's Plume Labs here to show you where some of that smoke is. You can see the porous air quality is close to the ground. They have been through Alberta, Canada, and even the Northwest Territories. But as you work your way south, some of that has filtered into the state of Montana. So that's where we've had some of our trouble spots out there. I want to show you some of the views coming in because we have seen those hazy skies mixing in. Not as far south as Cedar, Texas, but we have seen it trying to work its way into St. Joseph, Michigan, and creating the problems that we've seen. Now, as we move through time, things will get a little bit better for us. We do have, though, high pressure still in control, so not too many changes stepping into your Monday. It's why we have the hazy conditions here for places like Sioux Falls to knock out some of that smoke. Let's also check in on the southern central plains because here we've got some thunderstorms firing up through western Texas. You can see some of the lightning there indicating it. Also some wet weather through southern Texas. So we know we have that rain out there in a few locations. And if we go back to the maps here, we're going to see more of it as we head through your Monday. Showers, thunderstorms. Thank you for spending part of your Sunday evening with us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Mark Mancuso. Without that rain, you know, everything's greening right up. And I don't know about you, but I have boxes of tissues around my house, and they're all running out of tissues, one after another.
Your cat's not stealing them?
No.
No?
I am.
Okay, just you. Okay. My toddler likes to steal them, so all of our boxes are way up high. But, yes, still in active use. Like they say, I guess, May showers bring more May flowers? Is that
And more pollen.
enough?
And for us super sniffers, it's time to grab the tissues.
Grab the tissues. All right. Well, we do want to check in on some other areas of the country that, well, as we head through the upcoming days here, we are getting close to the unofficial start of summer, or the official start of summer. I don't know. It's the unofficial start. The official start of summer will come as we get to the solstice in June, but I don't know. For me, I feel like it's Memorial Day when it starts. Father's Day coming in June 18th here, so 27 days. We're about a month away from that summer solstice, and then Independence Day, 44 days away, but that'll come before you know it. I'm certain of it. Pattern getting into Memorial Day weekend here as many are getting out and about. A little wet for the East Coast. We're going to see those showers here in school in the morning, and you know, it is a little bit cloudy out there. We've also had a lot of wildfire smoke come through. We've said goodbye, though, to the rain. Boy, very impressive rainfall totals. As we get beyond the 24-hour capture rate here, it looks a little less impressive, but there were more than 2.5 inches of rain as far as some places here throughout, especially eastern New England into northern New England. Really just quite a bit of rainfall. That's all out of here. The cold front is what kicked that out. You can see the cold front still on our wind map. That's the wind shift line, so that is the core of the cold front. All the rain was near and ahead of that front. Behind it, cool, dry breeze kicking its way on in, and it has been into high pressure in control, which means for the most part, it's going to be a pretty dry setup, particularly through the early week. We're really not going to be talking about much for the way of rainfall. So if you need to, keep watering those young, tender plants. Temperatures right where we want to be this time of year. If you look at Bangor, the historical average is 67 degrees, and we're right there. Temperatures in the mid-60s. New York City, mid-70s for you. We're holding on to 75 for that high. 73 is historical average. As you push your way farther to the west, Pittsburgh holding on to 78 degrees. So it is going to be near or even a bit above average for us. But as we head through your Tuesday, more of the same here. High pressure and control, lots of sunshine. Well, if you're back home stateside here, we are going to be finding some changes, gearing us up for Yes, the big holiday weekend, Memorial Day, just ahead. So as we go through the middle of the week, what kind of changes do we have on tap for us? A couple different things. We've got that moisture really sweeping into some of the southern plains. Beneficial rain needed here. Meanwhile, also getting some rainfall in through Florida. Need that as well. Cold front coming into the northeast changes the air mass for us and provides some relief. So if you're in Texas, we will be talking about some places with the chance for rain. Corpus Christi, though, one of the least likely to get much of the action here this week. As you look, that means pollen levels, they're going to stay high, unfortunately. And you can see that tree pollen going up too high by the time we head into Thursday. One thing that catches my eye is the dust and dander forecast. That is an extreme. So things not easy for some suffering for allergies this week in Corpus Christi. We go to Denver, Colorado, and with our changes here, again, rain chances still coming through at some points in time. Ragweed pollen managed to stay low. We don't tend to find much of that here, so that's the good news, at least not in this season. Grass pollen also keeping things a little bit low, so precaution as you're driving and pay attention and have that safety going. But like I said, it's always cool just to kind of watch those shadows move around throughout the day, especially if you can get a scenic view on top of a hill and watch it over the fields. Well, here we are in the southern U.S., and what I will say is it's not necessarily all about the scenery that we're talking about. It's going to be about that threat for severe weather that's ongoing. So while we do have, again, that cloudy view in Amarillo, Texas, you head to, this is Snyder, Texas, more blue skies out there. So as you venture a little farther east, this view courtesy of EarthCam, things are a little bit quieter. Of course, Nashville on the board there looking good, too, also courtesy of EarthCam. We get into Texas, though, it's the panhandle here. We've got those showers and thunderstorms still holding on, and some of the wet weather here fairly persistent. These thunderstorms as they slide the way to the east, these are the ones we're looking at for severe weather. As we take you out a little bit farther, we're going to zoom the map out here. You can see there are more thunderstorms as you stretch into western Texas, so we do have more active weather there, though not quite as severe as you push into that region. Our severe thunderstorm watch box, that remains in place here into Texas Panhandle. So as you work your way southeast of Amarillo and towards Lubbock and also into southwestern Oklahoma, that's where we have our severe thunderstorm watch box. This is going to include the risk for damaging winds and large hail potential. And we've been highlighting that here on the AccuWeather Network with your forecast for the past couple of days. So as we go through the rest of the day, we'll highlight that area. Also the south, where some of those stronger thunderstorms are, damaging winds still a possibility. Places like Midland and Odessa, you're in that threat. Tomorrow, it all happens again because the dry line is instigating these thunderstorms. So we're going to watch that same area here for some of those strong, severe thunderstorms to fire up. Here's what happens with your Tuesday. You can see Lubbock, San Angelo in on the action. Oklahoma City could also find some of those thunderstorms. It does prove to be another wet setup for us. We get into Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, so tomorrow night, looking at more severe weather. Some of the same locations, a little bit farther out of the boot heel of Texas, but more or less the Texas Panhandle, southwestern Oklahoma, and some of those same spots. We start the clock 7 p.m. here, still have those showers and thunderstorms firing up as they drift off towards the southeast. Very quiet into tomorrow morning. That doesn't hold for us, though, because there will be more thunderstorms illuminating as we go through the temperatures in the mid-80s. Quiet there, lots of boats out on the water. Not too far away from Austin, Texas, by the way, is Lakeway, Texas. They're still in the clear. So if you want to be out and about, all is looking good. However, look off towards the west and you find several severe thunderstorm watch boxes that are in place, all due to some of the active times with these thunderstorms firing up. You can see a few spots here that we've been watching most of the activity from the boot heel of Texas through eastern New Mexico, stretching north into Colorado, and then getting into Wyoming. Boy, the thunderstorms here. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, already 2 reports of tornadoes coming through in Wyoming, so you have to be cautious. Getting more too north of Denver. We're finding those thunderstorms trying to work their way along the I-25 corridor. So that's pretty much where a lot of this is starting and firing up through Colorado. Farther south, we've still got the issues out there. Hail is going to be the concern. We have some thunderstorms throughout Texas. Most of that is rainfall, but as you work your way to the west, those are the ones that we're watching for the risk for severe weather with large hail. all these thunderstorms, they're coming with rain, and in some places a lot of it. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. You look through the panhandle of Texas into western Kansas, and this is what we get, these rounds of thunderstorms each day. Really beneficial when we get them into western Kansas, because this is where we have some of the worst drought in the entire nation, that exceptional drought. So as we go through your Sunday into Sunday night, where is it again? Pretty much those same areas. A little farther east, Denver, you're probably going to miss out. Bismarck, you're actually in on the action because this whole line shifts a little farther east. But the story basically unfolds the same way. Tonight, most of that thunderstorm activity dies down. Still could be some rain showers through the plains in the morning, but not a lot of wet weather. Then we re-engage them again tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening for another round. So plan appropriately for some of those services that are out there, the commemorative services, because in a few locations, there will be a chance for at least a little bit of rain in a couple of spots. Now, allergy sufferers, this isn't necessarily all bad news. We take it to New York City, ragweed pollen, mold, all low because of some of the wet weather that's been just pushing off towards the south. Grass pollen, though, that's still at a high level, and that's because of all that sunshine and the dry air. It just seems to never end. Different setup there for Charleston, South Carolina. If there's any silver lining to all the rainfall we have been dealing with, it's that the ragweed pollen is pretty much non-existent. We've knocked the grass pollen down to low for your Sunday. It will start to inch back up as we dry out. Well, some great sights moving in around the Great Lakes, and if you're there, you've got some of the best weather in the nation for this holiday weekend. It really has been bright, beautiful, and quiet. We'll take you in on the visible satellite. Well, we still can before it gets too dark. And if you look at the view here coming in from Minnesota across the Great Lakes to New York, everything looking pretty good, even down towards Missouri. We don't really have much in the way of clouds, and even the clouds that you see over Indiana, they're higher, thinner clouds, so really not putting a damper on the day out and about. Meanwhile, we've got a lot of Great Lake views coming in. I tried to pick out as many as I could here, all courtesy of EarthCam, and it's fun in the sun. That's the story of the day. We'll take you a little bit farther to the southeast. You might not be there on some of those northern Minnesota lakes. You might be here in northern Illinois looking out over Lake Michigan. Quiet day here, and the water smooth as glass. The harbor here, Winthrop Harbor, looking pretty good. Lots of boats missing from the slip, so either the owners haven't put them in yet or they were already out on the lake. And hey, with a day like today, who could blame them? Numbers, they've been very quiet across the net. Does not change. Where do we watch those thunderstorms? Still in the high plains that we've been talking about earlier. They will still act up around Cheyenne and Rapid City, so you'll have to watch there. But look at this. This is gorgeous summer weather if you like dry, bright conditions. I know at times we do need that rainfall, but for now, enjoy Green Bay. 80 for the high, 75 in Duluth, and St. Louis holding on to the mid-80s. We're not finished yet. If you're headed out and about to some of those races, the wet weather found Coca-Cola 600, Indianapolis 500, though, looking A-OK with the high pressure in store for Monday, which keeps things dry and bright. Well, we want to thank you for joining us here on the AccuWeather Network as we continue to talk about some of the active weather that's still going on across the nation. Two hot spots, so to speak, as far as thunderstorm activity. We've had some through the northern Rockies and then right along the high plains there and along the Front Range. Meanwhile, there's been another area of wet weather, the southeastern U.S., the showers persisting with a low pressure system just offshore. We'll begin in the south. Still talking about Memorial Day itself coming. For some, it will be about those cookouts. Others, it might actually be more about the ceremonies to remember the fallen. But of course, either way, you will encounter some weather if you're outside. Showers and thunderstorms in North Carolina still likely, so keep an eye to the sky there. We're still trying to get rid of this pesky low even into Tuesday, so beyond the holiday itself. The ragweed pollen still holding on pretty good. Grass pollen actually will go down into Tuesday and Wednesday when we bring back the chance of some more showers and thunderstorms here. So that's one of the benefits of getting in on that rainfall. Meanwhile, St. Louis, we've been dry, and that's why we're still struggling with those elevated levels here of grass pollen. We have very high grass pollen, so you want to stay prepared for allergies. Speak with a line of thunderstorms pushing its way on in. Elsewhere, they're pretty scattered right now. Haven't seen a lot of development of the dry line, but it does look like we're maybe starting to take off here with some things through Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle, into western Kansas, where they do need and want the rainfall. It does come with the risk for hail. A couple of these have been severe thunderstorm warned, but the focus will be on, again, right now, mostly the rain and the lightning threat. Oklahoma City, again, those thunderstorms kind of dive into the south. So if we get a sprinkle, that might be as much as we get there. Meanwhile, off towards the north, we've got thunderstorms still firing up here. Bit of energy squeezing out into the plains. You can almost make a little bit of a circulation here. We do have more energy kicking into the Dakotas. And in fact, it's gaining their strength as we head through tonight. And yes, we do have another threat here that's very similar to yesterday's and the day before that. The only difference is it's a little farther east. Denver is not in the threat for tonight, but if you look, Amarillo, Dodge City, those places are in the threat. Now, we know it comes where we need a lot of rainfall in through Nebraska, western Kansas, stretching into the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles. And more of that moisture will feed in as we head through Memorial Day itself into cities like Austin that also want some of the rain. Hopefully you're enjoying your Memorial Day weekend. It's a time spent with family, friends, and of course, it's also a time to honor service members. You can look across the numbers here as you go from the Great Lakes to the Midwest, and they do change quite a bit from the 60s and 70s right back to the 60s again. And this is where the clouds and the cooler air of that coastal low have an impact. Let's talk about, though, what's going on elsewhere, because we really have had, beyond that, quite a bit of sunshine out there. We'll check in on the visible satellite. Well, we still have it because it is going away in the next couple of hours as it gets dark. And you can see Minnesota, just some high, thin clouds skirted around the Great Lakes. It's where we have some of those lake hot spots, right? We've got a few of them here on the board, all courtesy of EarthCam. The one over Michigan, from Michigan looking west towards Lake Michigan, looks pretty good there with a few clouds. We got a nice bright view on the other side of Lake Michigan from northern Illinois. This is Winthrop Harbor. Blue skies out there and a couple boats, people walking out on the docks, probably getting ready to go out and about. And of course then too, you head to northern Minnesota, Rainy Day Lake towards International Falls. Not bad. I did have some wake earlier. Looks like there is one boat right here in the sun glare, probably doing a little bit of fishing. Who could blame them, right? I would love to be out there. Well, that's some of the things we have going on as we look across the northern tier of the nation. And yes, we do have those numbers. They are still fairly mild out there for many, but high pressure sticks in for our Monday. So we're going to continue that trend of keeping things bright and dry. If you're a seeker of rain and clouds, you're just not going to get it. If you head towards the plains, that's where we have that wet weather and even the risk for some severe thunderstorms. Kansas City staying dry. You're just on the fringes of where some of those showers and thunderstorms will be. But look at Indianapolis. Quiet day here, mid-80s for your high on Memorial Day, and Memorial Day in Chicago close to 80 degrees. So it is going to stay a fairly mild Tuesday. We'll add in some thunderstorms through the state of Minnesota and parts of South Dakota. But for the most part, many are still moisture into the central U.S. can come from the Gulf of Mexico, which fuels hurricanes. It's all part of the moist system that we get as we look east of the Rockies. And this time of year, we're focused on hurricane season. The official AccuWeather forecast shows 11 to 15 named storms. Average is 14, the historical average, I should point out. Hurricanes, historical average is 7. We're looking at 4 to 8 here. So those numbers alone don't tell you much about the impacts to the U.S., but we do have 2 to 4 storms bringing direct impacts to the U.S. So that's something to think about in the upcoming days. Of course, one of the things that we know is ongoing is that change in the strength of the El Nino Gulf of Mexico. Mostly because everything swings to our east. Sometimes, though, Michigan, you can get in on the action. And honestly, at this point, we'd like a little bit of tropical moisture. This high pressure system, it's been dry. Michigan, we've had some fire problems there. It continues. The dry weather, the heat pumping into the north central tier of the nation, the thunderstorms on the edge of that still firing up around it. So we're still looking at wet weather in places like Rapid City and Sioux Falls. Those showers and thunderstorms there. Where we're drier, where we're brighter, around Green Bay, Chicago, but we'll have hazy skies because of some of the wildfire smoke. We've seen that through parts of hit hard by Hurricane Ian just a few months ago. And we're already in another hurricane season. Yeah, the cleanup continues there as we watch out for this 2023 hurricane season. Homegrown development is what we focus on in the early months. So just like we saw with Arlene, we focus in on areas near the coastline, not out in the middle of the Atlantic, but near the coastline. Stalled fronts that have moved just offshore where lows can spin up, and that will give us our subtropical or tropical development. And in the months to come, you can Sunshine State. We do have another front hanging up just offshore. The good news is that this one has enough shear. We're not going to be talking tropical development, but we'll be looking at showers and thunderstorms out there, kind of like we will over the southern Appalachians as that heat still pumps in the middle Mississippi River Valley. And by heat, I mean 94 in Jackson. It's a hot day for you for Sunday. Not necessarily very organized here, just showers, thunderstorms kind of moving about everywhere. As we get into Monday, you'll find that the bulk of the moisture and the rainfall starts to slide off towards the east. So while there's still some wet weather, it's a little bit tamer for the Sunshine State, Florida, that is, and then through the interior southeast. Only a few spotty showers and thunderstorms out there for your Monday, like Jackson. Temperatures near 90 degrees there. So we're still looking at the heat, the humidity hanging on in most locations. And of course, this week we'll continue to keep you up to date on the latest, plus also give you more stories for Hurricane Week. Of course, there's a lot more to cover with the dry weather in the Northeast, which we'll get to in a moment. But we also have to talk about some of the beneficial rain that's coming elsewhere, too, which includes into the Lone Star State. We've seen showers, thunderstorms, any tropical moisture, if we can get it into the Great Lakes. It's not all that common, but you never know. Hurricane season is underway, and as far as what we're talking about here, we've got named storms, the forecast 11 to 15, which is close to historical average at 14. Hurricanes 4 to 8, close to historical average around 7. It doesn't tell you exactly what the landfall is, but direct impacts here, we are looking at 2 to 4 storms there. So certainly having some impacts, and all of this is to say that the 2023 hurricane season is providing us some changes. It's going to be about the location of the Bermuda High, plus the wind shear that's strengthening across the basin in some locations, and the changing in the strength in El Nino. So for the northern tier of the nation, can we bring rain into the Great Lakes? Well, it's hard to say. Tropical systems, they generally try to go off to the northeast. High pressure here in store, and it is hard to break. We do have wildfire smoke that's still holding on. There's some wildfire concerns across Michigan and more through Canada. Meanwhile, around this high, we're getting that southerly flow pumping up the heat and humidity, and that's why some of those thunderstorms are kicking in there off towards the west. So we're still dealing with the high plains, but as you look, we get a little moisture here towards the northern tier. That's going to be a weak bit of energy that kind of cycles its way on in and allows for some of those showers to really pick up. So Sunday, threat, high plains are the main plain states here. You can see South Dakota, Nebraska into Kansas. And then you get that piece of energy dropping in on your Sunday, and flooding, a huge concern here at AccuWeather that we always keep an eye on with tropical systems, especially inland flooding. If we get tropical moisture in parts of eastern Pennsylvania right now, we just couldn't handle it. May has been so dry, and I say so dry. You look at May, the start of June here, we've had in most places less than 1/4 of an inch of rain when we should have 3 to 4 inches of rainfall. So it has been dry, and we're going to struggle to get more rain in the upcoming days. Your Sunday, notice where the moisture is. Coastal low offshore here, and that's going to allow for some showers into parts of eastern New England. Not much, though, in the way of activity to be concerned with. High pressure still holding on. It's that same one, but most of the true heat has been shifted off towards the west. So relief found in Pittsburgh, 81 for that high. There are smokers. It is time, though, now to prepare for hurricane season. We've been tracking, of course, the first storms of the season so far. We have named Arlene, and yes, there's still a lot more to come, undoubtedly. And for that, we want to prepare you with it, and we also want to make sure that you're prepared for all the factors of a hurricane, which goes beyond just the wind. And We are, again, watching all those things with hurricane season. You want to be prepared no matter where you are in the country that is east of the Rockies, because obviously we have great impacts there with some of the moisture that can come and work its way northward from the Great Lakes on east. We do have a coastal low. This is not a tropical storm. This is just a coastal low that brings a few chilly showers out there. Also want to point out these streamers here coming down from Canada. That is actually smoke in the skies. Yeah, we're going to be talking about again coming in from the Canadian wildfires, especially as you look just to the north of the eastern Great Lakes. So that's where our trouble spots will be, anywhere through the state of Ohio into upstate New York. We'll have more of those hazy skies from wildfire smoke. It's around, though, this low, which is still holding on and bringing some light to moderate rain showers. Most of this is not heavy rain. So that's just kind of been more of a nuisance throughout the day, but it does add added moisture into the soil. As we go through tonight, things get chilly. That would really love to get in on a little bit of that rain, but are just struggling to do so. Michigan, one of the spots, we're staying dry and unfortunately just not finding much relief from that. We'll start you off with the radar, and you can see where the high pressure system is controlled. It is right around Michigan. We've got thunderstorms firing up farther off towards the east. So that's where we have some of the moisture still kicking in, and it is warm and steamy, I should say, off toward, though, has a little bit of a cooling influence courtesy of the lake breeze. Now, what might you be spending your Sunday afternoon or evening doing? We'll check in on some sites here. This is coming in from the Field of Dreams in Dyersville, Iowa. Looks like a good little bit of game action going on, and thankfully thunderstorms staying away. But meanwhile, view on the water here in Lake Michigan shows us quiet conditions. This is Lake Michigan, I should say, from Grand Haven, courtesy of EarthCam. Quiet conditions out there, people paddleboarding out on the lake. Notice the skies, though, a little bit of a brownish tinge. That's from the wildfires in Canada. So we're still dealing with that threat, and that smoke does remain in place for your Monday. While showers and thunderstorms pick up and continues as we push towards the west, we'll find more of those thunderstorms the Red River Valley and Interstate 29 corridor. Notice these thunderstorms kind of dying down. We'll see another round, more energy pushing in from the north as we head through Monday, but even that is a little bit more fleeting, so not a ton of activity as we go through the early week, but that chance will remain. Chicago in the upper 70s for your Tuesday. We're back towards 90 degrees in Omaha and Sioux Falls. Now, if you're talking allergies, you want relief, might be hard to come by. Des Moines, ragweed pollen stays high for the upcoming days here, so that struggle will continue. Grass pollen also dealing with that moderate risk. And as we look towards places like Savannah, Georgia, well, you can see what's trending upward. The mold, we're going to bring in back more of that humidity, which means more moisture to fuel some of those mold sources. And of course, we are talking about just wet weather tonight. Thankfully, no tropical systems out there, but states that certainly can have their impacts as far as storm damage. We've seen a lot of that through southwestern Louisiana with hurricanes, and now things are still a little wet as you get just away from the coastline. Still a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity out there. Even through the plains, it stretches as far north as Kansas. The focus, though, has been a little farther south, where we've seen most of that rainfall into the state of Texas, east of San Antonio, and as you get your way into northern Louisiana, central Mississippi, and portions of Alabama. These thunderstorms, thankfully, not doing too much as far as severe concerns, but hail has been one of the threats that we've had, plus damaging winds. That's the other one that can be associated with this. These are slow movers, too, so if you get one to stay close enough by, it will mean flooding risks. Today, where those thunderstorms are, not where we need it the most, a little farther off towards the west. Kansas getting a few of them, but not wide enough spread to really do much to the drought. We could use a little bit more rainfall here. We're going to keep, though, the chance of that thunderstorm activity in the forecast into tomorrow. So we still have basically this boundary here squeezed to the south with at least a thunderstorm in the forecast, including El Paso. One of the spots that has a few more clouds and more likeliness will be Jackson. Does look to be a little bit wetter there as we head throughout the day. Wednesday, that hot, dry weather persisting through the interior while the thunderstorms still fire up over Texas. Again, we need this, so this is not necessarily a bad thing for us. These thunderstorms, again, pushing their way northward here and just trying to surge their way in from the Gulf of Mexico, but we also have that thunderstorm activity still firing up through the high plains and into some of the mountains there. As we go into your Tuesday evening, still more of these thunderstorms likely in Lubbock. Temperatures there in the lower 80s. we're looking at Houston here, still coming in close to 90 with those thunderstorms hit or miss around the area there. So, of course, this is some of the wet weather that we have in store for us. Abilene, thunderstorms in the forecast Tuesday, Wednesday. Then after that, becoming a drier pattern. So we could use the rain now because once that lot to clean up there, unfortunately, that's coming in from the Florida Panhandle region where they are still recovering from Hurricane Michael. I was there not too long ago, just a little over a month ago, into the Mexico Beach area. And it's amazing how far they have come and how much they have rebuilt, but still, like I said, a lot being rebuilt at this point in time. I've also spent some time around where Hurricane Ian's made landfall in the past couple of months, and still a lot to unfold there. That actually ranks in our top 5 here for the top 5 costliest hurricanes. These are still estimates at this point in time because we still don't know, as all those insurance claims come in, just what the final values are. The good news is right now across the southeast, we're not talking about any tropical systems. You can see a lot of us pretty quiet in the southeast, a couple of stray thunderstorms out there, but for the most part, things have quieted down. And your Tuesday staying dry across the Sunshine State as high pressure builds in. This is going to mean less in the way of rainfall for us, which we kind of do need it in some spots of Florida, but hey, if you had to go Sunshine State. So we do have a little bit of moisture going on, but it's sparse. Hit or miss showers and thunderstorms here on that belt of moisture across the southeast, not nearly as active through Florida. And then as we head into Wednesday, you'll note we do it all again starting off in the morning. Not much going on. Have a few more thunderstorms here through Florida, but they are still hit and miss, as is most of the southeast to begin with. So Wednesday, still looking pretty quiet here. Hot, humid. It's another June day as we move through it through the middle of the week. So we all have to keep in mind to have the sunscreen, the water, stay hydrated as you do in the southeast. Thank you for joining us on the AccuWeather Network as we head through this Monday night. It is hurricane week here, and we're officially in hurricane season. We managed to cross that boundary on the 1st of June when we got our named storm Arlene that has since come and gone in the Gulf of Mexico. But as we all know, many named storms have lots of different histories and lots of different meanings for others. And for that, no one would know better than extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, who's been on the ground for many tropical systems as they've worked their way into U.S. coastlines. And we check in with his 5 most memorable hurricanes. And then Delta came through and created more problems for them. And that was just a round after round of setups there that we saw in 2020. What do you need for all those storms to form? Well, you need 3 things: warm water, limited wind shear, and sufficient moisture. So with warm water, if you want to see a storm, or if you end up seeing a storm, usually those storms have warm water of above 80 degrees and sea surface temperatures. There are also pretty weak winds aloft so that these storms can kind of tower up and blossom, if you will. If you have lots of strong winds aloft, that's good because it actually rips apart the storm and keeps it from forming. The other thing that would be good if we could get it is dry air, like Saharan dust. That prohibits some of the storm activity. If you got a lot of moisture, that's when those storms will form. Moisture, by the way, is something that we could use in the northern tier here. Look at this. The few thunderstorms we've had have disappeared for the overnight hours, and we could use the rain. Dry soil through so many locations. This isn't going to be a ton of rainfall for everyone, but at least a chance in a couple of spots. High pressure, though, this is the one that's stubborn. This is the one that's not moving. This is the one that's keeping things dry and even smoky across parts of Michigan, too. So we do have some of those smoky skies. Minneapolis, mid-80s for your Tuesday with showers and thunderstorms possible. Chicago, a bit more comfortable. And that's some good news maybe for a few mountain bikers, for example. Usually that's the big popular thing to do in the summer months. As you can tell across New England here, we're doing much better with air quality. We still, though, have some of the hazy skies out there. You saw that video coming in on the top of the show from Virginia Beach. So there is some wildfire smoke. Most of that is higher up in the sky, but some of it is still mixing down. So that is still leading to at least a limited threat here for some air quality that is a bit poor. So we will have that as a factor, and we still have some more mixing in off towards the west too. So you have to pay attention to where you are, what you're doing outside. Visible satellite over the past couple of hours shows you can't really find too much of the smoky film in the sky anymore, but what we are finding are those clouds starting to puff up in a few locations, and that is where we have some of those showers. A couple of showers here. They're mostly light to moderate showers. Occasionally, we've had a rumble of thunder mix in. Every once in a while, you'll see those lightning strikes like you can towards down East Maine and some of those locations. So we do have that a little bit towards the Cape too. But for the most part, this isn't providing a lot of rain where we need it most. You can see New England, we've had the rain, at least off and on, over the past 30 days. It's much harder to get the rain across much of Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, into Maryland, and stretching back to Ohio and Michigan. So when can we get the rain? Well, it's coming soon, and when we do, that's going to help your Sunday. It's all about the heat starting to surge its way back in. We're getting the southerly flow, so that's going to limit how much smoke is in the sky for most locations, and you're going to start to see those showers and thunderstorms return towards the Midwest and the Ohio locations. That dry stretch continuing here. If you look at the month of May, we've closed the books on that, and we were already getting our way well into June. And the numbers here are showing how dry it is. Omaha, Nebraska, we've only had 21% of our typical rainfall for that time period. Same thing for Milwaukee, and you'll hold on, all these cities here pretty much under a third of their usual rainfall. So it has been a dry trend. We're adding rain into the mix now. New low pressure system is in town, and this is going to add at least some moisture out there. You can already see it over northern Nebraska, southern South Dakota, getting across Iowa. It's not a lot of rain in the beginning, but we'll get another chance here in some locations to pick up a little more moisture as we move through time. Your Sunday here, low pressure system starting to move east, and this is where we deal with some of those showers. These are the kind that if you're out and about for your Sunday afternoon, possibly at one of those graduation parties, you're going to have to get in on the tent, dodge underneath it. Just watch out for those thunderstorms, because then the tents don't really work and you really do need to seek that inside shelter. As this low moves east, cooler weather working its way in, giving relief to places like Minneapolis. We get into tomorrow evening, and this storm still curves its way into Canada and wraps back in here on the upper Midwest as we head through your Monday evening. So we're still looking at the potential for more rain throughout Monday in places like Green Bay. A few showers out there. That's where that cooler influence will be. Minneapolis, lower 80s. Not too bad here as we go through a summer-like day. Milwaukee, the upcoming days, those showers still trying to... As we continue our Hurricane Week coverage, we got to focus on the tropics. We're in hurricane season. We've already surpassed the named storm, Arlene. That's come and gone, so we continue to watch areas that might be of trouble. And the good news is we're not seeing any, at least in the immediate future here. So the next couple of days, really not a threat. We do have a moist area in the Atlantic and through the Bahamas, as well as parts of the Northern Caribbean, and that thankfully has a jet stream over it with a lot of wind shear out there. So that's going to keep any large organized storm from forming. So that's some really good news there. Meanwhile, a lot of heat around this high pressure system into the Caribbean. Puerto Rico sweltering under it, unfortunately, as they continue to get excessive heat warnings in place and heat advisories. So it has been a struggle. But how do we factor in all these things and determine when there's a risk for storms, when there isn't, and how do we track those storms when we get them? We'll give you a behind the scenes look at hurricane forecasting. If you're not paying attention to not only what the weather is doing, but also sometimes the people around you. Beach days, they can be a little intense at times. Well, we are still talking about a pretty stormy time as we go through the upcoming days here throughout the southeast. And so we're looking at more severe weather threats, unfortunately, for many. And what's capturing your eye is probably that risk as we head through Sunday. You can see here, we do have another threat here for severe weather, and that's going to extend in the morning hours even through parts of Arkansas, pushing its way off towards the southeast, with damaging wind being one of those concerns. Plus, we still can't rule out isolated tornadoes and large hail. Thunderstorms through time here. We start you off Sunday morning, still active here as you look towards Arkansas and Louisiana. Meanwhile, there's another round dying down along the Gulf Coast. But if that line can get going, it'll persist here off towards the east and does allow for more thunderstorm activity. There's going to be more thunderstorms forming through Missouri and Arkansas, and even that has the potential to live into Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. So the wet weather rounds, they continue as we move through not just Sunday, but also Monday across much of the east here. And that's why the severe weather threat focused in a little bit more towards the Gulf Coast. So some of the same spots that have seen it, from New Orleans through the Florida Panhandle, even stretching through western Florida. We have that risk for severe weather. It does go as far north as Atlanta, Chattanooga, Birmingham, all on the board. And that means there will be rain trying to mix things up for Orlando, Florida. It doesn't do much to impact the dust and dander, which goes back to our extreme leveling up because there's still rounds of activity, and that continues into your Sunday here for the central Gulf Coast and extending through a lot of the southeast. We'll look for the chance for some severe weather, fairly widespread. As you get into the Carolinas, though, things are pretty nice. So if you're headed to the beaches, enjoy it. I know there's a few things to see, like even some wild horses, but have to keep in mind, just keep your distance and know that there's a new threat for those horses. A lot going on here when we talk about the weather and the severe weather threats we've had over the past few hours. We continue to deal with that in some locations. Just want to show you here, we are still focusing on that severe weather threat through the south, but as you look, we're still talking about some stormy times in a few locations. Really quickly, we'll go to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. This is the view from EarthCam, and that sky has been lighting up every once in a while, as you just saw there, and that's all due to some of the thunderstorms. So you got to pay attention to that wet weather, but the risk for severe weather, that's going to remain a little bit farther to the northwest, where we do have the threat ongoing through tonight into tomorrow morning. So some of this will occur at daybreak. You got to be ready for it. Starts up across Arkansas and then moves into Mississippi and Alabama. Central Gulf Coast among those threats again. You can see what's active out there for the morning hours, and this is going to try to keep pushing its way on through. With it, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and even some potential for damage, plus the threat for some hail. And even as this pushes off towards the east, look at that, there's more forming late Sunday night, so we do it all again as we stretch into Monday with another cluster of thunderstorms. Big low sitting here and spinning, and that's what's going to be the driver of all this moisture. So showers, thunderstorms persisting for your Monday into Monday evening. The threats here being damaging wind and large hail, but flooding. Let's face it, we've already had our wet times in Pensacola. Adding more rain, not necessarily a good thing. Orlando, you'll get in on some of the stormy action, but it is Monday and Tuesday when that dander goes up again for us. The extreme level mold staying fairly persistent in the high category. One place that has extreme throughout for the dust and dander, that is.
Thank you so much for joining us here on this Friday. I'm Bree Guy.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer. Many across the eastern coast just wanting sun, a little bit of sun. That's all we ask for.
I just want a little bit of sun. I saw it earlier in the EarthCam in Pittsburgh, just a peek of it. That's what I'm wishing for, just a peek.
You're going to have to get your vitamin D through the computer screen, if you will. It might be a little longer for some folks in the east. We're also talking about the severe weather to the west, which is producing the risk for even more tornadoes, unfortunately, as we head through the upcoming hours.
Yeah, we are tracking severe weather and even more severe weather. We head out to meteorologist Tony Lawback, who joins us from Wyoming. Tony, what's going on there?
Thankfully, we can talk about it continuing to weaken. So some good news. Of course, we do still have some stormy conditions in some locations. Let's take you into some of them here. The view coming in does look to be a little bit wavy, boats tied up as they should be when we talk about this. And again, look at some of these cameras here from the Caribbean. It does reflect that stormy view. We'll take you into the storm list this year. We've seen Brett, we've seen Arlene, we've seen Cindy, already 3 on the named list. Here is Brett, still working its way to the west at 21 miles per hour, getting really stretched apart at this point in time. You can see the cloud cover, not a really organized center, if you will, as it continues to move across the Caribbean. And this will weaken as we go. This one, a little bit more organized. At least it's more of a ball in the center. It doesn't seem to be as stretched out, so to speak. And it will stay a tropical storm through the weekend and beyond. But it curves to the north into on some of the stormy weather, which might have you staying out of pools in some locations. That has been true across the plains. And
thank you so much for joining us on the AccuWeather Network here on this Friday. I'm Bree Guy.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer. Bree, I noticed one thing about that video shot that we just had from Seaside Heights. People were wearing sweaters at the beach, like sweaters to walk down the boardwalk in the middle of the day.
I mean, we've been wearing sweaters here. Well, okay, maybe I'm a little biased because I came from the desert, but it's been pretty chilly these last few days.
Yeah, I've been wearing the pants around town, and I'm A-okay with that. But if you'll also notice, there's some other areas that are dealing with the heat in this country, and that has been uncomfortable for some.
Yeah, no sweaters there, right, Melissa? But the good news for those looking to beat the heat this summer, more pools are reopening across the country thanks to an effort to recruit more lifeguards.
AccuWeather's Emmy Victor is live in Chicago and looking to explain a little bit more. Emmy? Michigan and into New Jersey and the Delmarva. So this is the circulation we got. We take a while into the weekend to move this out, and just when it starts to move offshore, look what happens. The next one moves in. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it doesn't look promising to get much sunshine in the forecast to come. However, I will say there has been some good news as a whole. We have seen so much rain in the past 30 days that we have reversed that potential to go into drought in many locations here through the Mid-Atlantic, the Ohio River Valley, into some parts of the Northeast. Notice the dark brown here that you have in Michigan. At times, lakes mostly confined into Canada. So this low pressure system in the Northeast, it's going to start to shift east, but don't get too excited on your chances to see a ton of sunshine. We've got clouds and thunderstorms in Buffalo. Same thing for Washington, D.C. Numbers kept near historical average, so we finally worked our way back up. It's not going to be quite as cold for the weekend. That's some beneficial news, but like I said, if you're looking for a lot of sunshine or time outdoors all day long, you're going to need to keep an eye to the sky because the thunderstorms and the showers, they will be around. And that continues as we close out the weekend. So Sunday, still looking at the wet weather here on tap. Boston, I know it's been a struggle to get summer. We're at least going to be in the upper 70s. This is where we want to be this time of year. So the numbers will be there, but the rainfall will also be there. This stormy pattern continues. It might look not too bad, but as we go through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, notice the cloud icons still keying in on that chance of a shower. Next week, it's all wrapped up in another low. Current low is hanging out over the eastern Great Lakes as we speak. Showers, thunderstorms found in a few areas. We've got some around Watertown off towards the south, some through the mountains of Virginia, but most of the activity's dying down. We'll see tomorrow things pulse back up as daylight comes around. If you manage to get the sunshine, you were in the 80s like Burlington earlier, 79 right now, but a lot of us 60s, 70s, where we hit for the day. Don't fall too much at night. That's nice, but we don't get all that warm tomorrow because the gray skies, the shit there again, like I said, for your Saturday, and it's on every city here on the board, so you'll be dealing with it no matter where you are. The numbers, though, trending upward. You can just find from Boston mid-70s to upper 70s by the time we close out the weekend. Believe it or not, this is historical average, so while we will still have to dance around the rain, keep an eye to the Minutecast on your AccuWeather app, you will at least find those numbers feeling a little bit more June-like out there. However, the rain sticks with us. State College, Pennsylvania had the thunderstorms. Then at least you can say you had some relief from the heat. That was the big story there for us. As you look, places like Lakeway, Texas, you got to head out on the water. This view courtesy of EarthCam showing you blue skies out there. Plenty of that found. But if you don't have the rain, the only way to cool off, get in the lake there. So pretty cool. That's near Austin, Texas, by the way. We have lots of heat advisories and excessive heat warnings. No surprise, this heat ridge, this high pressure system, is going to build into next week. And this is all part of how heat waves form. Regarding the heat, and that heat is expanding as we go through the upcoming days. You can tell we still have the heat across Texas, but it starts to work its way into Louisiana and Mississippi. AccuWeather real field values in the 110 to 115
early next week.
I'm not sure if people are going to be happy about that or disappointed about that.
I think most people will be happy, but, you know, it has been cool, it has been moist, not ideal conditions to head out to the lake or head out to the beaches, but I can remember when I was young, I used to have swimming lessons at the local lake there, and it was always pretty chilly. Never a big fan of that, but I did learn to swim.
There you go. Important life lessons there. Well, of course, across the northern plains, we also have some changes for you. As you work your way into the upper Midwest, Minnesota dealing with one tornado watch right now, Iowa dealing with the other one, and even into parts of North Dakota, we do have that tornado watch persisting. So these are the severe weather threats that we have ongoing, all part of the same storm system that fired up storms in Nebraska last night.
Yeah, and
pop up. They do have the risk here for damaging wind and hailstones. We venture farther north into Minnesota, and all of a sudden we start to find that rain shield lifting north into Canada. Below it, we've got warm, humid air pumping in across the state of Minnesota, and that's where we've had several tornado warnings and actually a few confirmed tornadoes too. So we're still dealing with these storms blistering up here, and they are just to the east of the Red River Valley as you get into parts of northern and central Minnesota. So you want to stay weather aware. Do want to show you, by the way, some of those storm reports coming in. You can see several of them east of Fargo there through the state of Minnesota. So that's where we've had some of those tornado reports at this point in time. The weather alerts, weather watches that we have in place are tornado watches until 7 o'clock. Minnesota, parts of the next couple of days. Here is the culprit for that stormy weather. Low pressure system sitting and spinning. This starts to depart, but look what happens. That one from the Midwest dives in to replace it. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're back at it again. You can tell there's been a lot of cloud cover out there. We've seen most of that try to break. Pockets of sunshine, though, have mixed in for the mid-Atlantic and the Ohio River valleys. So there's been a couple breaks at times. It's been a brighter day, but even around some of those, that does not go away through your Sunday. The storm, the original one, starts to move a little farther east as we wait for that storm system to work in from the Midwest. So we've got it. More rain on the board here. Showers, thunderstorms for just about everyone, including Albany. What you'll notice though, are those numbers. 80 for Boston. That's near historical average for us. So some better news if you like those warm summer days, but there's more cool air to come with the next storm pattern. Pressure system, and slowly it's charging its way on east. Showers, thunderstorms, though, still possible. I think for your Sunday, we are going to find in many locations the chance for some sun mixing in between these showers and thunderstorms. So it's not going to be the dreariest of days like we have seen some of the past few. I think it'll be a little bit brighter like we've seen across some of the mid-Atlantic for the day. Sunday, notice a little bit of sun in that icon there for New York City. Same thing for Boston. That's the exclusive AccuWeather forecast. Also in town, this one replacing the old one as it leaves. And guess what? It's the same one producing all the severe weather in the Midwest. It also brings in the cooler air. Back to the 70s for Columbus and Detroit as showers and thunderstorms work in. Ahead of it, still warm and steamy in Philadelphia, but we will fall
at work as we head through the overnight hours. Thanks for joining us here on the AccuWeather Network. We've still got a lot to cover with this ring of fire with thunderstorms charging its way around it. You can tell there are those thunderstorms through western Texas, but really the story is this arcing line of wet weather that persists over the past few hours and continues. It's all because of that heat dome. Louisiana, Arkansas, eastern Texas, you know exactly what I'm talking about. These thunderstorms have also had a history of producing severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging wind threat, hail threat, plus flooding in a few locations. As we go through time, we're going to find some areas don't catch much of a break from the wet weather. Kansas City in the midst here of that thunderstorm complex, low pressure system developing to the west. This is going to keep firing up thunderstorms, and as they slide off towards the east through the early morning hours, we're looking at wet weather all across Illinois and Indiana. So some folks will be waking up to those rumbles of thunder. Then after that, we actually have to wait for the atmosphere to recharge again, which it will through the afternoon and evening hours. Some areas may even go up to a high risk as we talk about it heading through your Saturday, all because we focus in on where those thunderstorms will pose the greatest threat for wind and hail potential. Wind will probably be our greatest focus, but you can tell we still have that chance for hail and flooding as we've seen throughout Friday. That continues for Saturday. Sunday, that low pressure system moves, instigates more thunderstorms right around. You can see from Kentucky right to those Delmarva beaches, there will be the threat for severe weather.
All of this is going to be coming in waves of thunderstorm activity. So it's really hard to pinpoint any big chance of rain, but you can see the activity ongoing. There is that arc, again, south Mississippi, Louisiana. We're not dealing with much in the way of wet weather because those severe storms are really forming around the ring of heat. But as that, of course, to see those stars, we have to get rid of the poor air quality, the smoke from the wildfires in Canada, still reducing air quality through the overnight hours. We can find where it's most unhealthy on this map through New York and eastern Pennsylvania, getting close to the coastline, unfortunately. It's been a real challenge. We're going to shift it a little farther east. So Pennsylvania largely getting better, as is western New York. I know it's been a struggle around the Rochester, Buffalo areas. Things are going to be getting better there. But look who gets in on the action. Much of New England, Boston, it will even get at least a taste of it. If it's only the suburbs, that might be the case if we get some easterly flow off the water. But if we don't, I can see downtown really getting in on that action. So the story remains that smoky conditions on all the smoky air is still going to be out there. Plus, we're going to be adding some more moisture into the atmosphere. Showers, thunderstorms returning to those areas that have seen the smoke depart. Pittsburgh, you're in on that. Temperatures in the mid-80s with thunderstorms possible. We're looking at wet weather in Columbus, so if you've got those backyard barbecue plans, might have to be ready to bring them in with rounds of thunderstorms working their way on through. Like I said, though, at least an ease on the smoky skies throughout places that need it, places or throughout the state of Colorado. We've had hail reports, rain reports, and thunderstorm wind gusts of close to 90 miles per hour in so many different states. Through the past few hours, it's been states like Kansas, Missouri, Illinois that have picked up on some of those very impressive hailstone reports, greater than 3 inches. So we're talking baseball size hail in some spots here that really pose a threat to all those car windshields and so much more. Don't want to be outside in this kind of weather. As we continue through the overnight hours, we're still tracking a lot of those storms working their way around what we call the ring of fire. So there's a heat dome holding on through Louisiana and Arkansas and eastern Texas. That's off towards the south. These thunderstorms kind of keep pivoting around those same locations. So for the upcoming hours, you can just keep watching that wet weather unfold for some of the same locations. Eastern Kansas, the Missouri-Iowa state line, getting into Illinois and Indiana, and then they start to drive their way off towards the southeast, weakening as they do so. So for Saturday, but we keep in on it. I guess you could say it does keep us out of the triple digits as far as heat is concerned, so it's maybe not necessarily a bad thing, and we do need the rain through much of the Midwest. But to see it in the same locations over the holiday weekend can somewhat be a difficulty. Hail, damaging wind, that will be the focus, though flooding can also be of big concern, especially since we've had so many rounds of rain in some of these locations. On top of it, we can't completely rule out isolated tornadoes, though they're not as great of a threat. Then we shift into Sunday, and that rim is still providing the heat to the south, feedings there, and getting towards the mid-Atlantic will have that risk for severe weather as we go into Sunday evening, even to the beaches. Here's what happens. Again, around that ring, we're still talking thunderstorms out there. There you can see your Saturday morning getting things off pretty wet. Thunderstorm, low pressure system driving some of those thunderstorms, and that's going to keep moving. As we watch this low move out, there'll be more thunderstorm chances Sunday night into Monday across the Northeast with their chance for severe weather. Speaking of severe weather, as we go through the holiday week, we're gearing up for a lot of things, including the 4th of July and enjoying the fireworks in the Big Apple. And Lady Liberty, she's been on display too. Network, as we continue to follow some of the stormy times, we're still cleaning up from some of that. That was out there Thursday. The derecho cutting across Illinois, creating some problems, even Indiana. Power outages still on the rebound. Plus, we've had more recent storms in the Show Me State, Missouri. More than 92,000 customers without power at this point in time. And currently, across the South, we saw that stormy drive in Tennessee. There's been trouble here. Has also come with hail, too. It hasn't just been wind damage that's knocked down trees or created power outages. We've had some hailstone reports greater than golf ball sized hail, like West Plains, Missouri, and as you get into parts of Illinois, Arkansas, all on the board there. These thunderstorms, they're still out and about. You can see many of them scattered in nature. Let's take you, though, into a spot that is kind of missing out on some of the action right now. We'll go into Atlanta, Georgia, where northwestern Georgia getting in on some of the line of thunderstorms. Most of this has died down with a lot of the lightning, but we still have heavy rainfall there through Georgia. Meanwhile, off towards the north, there's plenty of thunderstorms through Illinois, and that is where we have a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings. There's also a few flash flood warnings on the board, too. You'll see them scattered about from Pennsylvania, so it's a pretty active time for many. We'll focus in on those storms again through northern Georgia. A lot of this is dying down, so some good news for Atlanta. Still, though, plenty of lightning through Alabama. Please be mindful that lightning can be just as deadly as if any of these were actual thunderstorms with damaging winds. So you don't necessarily need a warning to have that risk. Beyond that, it's found across the Kansas City area into parts of southwestern Iowa. We still have more thunderstorm activity, like I said, sweeping across Illinois too. So storms out there, they're causing trouble. They'll continue to do that through the upcoming hours. You can see those storms in the south, most of them die down, so we're not going to be talking about too much activity with them through the night. It's north, where we've got the thunderstorms on the board, and they continue as they push across the Ohio River Valley. That low pressure system shoving it all to the east is still swinging its way on through, and it's going to cause more trouble throughout the Ohio River Valley into places like Nashville again. We're on that board again, unfortunately, and you can see it swath east towards Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, the Delmarva, South Jersey, some of those beautiful beaches. The threats will focus in on damaging winds and hail, but there will be other threats there too that could lead to flooding problems. And then a third round coming through on Monday with thunderstorm activity. You're going to find that up and down the I-95 corridor from the Carolinas to parts of Massachusetts. So we're really dealing with a lot of storm damage potential in the upcoming days, damaging winds on the board and hail as another threat. This is our severe weather that we're tracking. Let's remember, though, it's still hurricane season, and there's one city that is trying to stay prepared. Weather Network as we continue to cover some of the damage that's been done throughout the week with stormy weather, particularly across some hard-hit states like Illinois and Indiana. They're still trying to recover the power that was lost from Thursday's derecho. So we still have more than 90,000 customers without power in Illinois, but this is the first time that we've seen it come down from 100,000+ customers. Meanwhile, Missouri has picked up 92,000 customers without power, and that's from some of the storms throughout the day. We also have a lot of power outages scattered about through Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia due to thunderstorms. Hail reports, they've been a problem as well. We've been talking about some of these hail reports, golf ball size hail to 2 inches in diameter. It's been a problem in a few locations. If you look across the nation, the thunderstorms, they're not everywhere. They're not as organized either. The past couple of days, we've been talking about an arc of thunderstorms around the heat dome. We still have that in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas, but as those thunderstorms come around, they've been breaking a little farther to the west, so you can find the rain in Georgia. We've also had the thunderstorms through parts of the nation's midsection in the Midwest, and those just have been relentless. So if you are trying to travel, just know we're dealing with these thunderstorms. We're going to start to see them push east in the upcoming days, which might be when you want to actually travel back. Say Monday, for example, could be a good time to travel back, according to AAA. Again, very active, as you'll note, through the Ohio River Valley, stretching through places like southern Alabama, northern Mississippi, and northern Georgia. But as you get to the north, there is some action there in Pennsylvania too. So we are keeping a close eye on that. There's been severe thunderstorm warnings largely in place with these thunderstorms that have damaging wind potential, plus some hail potential, though wind has been far more common. And then if you look in Pennsylvania, the story has been more about those tornado warnings the past couple of hours with these storms. Well, to the west, we're focused on that risk for damaging winds, and that remains one of the cases too as you shift south through southern Alabama. A lot of areas there dealing with some heavy rain, and these aren't really moving all that quickly. They're actually kind of drifting north while the rest of these are pushing eastward. So I do think that there could be some flooding problems remaining too across the area as we go through the upcoming hours. Severe thunderstorm watch boxes that are still in place: West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina through South Carolina, and much of the Appalachians there. Meanwhile, as you push into due to some of that stormy weather. Let's take you through time, because things will be changing for us. Thunderstorms, at least the strongest of which, move offshore tonight in the northeast. Notice some of the spotty nature behind it. That does mean more rounds of rain for some of the same locations: Kentucky, West Virginia, into Pennsylvania. We've seen a lot of rainfall. That will try to break out into tomorrow morning, and look where the energy is kind of merging into parts of New England. But the center of the low is still over the eastern Great Lakes, and that means we're still going to find another day for damaging winds as the main threat, plus the chance for flooding. There's going to be some very heavy rain with thunderstorms when they occur, so we will have that risk for flooding. Severe storms then into Tuesday will be a little bit less dramatic, but they are still found through the Carolinas and much of northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. So there's a lot more to happen through the upcoming days, all as this low kind of pushes its way on east, does push most of the moisture out. The other thing it will do, it will take the smoky skies away as we step into Monday. And for Tuesday, the 4th of July, things are looking at least a little better through a good chunk of the mid-Atlantic and the northeast, but still spotty thunderstorms remain as you work your way through the south. They'll try to die down mainly as we head through the night. And many of us, let's face it, will be looking to the skies then anyway. Let's check out, too, what's going on this month in July as far as the skies are concerned. Just after that full moon, well, you'll find the skies could be a little stormy in some locations. So for the fireworks, we do have some different viewing conditions. Most of the west staying largely dry and keeping things quiet, but we'll have some extra storms through the northern tier of the nation and from the northern Rockies into the upper Midwest, also stretching across the middle Mississippi River Valley, thunderstorms there through Tennessee. So there will be some stormy weather, extra clouds, and you'll find that low still holding on in New England. That's going to be the story throughout the daytime hours too. If you look at, we're on the AccuWeather Network as we continue to talk about some of the stormy times. Good news is for that soccer match in Charlotte, things were pretty smooth, but elsewhere around the nation we had some trouble. Like I said, in Illinois and Chicago, we had heavy rainfall. That put a hamper on NASCAR's plans in the city. Illinois is still trying to bring back power across the state, too, from that derecho on Thursday. That's another problem in Indiana. Meanwhile, we've had recent thunderstorms in Missouri and Kentucky that have created more power outages, so many locations dealing with the problems. Chicago will take you into the Windy City, and as you can see, there has been several reports around town of more than 6 inches of rain or 7 inches of rain. All of this on the board here, creating some big-time flooding potential as it worked its way along the Chicago River. So really just a mess of things, unfortunately. Notice the view right now, though. Things are looking a little bit quieter around Chicago, but if you head on east, we've got some activity through the Ohio River Valley, extending through much of Kentucky into parts of the south. Plus, we've got thunderstorm, all possibility, maybe even a few isolated tornadoes. Then we get into the weekend. Pretty stormy off towards the east. We're going to be dealing with that as rounds of rain come through. We're going to find thunderstorms tomorrow from eastern Wyoming and eastern Colorado to eastern Tennessee and eastern Kentucky. So it's far-reaching, that risk for severe weather, which includes damaging winds and hail and the risk for flooding. That continues on Sunday across the south. And there'll be more activity then, pushing to the mid-Atlantic on Sunday, too. Joining us, I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod. Happy Friday to you, Melissa. We did it.
We've made it towards the weekend. It's been a hot, humid week for many across the eastern U.S., and it's filled with thunderstorms in some areas. And actually, a new study shows that 1 in 100-year floods are starting to happen a lot more frequently.
AccuWeather's Emmy Victor spoke to the study's author and is live with the details in Chicago with more, Emmy.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Friday night, and welcome to AccuWeather Prime. I'm Melissa Constanzer. Michelle McLeod will be joining us too. And we've got video from state to state, Providence to countries. In fact, you can see Vernon
or Lebanon rather, Virginia, dealing with a lot of clouds and fog to start off the day. Meanwhile, in Spain, it was all about the running of the bulls, and in Ecuador, talking about a little bit of a rescue. We'll have a lot more on some of those stories tonight, but yet, as we move through the upcoming hours, there will be more rounds of severe weather, including states like Kansas and eventually as far east as Tennessee. So a lot going on with this threat of active weather. We'll begin with where we've seen some of the clouds starting to work their way back in. This is the view from the Windy City in Chicago. Look out on the marina and you can tell there's a couple of boats, or I should say look out on Lake Michigan and you can tell there's a couple of boats out there. This is courtesy of EarthCam. Friday evening, we will find there's going to be more stormy weather south of Chicago through the days to come, so there will be that chance for some rainfall in a few locations. Right now, the radar depicting at least some of where we've had the showers and thunderstorms. Want to note that while you can see there are a couple clusters of showers and thunderstorms throughout the nation, we've got a few areas to highlight for you. I want to begin farther north into Minnesota and South Dakota. You can find that in this area we've had a few reports of tornadoes, at least one report I should say, but mostly this severe weather is dying down. Then you head into Iowa. It's about the rainfall here. Southeastern Nebraska. We actually had a lightning strike that injured 6 people, unfortunately, and that was all due to some of the stormy weather that worked through southeastern Nebraska and Shelby. Thankfully, no serious injuries, even though folks did go to the hospital there. And then in southern Kansas, more rainfall there. As we push our way into Texas, that's where our big east, the concern for some of them will be that risk for damaging winds. We've had a few warnings for destructive thunderstorms with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So that will be one of the concerns that we've got ongoing here with some of these thunderstorms that are still found in a few locations. Let's take you in on where the severe thunderstorm watch boxes are, because you can still see them into Texas and Oklahoma. We often need in the south, and hey, now need in the northeast, especially on a day like today. It was hard to get out for your Friday afternoon, Friday evening as the heavy rain came down, and we're still concerned about flooding as we go through the upcoming hours. Radar scan shows you why. We've had a lot of rainfall just kind of hanging out with this boundary over the interior northeast, and it's put down a soaking in some locations, even created a mudslide through parts of Vermont. Heavy rainfall, so this is some beneficial news. But just in the past couple of hours, we have had our share of flash flood warnings populating on this map. Looks like a few of them have faded away, and we hope to keep them at bay as we head through the night then. Current temperatures, they're still in the 70s and 80s at this point in time. Another mild night across the northeast, and it's because of all the moisture in the air. If you step outside the door, you know what I'm talking about. Dew points still in the 60s and 70s for a good chunk of the northeast. But if you note, there are some areas getting relief around the eastern Great Lakes. That's on the backside of the boundary. Don't get too excited, though, that everyone's going to get in on this, because it's not going to be the case as we head through your Saturday. This boundary hangs out and provides more moisture as we head through the afternoon and evening hours, and also a lot more warmth out there in some locations. 90 in Washington, D.C., 84 in New York City. Showers, thunderstorms still found around. If you're in Buffalo, probably a dry, not too bad day. Mild, but overall not around the mid-Atlantic. Your Sunday, you can see these showers and thunderstorms from Boston into Washington, D.C. And again, watch out for that risk for some soaking rainfall that could lead to flooding, particularly through New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania to the Delmarva and around the Chesapeake Bay area. That's where we could see some of the heaviest rainfall associated with those thunderstorms. Future radar does map it out for us. You can find, as we head through your Saturday afternoon, just spotty showers and thunderstorms. That's one boundary. Next bit of energy kind of collects in, and as this pushes into the area, Sunday, here we go. They're still sliding their way on through, and I should say maybe not even severe thunderstorms, but thunderstorms that have gusty winds and heavy rainfall, enough lightning to send you inside. Notice the Sunshine State here dealing with a lot of that rain. Most of it working its way from west to east. That's the flow pattern for the day, and we're still getting some more to pop up through the interior, so that will continue to be a story through the upcoming hours. Heat, though, we have it. If you don't have the rain coming down on you right now, you're probably somewhere in the lower to mid 90s. Jackson, as we sweep through the night, temperatures not falling that much. and it's a stormy Sunday for you across a good chunk of the southeast as the rain chances persist. Some of the best areas, though, may be along the coastlines, places like Savannah, Georgia, dealing with some pretty good weather. Atlanta, though, close to 90 degrees with those thunderstorms working in at some point throughout the day, and that'll again be enough to send you inside for your Sunday. The land of Lincoln. Not finding much of that action as we head throughout your Sunday, all because of high pressure in control. It's keeping the moisture a little farther south, so many of us will be enjoying some relief. And relief means some good skies out there, including less humid air. Check out St. Louis. We've been sticky, dew points in the 50s throughout tomorrow, even in the middle of the afternoon. And yes, we could even see them flirt with 40s at times. So that's a sign of that lower humidity, big time changes. But of course, many are already making plans for next year and the solar eclipse with the prescribed burns. Now, the heat is going to be building over the days to come and the weeks to come across the west. With it, there's going to be a few different factors coming through. One of those things that we'll find, at least across the northern tier of the nation, is more of that wildfire smoke and haze still streaming its way on in. So a lot of folks be prepared for those skies to seem a little bit more hazy in the days to come, all due to this wildfire smoke. But as we go through time, too, we're going to be talking about the numbers heading up, especially through the interior west. Check out Boise, 101 for the forecasted high on your Sunday. It is going to be hot, largely dry across a good chunk of the west. We haven't seen much in the way of monsoonal moisture. Vegas, you're staying dry too at 106. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Much for joining us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod. Melissa, we are feeling hot, hot, hot in portions of the country, mainly the south.
That is true, and it's not going to be the easiest time. Of course, it is July, but we could be talking record challenging heat in some locations. Plus, there's that thunderstorm threat again.
Oh, another one with
And thank you so much for joining us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod. Melissa, we are feeling hot, hot, hot in portions of the country, mainly the south.
That is true, and it's not going to be the easiest time. Of course, it is July, but we could be talking record challenging heat in some locations. Plus, there's that thunderstorm threat again.
Oh, another one with the thunderstorms threat. But first, we want to switch gears, and 7 cases of malaria have now been detected in the U.S., making this the first time the disease has been spread in 2 decades.
AccuWeather's Emmy Victor is live with us to find out what you can do to protect yourself from mosquitoes that might be carrying these sites. Emmy? With areas that have seen some of that rainfall, and the water is still sitting around. More or less, though, we've had a lot of moving water that's created a lot of the challenges. Still, some areas will have rising rivers, and that's of one of our big concerns. In fact, if you look at our severe weather concerns, we have all these green lines. Those are flood warnings. They're highlighting creeks and rivers that are still in the rising phase, the Connecticut River being one of those that you can see. So these are going to be the areas that we're most concerned about with flooding in the ongoing hours, because guess what? The blue skies have returned in several locations, including Stowe, Vermont. Yesterday we were capturing these views. Heavy rainfall made this footpath more of a stream. Now things are quiet. This view courtesy of EarthCam showing you, again, those brilliant blue skies out there. So we do need the time, the chance to dry out, especially when you're talking about several inches of rain. Take a look at the rainfall. Where you see those yellows and reds, especially those reds, we're talking 6, 7, 8, talking about that is still trying to recede in some locations, and the cleanup's going to be slow. The good news is the weather cooperating, at least for the next few hours. There is a front coming through this one. Well, thanks for joining us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Mark Biancuso, and boy, take a look at this graphic behind us. We have a high risk of severe storms in eastern Kansas, and we've had winds to hurricane force this afternoon.
We were just speaking to Tom Bedard, who's out of the Wichita office. They said they were a lot of meteorologists kind of getting ready to prepare for the incoming storms. They could see them out the window. More rounds of rain and more risk for flooding, unfortunately. And that's going to be the challenges over the upcoming hours. Some of our views coming in, highlighting some of the activity. We'll take you into Baltimore. The sky's gray and we're getting ready for some thunderstorms between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. We've got a very strong pack of thunderstorms moving their way through the Germantown area as we speak, and Gaithersburg, Maryland, and that's going to head a little farther towards the southeast, and as it does so, Silver Spring, you'll be in that threat too. So we're keeping an eye on the skies there. Meanwhile, there are other areas that we're concerned about. The flooding threat into New England, that's one of the risks that we have ongoing, and it does include southeastern New York this time. Shifted a little south out of Vermont. Flood watches still in place, so we're already expecting more rain through the upcoming hours, and we saw some this morning. You also have to remember that rivers, streams, creeks, all high. One of the biggest concerns will be the Connecticut River, which is already in several near or minor flood stages along its length, so that's going to be the area of most concern. Let's talk about the threat here. Upcoming hours, we do expect more flooding potential, but Sunday's going to be the big day of activity, and that's going to be a risk that lasts into Sunday night. Most of the rain will come through the midday and damaging winds. This front then continues to push east as we head through the night. It does bring the chance for rain into New England. Some areas that are already hard hit with that risk for flooding. Tomorrow, as these storms try to move offshore, we're still going to keep things unsettled with the chance for thunderstorms. The bigger day, though, comes Sunday. This is when we could pick up another inch or so of rain in many locations, possibly even a little bit more where some of the heaviest bands set up. We're watching western Connecticut, western Massachusetts in particular. Let's take you over for rainfall in the Northeast, because we are seeing it unfold right now in a couple of areas. There are some cities really getting in on the soaking times. Let's take you into the view of the nation's capital. This is Washington, D.C., the tidal basin in front of us, and that, I believe, is the Jefferson Memorial, if I'm not mistaken. Temperatures right now in the mid-80s, but the rain coming down is going to change things drastically. This view courtesy of EarthCam showing you how stormy it is in a few locations. So these thunderstorms, they are producing some heavy rain, but they're very hit or miss as to where we're getting in on the action. You can see, at least in some of those areas that we had earlier, some rainfall. We're getting a little bit of a break as far as widespread heavy rainfall, but thunderstorms still spotty in Vermont. We're also picking up some through upstate New York. Southeastern New York, a break, but we had our share of heavy rain earlier in the day where we picked up more than 2 inches in a couple spots. And then look at those thunderstorms off to the south. We did get some rain this morning in some spots. I want to highlight the past 24 hours. We picked up 2.5+ inches of rain through some areas in southeastern New York. Not great news, because we really needed to dry out, and this is kind of going to be a predecessor for not just tonight, but into Sunday, when we're going to be talking about much more in the way of rainfall. You also have to remember, a lot of the river levels, they are running higher. You can follow a swath of yellow into orange. That is the Connecticut River. We're still concerned about flooding in the minor flood stage. We get more rain on Sunday. This is not going to spell out good news, unfortunately, for some folks. So we'll go in on that forecast through the rest of the night. It's the cold front coming in. Thunderstorms still kind of hit or miss. Not everyone gets in on the action, but we do get the rainfall. Saturday, these thunderstorms, very hit or miss. The action is still to the west. That's the rain coming into western Ohio and central Ohio. That will spread east for Sunday, and this is the day that we're most concerned about flooding across southeastern New York and into the rest of New England. And that does include Massachusetts, Connecticut, some of those spots that maybe didn't get it as bad last time. Through the night, those hit or miss thunderstorms move offshore. Tomorrow, very sparse in nature through the afternoon, but there's that slug of moisture to the west. That's what comes in, and that's what produces the rain. It starts maybe Sunday morning, mid to late time frame. Through the midday, I think, is really where we get the heavy rainfall and that risk for flooding ramping up. And Sunday evening, we're starting to find it moving east out of New England, but it's going to take some time. And that's Florida. They are dealing with kind of the peak of that heat. Don't have a sensor right there, but they have been, again, in the 90s with some of those water temperatures. You can see that in the deeper reds, too, around some of the Bahamas. So we've been dealing with these warm water temperatures that certainly have had impacts. I know my parents were doing a little bit of fishing in southwestern Florida the past few days, and it does change the game a little bit, so to speak. Meanwhile, though, the reason why we're not going to see tropical activity in the immediate future is some of the dry air. We still have some of that scattered about through the Caribbean and into the Bahamas, but the next wave, that's fairly significant, and that's going to move its way on east as we head through the week. Plus, that persistent wind shear through the Caribbean has also helped to limit any potential of tropical activity. It won't last forever, but at least it keeps us kind of quiet into next week. Only area of activity in the tropical Atlantic is subtropical storm Don, which, by the way, under the banner up there is Maine. So we're pretty far out in the middle of the Atlantic, and we're only going to be moving further away from most land as we head through time. So this is really not going to be impacting too many people for any negative reasons, as it does stay in the middle of the Atlantic. The Pacific, different story. We've got Calvin, Hurricane Category 3 storm, still moving, will bring some heavy rainfall, plus potential flooding, and we're talking about some rough surf. So we can see that rain forecast. The Big Island with some of the terrain will squeeze out the most rainfall as we watch the storm track, up to 4 to 8 inches of rain as we head through Tuesday and parts of the Northeast. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
Mark Mancuso, yeah, a lot of scenes there, devastating, just catastrophic flooding, people losing everything there in some places.
And we've already learned of a few fatalities and some people missing, correct?
And in Pennsylvania, we have reports of at least 4 fatalities. Several people are still missing, so the search continues.
And that's all been within the past 24 hours. We have our team on the ground, and we want to go to Dr. Reed Timmer for more on the latest from New Hampshire. A lot of Texas getting set for the heat, as we know, but with this cluster of thunderstorms, that's actually helping to keep some of the numbers down. However, it's producing the risk for severe weather. You'll notice it's not the only place on the board that has that threat for rain. Through Missouri, we've seen those share of thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been in place with this line as it continues to push east. The big threat, damaging winds to the north. We also anticipate the possibility of some severe weather across states like Missouri, where those thunderstorms were. Damaging winds, some threat with this, plus hail. I think the biggest story, though, is more heavy rainfall. This is a region that has, thankfully, picked up rain over the past couple of days, especially in through southeastern Kansas, where we want it. We have a pretty intense drought, but as we know, when it comes down too quickly, that can create some big-time problems. Tomorrow, our threat is going to be late into the evening and overnight hours across South Dakota, Nebraska, eventually trying to push back towards places like Kansas City by Tuesday morning. So a lot going on between now and then. You can see that cluster of thunderstorms still. You're not getting the heat. The heat found a little farther south, and that's going to be stretching its way east as we head through Monday and Tuesday. The story across Texas is that heat is trying to intensify as the ridge is continuing to push its way and again move its way off towards the east. So we'll focus in on the Lone Star State through the upcoming days, and places like San Antonio, they've got some new technology to deal with the heat as we go through time in Texas. Yes, we're talking about the heat really ramping up in a few locations, and that's going to mean more triple-digit high temperatures. We've got a ridge through the west that's keeping things so dry right now, and it's also meant no monsoonal moisture in the southwest. But for places like El Paso, Texas, it's meant the numbers have been high for quite some time. Today makes 31 days in a row of 100 degrees or higher as we've gone through it. And of course, that is a new record for us, which we broke already several days ago, more than a week ago even. This high pressure system expands into Texas, and it means you're going to want to find more ways to stay cool and make sure you're staying hydrated. Tips as we get going through the first part of the work week. Look at San Angelo, 106, 105 in Dallas. And if Monday's highs are not enough for you, we are going to be talking about more heat heading into Tuesday. In fact, Lubbock, 105 for you. Dallas coming in at 105. And Oklahoma City to the triple digits is where we're headed. So we will have plenty more heat to come. Abilene, Texas. Interesting. And you're going to want to find those shaded cool spots if you can in the days to come. San Antonio, 104 for your forecasted high. Exclusive AccuWeather forecast tomorrow. That could break the record of 103. And Corpus Christi headed to tie it at 99 degrees. If that's not enough, Monday we get into more heat across Texas. Lubbock headed to 102. Dallas 104. San Antonio continue to follow some of our big stories, which include some of the stormy weather throughout the plains, plus that northeast threat.
Yeah, northeast threat. You know, going back to that video there, that flashing there, the next time you see it, kind of looked like a turkey.
I'll try to
Kind of
take
look like a
note next
turkey off
time.
in
There
the
you go.
background there, you know.
Mark Mancuso, always finding things in the clouds.
Yeah, you have young children, and
Yeah.
there's books out there, you know, look like spilt milk, to talk about clouds and things like that.
It is always fun. I mean, whenever I can, those nice fall days when the clouds just roll by, I love to just look up, watch them. If I can just lay there for a couple minutes, watch them streaming by, so fun.
And
You can see them all.
And there's nothing like a good summer thunderstorm at night, but, you know, unfortunately we've had those severe thunderstorms, which have been pretty rough. But if you get a nice little thunderstorm out there, it is kind of soothing.
Yeah, that it can be. Unfortunately, we want to thank you for joining us as we head through this Saturday evening. I'm Melissa Constanzer, and we're continuing to talk about some of the threats throughout the Midwest, but also the incoming rain for the Northeast, which we'll get into in pretty intense detail as we go through the upcoming hours leading through Sunday, too. Let's for the risk for flooding. You can see it, the focus from Maine right to northern and central Virginia. A lot of folks under that risk for flooding. You want to be extra cautious. And it's not just tonight, it's the focus of tomorrow and throughout the day into early Monday before we start to see things let up a little bit on us. You'll notice the pattern here. We've got two zones of wet weather. The first one catching your eye is to the west. That's the player for Sunday across New England that we're concerned about. The other area is pretty sparse, but there's a bit of a boundary towards the I-95 corridor, allowing for some thunderstorms. Those have been the slow-moving ones, generally about 5 miles per hour over northern New Jersey, and they create that risk for flooding in the current time frame. Farther to the west, this is the player as we get into tomorrow, especially tomorrow morning through the midday with heavy rainfall across some of those same areas that were so hard hit last weekend. Notice your Sunday. That's the low. It's pooling in that moisture, and it's tapping into some very deep tropical moisture coming up the Gulf Stream. So that's going to lead to some pretty intense rain, both in the morning and actually likely again even in the evening. So thunderstorms aplenty for your Sunday. The farther east you are, the more likely you'll find that wet weather, especially towards the New York Hudson Valley into New England. Here's how it plays out for us tonight. Look at all that wet weather move in. Tomorrow morning, you'll wake up to some rounds of heavier rain through southeastern New York, New England. Then as that moves away, the thunderstorms pick up for the evening hours, and we could do more rain as we head into the evening hours, which could lead to more flooding potential. So we are looking at still a few more inches, not only from your Sunday, but also into your Tuesday out as we close out your weekend. First off, though, we've got to get you through your Saturday evening and into Sunday. I'm meteorologist Melissa Constanzer. You can see behind me the risk for flooding fairly widespread from Maine through much of New England, extending into northern and central Virginia. We have flood watches in place. These flood watches are letting us know that there is a pretty significant event, and we already have soggy ground in many locations, or even if it doesn't seem soggy, it's not too far down that you get to really moist soil that cannot hold any more water. Already thunderstorms are on the board, and you can see why we're gearing up for that heavy rainfall potential and the risk for flooding. It's off towards the west, still working its way into parts of Ohio. But ahead of it, there's still a few spotty thunderstorms, including on the I-95 corridor. Let's take you. That's where we found some of the issues with heavy rainfall. There was a band that set up. Now it's finally lifting north through northeastern Pennsylvania. Some of the concern will be flooding from some of those thunderstorms, which thankfully are picking up a little bit more speed. We've got more thunderstorm activity into northern Virginia. This is the main event, still working its way in from the west. Doesn't look like much through western Pennsylvania and eastern Ohio, but there are rounds of heavier rain, and this is going to be our widespread rain that tries to move east as we head through the night. Bigger problems arise throughout Sunday. You can see this is a front pushing through, and it's going to lead to showers and thunderstorms. That band of rain still working its way northward through New England as we head through Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. It's almost going to be a 1-2 punch in some of the hardest hit locations of the Northeast from last weekend's event of rainfall. Notice Albany, Washington, D.C., Portland, all dealing with cloudy icons plus showers and thunderstorms. When you get to the west behind that cold front, Columbus, you're dealing with some hazy skies. That's the wildfire smoke coming in from behind the cold front. But first, we've got to get the rain out, and that's going to be the story across the Northeast. It could even be a life-threatening story. We wake up
And we're already going with the rain throughout the morning hours. Widespread moderate to potentially heavy rainfall. And if that's not enough, check out this back line. That's going to be one of our big concerns because through the afternoon and evening hours, thunderstorms will pop up. Notice how quickly these storms move. Not very quick. They're actually slow movers. So those thunderstorms will have a lot of time to dump heavy rainfall as we head through Sunday evening in some locations before everything starts to clear offshore. That means more threats for the Hudson Valley, eastern New York State, as you get into western Massachusetts, Connecticut, some parts of New England. We get a bit of a break into Monday morning, but Tuesday we're back in it again with a third round. So we saw some rain Thursday into Friday. We got this set up for Sunday. Tuesday doesn't look quite as active, but it's still going to be more rainfall here, which is something we don't want to hear. So when you calculate all those rain events in, we're still talking about just through the past couple of days, 4 to 8 inches of rainfall, unfortunately, in some of those hardest hit locations that we were dealing with the life-threatening flooding just last weekend. So please be mindful that this risk for flooding does remain, and it's not just going to be for your Sunday, but also again for Tuesday, because this low drifts east and it just keeps pulling the moisture with the cold fronts on east. Burlington, Vermont, you can see that thunderstorm threat on Sunday. Another risk come Tuesday. After that, we get a little bit of a dry period, but Friday we're right back in it again with more thunderstorm potential. All right, let's take you. It is going to continue to be the big problem throughout the Southwest, and the very dangerous one, too. As we know, when this ridge sets in, not much in the way of cloud cover for monsoonal moisture. We really don't have any, so it's all about the sun and the intense heat that continues to bake. And this, unfortunately, will lead to some other problems as we work down the line, including the risk for wildfire.
Let me just say the heat is already on across the Northeast. We want those trees in places like Philadelphia. 93 right now as you look towards Louisville. We're at 95, 90 in Williamsport, even 82 in Boston. There's some warmth to be had. All of this, though, starts to get tapered off as we head through your Saturday. Cold front comes in, and this is what provides the big changes as we head into the weekend. What we'll find are showers, thunderstorms mixing in, but if you're ahead of this front, which is almost all of the Northeast, we are still going to be talking AccuWeather real feel values 105. Even again on Saturday, Washington, D.C., your AccuWeather real feel values are going to be 100 to 105. So it is going to be hot. It is going to be steamy. You'll want that relief coming in. Like I said, comes in a little bit more substantially across the Northeast as we head into Sunday, and that front drops south into the mid-Atlantic. It will also mean, too, the chance for some smoky skies to return. The upcoming days in Baltimore, after we've closed in on the upper 90s, Saturday, we're still in the mid-90s with that threat for thunderstorms. Break down some of that forecast with heat and, yes, tropics. Tropics, the good news is not much happening right now, but we do have some tropical players in the works, so we got to keep that in mind. Here's the view right now coming in from Pensacola, Florida. Love this view. It's always one of my favorites. You're looking over the Santa Rosa Sound, people getting out on the water skis, taking a little ride around. Can't blame them. Looks like a good evening. Other spots, though, of Florida, we're going to be talking about some more wet weather, unfortunately. You can see we've got a tropical wave coming in from the Atlantic. Good news is this isn't a tropical system. Bad news is it's going to keep the clouds, the rain around for us, which is kind of a give and take. If you're local, you'll like it because it keeps down the heat. If you're visiting, you don't always want to have to deal with the rain. You can see on the first coast we've got some extra showers still working their way on in. Southeastern Florida, by the way, we've had our share of thunderstorms moving in towards the Fort Lauderdale area at this point in time. So there has been some very heavy rain cutting its way on through. That continues into your Friday. Take a look, though, what's happening elsewhere across the Southeast. We're at 94 in Atlanta, 99 in Nashville. For your Friday, the heat is on. That doesn't break up for us. Even Saturday, we're going to be talking about those high temperatures still staying quite uncomfortable across the Southeast. We know the humidity's out there. It's summer in the Southeast, so you can't really escape that. and these numbers are going to feel quite uncomfortable. Jackson 97 for your forecasted high, 93 is historical average. Places like Baton Rouge, Louisiana could be coming close to tying record challenge. Just the northeast, the southeast, you're dealing with it too. 96 in Little Rock, 94 in Huntsville and Nashville at this point in time. Notice the Sunshine State not quite as hot. Part of the reason for that is all the moisture coming in. So we've got clouds, showers, thunderstorms still in place. This is part of a tropical wave. The good news is it's not going to become a tropical system, but it is going to keep you a little wet at times. First Coast, you know what I've been talking about, persistent showers throughout the day. Meanwhile, in Fort Lauderdale, that's been some heavy rain with that thunderstorm, so watch out for the risk for flooding around there. As we go through your Friday, you'll note that Florida is still dealing with those showers and thunderstorms, but if you look beyond that, check out Nashville, 99 for that high. It is going to be hot. And if you don't get the rain into Saturday, which many of us don't across the southeast, well, guess what? There's more heat for you. In fact, some records could be challenged. Places like Baton Rouge, you could tie your record high. Meanwhile, look at Atlanta, Charlotte, all headed to the mid-90s. So just a little bit more than historical average keeps things uncomfortable. Thanks for joining us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Kevin Coskren. If you ever want to know where Tony Laubach is, just guess he's out chasing storms. That's where he usually is. We'll be checking in with him.
Generally is true, and he's got a lot more storm potential coming in the next few weeks as more moisture kicks in throughout the west. Plus, we're talking Colorado Springs, and Tony, it's been rather stormy out there as we've gone throughout this past week. You're expecting more later today, correct?
Yeah, in fact, we're kind of in the midst of it here. Notice,
of course, try to stay cool. As we've looked across the southern U.S., it's the lower Mississippi River Valley that's taking the target of some of the most intense heat advisories in the orange here on the board, and actually excessive heat warnings in those pink shades. So we do know there's quite a bit of activity out there as far as the uncomfort of some of these numbers. Look at Little Rock, 99 for that number. Meanwhile, it's 93 in Huntsville, 93 in Atlanta. We do have some relief as we venture off towards the east with showers, thunderstorms mixing things in. But even now, this time of year, the sun angle is very intense and temperatures rise quickly, especially in cars. Those are some of the interesting weather sites we've had from the week coming in from around the world. And one thing about weather is oftentimes we can see it, but sometimes we can't. And that's been a other big story of the week. It's been about the heat, something that you really can't see, but you certainly feel as soon as you step outside. And that has been a big talker anywhere from places like Arizona into portions of New England. And with that, of course, we are talking about July. It's summer. We'd expect it to be. But now we are looking at July in the last couple of days as likely becoming the hottest month ever recorded globally. Watch because there's thunderstorms coming in. Here's Hannibal on the board with that severe thunderstorm watch box that lasts until 7 o'clock Central Time. Notice what complex is driving here east out of not only northeastern Kansas, but through a good chunk of northern Missouri. And this is going to be working its way towards the Mississippi River. With it, we've had several severe thunderstorm warnings for that threat of damaging winds. With some of these complexes, by the way, like the one we saw last night working through Chicago, they've had histories of producing 90+ mile-per-hour winds. So you do want to take those winds seriously. Sunday, most of that energy dies down, but we will still have a zone that's going to kick up some showers and thunderstorms. You got to note, though, the cooler, drier, less humid air, that's still moving into the Great Lakes. For Green Bay, it's 78 for the high. Same thing for Chicago with mostly sunny skies. Little bit of wildfire smoke haze high in the sky for Duluth. It's not going to impact your air quality, but then there's that train of thunderstorms. Sioux Falls on south, that's where we'll look at that chance for at least some wet weather and even the potential for some severe weather to back build on that as we head through the afternoon and evening hours. And that's going to be across parts of eastern Montana, northeastern Wyoming, getting into western South Dakota and western Nebraska as we head throughout the evening and overnight hours. Still to come, we'll be checking in on that forecast for really coming in there from St. Louis as you look to the west, and that's part of what the radar returns are showing is at least some light shower activity through Missouri. So if you're traveling on I-70 from St. Louis to Kansas City, you'll hit some of that wet weather. North Central as a whole is quiet right now, but we're watching more energy. It's going to be pushing its way out of the northern Rockies. So with due time, Denver, Casper, Cheyenne, all looking at that threat for severe thunderstorms. Denver, you're on the southern fringes of it. We go into Rapid City as we head into the evening hours. Even Casper will have the risk for severe weather. And it does include large hail, much as we saw through South Dakota yesterday, and damaging winds plus isolated tornadoes. The other story in the north central tier of the nation is the smoke. We do have those hazy skies again. Most of this is high up in the sky, so it's not impacting air quality the same level that we've seen the past couple of weeks, but it's still out there through the Great Lakes, and that's changing our view of our days and even our starry nights. Green Bay, 86 degrees with some of that smoke in the sky. Meanwhile, Chicago coming in the mid-80s. This is really nice summer weather for us. We really can't complain, but it does, again, come with those smoky skies. Off towards the west, Sioux Falls, another round of thunderstorms. Tuesday looks to be pretty active, and those thunderstorms are going to be scattered about and not real organized in nature. We're going to have different complexes doing different things. So if you were to work your way west from Hannibal, you'll find some of those showers cutting their way on through. Traveling Interstate 70 does look to be a little wet. The wide shot shows, though, there's not much else as far as thunderstorm activity across the north central tier of the nation. What we'll be watching will be more energy driving its way out of the northern Rockies, through Wyoming, through northeastern Colorado into South Dakota, Casper, Cheyenne, Rapid City, even Denver in on this threat for severe weather as we head through your Monday night. So we will be looking at the threat for hail, damaging winds, and potentially even some isolated tornadoes. Those are the spots we're watching out for. On top of it all, we've got wildfire smoke in the skies, too, in the north central tier of the nation. This is where it's pretty quiet and comfortable around the Great Lakes, but if you look up, you've probably noticed that gray haze. The good news is that most of this wildfire smoke, which is coming from northwestern Canada, is fairly high up in the sky, so it's not having the extensive impact on air qualities that we have seen earlier in the summer. So some great news there, but you're still going to note it in places like Green Bay, Chicago as we head through your Tuesday, even as you get east towards Detroit. Meanwhile, work our way back to the west, it's still 101 in Hays, Kansas. We've got the showers and thunderstorms through the Central Plains, so we'll be talking about more activity. This time, the form of severe weather here. We've got two rounds of it, basically a couple different waves working through the pattern that works its way from west to east out of the Rockies. And then there's a bit of energy driving south from Canada. That'll stir up some trouble in the Dakotas. Still to come after some needed work, we are getting closer to wildfire season. We've seen several fires start to pop up throughout the southwest over the past, or throughout the west, I should say, over the past couple of days. So that's something that we are keeping an eye on. But the focus of the dry heat, where we haven't had much relief in the form of rain, that has been in the south central. Check out Houston, Texas. This is the view coming in. Lots of sunshine, great day to be out and about, but triple digits doesn't feel so good, unfortunately. So you have to take it easy if you are going places, because it's still 100 degrees. And if you look, it's not just Texas. New Orleans, head to Oklahoma City, we're at 99, not far away, and 102 in Wichita. So there's a lot of heat on the board, and some of this is also mixing in with humidity on top of it all. So AccuWeather real field values just have not been feeling very great. For Tuesday, we continue with this heat dome hanging out overhead. It's going to take its aim on Texas, Oklahoma, much of Louisiana, and into Kansas. So we know there's more numbers that will be trying to challenge some records and staying well above historical average. Wichita, 104 for the forecasted high as we head through tomorrow. 93 is our historical average. So when we're the 10 degrees above historical average, that's when we really start to feel that discomfort. When we start to get to that 7+ degree range, it's not feeling as nice. Wednesday, we know that the heat doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately. When can we break this down? We don't really. We're going to shift it back west with time, but until then, there's still more chances to break records, which includes on Wednesday, College Station 105. That should tie our record. Is that view courtesy of EarthCam. 72 in Albany, 70 in Buffalo, 70 in Burlington. This is the comfortable summer weather, if you will. We still have a little bit of that steamy air mass going on to the south. Washington, D.C. still holding on into the 80s, but even that is trying to lessen a little bit for us. Look at the dew point numbers. This measures how much water's in the air, so it measures that humidity level. It gives you that sense of the humidity level. And when these numbers are in the 70s or pushing 80s, that's when it feels really sticky, really uncomfortable, as summer does. We're at 49 in Philadelphia, 51 in Williamsport, 47 in New York City. So that's that dry comfort working its way back in. Notice your Monday comes with a few showers and thunderstorms possible, mostly just some showery weather for the northern tier of the nation, and it's not going to be widespread, but you can see that in Buffalo, a sprinkle or two. We'll find that through north central Pennsylvania and getting into much of upstate New York. So just be wary, there is going to be that chance for a little bit of rain, but overall for many, it's more pleasant summer weather as we close out the month of July. We're not talking about that heat. And as we go into early August, most of this pattern sticks with us. Tuesday, though, we will be watching some showery activity remain into New England. So for the forecast for your Monday, again, not a whole lot of action here, but there's a weak boundary pushing through, allows for some of the showery weather that's in place. Doesn't really stir up too many problems. The question is, can it reinstigate again on Tuesday? Some models trying to instigate that then as we go into central Pennsylvania, but for the most part, we're watching just a little bit more moisture holding on into New England, and that would be the end of the story with that. So for Tuesday, Albany, straight shower for you. New York City, possibly a sprinkle. The haze, though, does come back in behind that front. It's going to be the wildfire smoke, mostly high in the sky. Shouldn't have a lot of impacts on air quality, so that's good news, but you will notice that working its way back in. Let's take you a little farther south. The Northeast, we've got a lot quieter weather that's worked its way back in. So things are cooler, they're less humid in most locations. Even the nation's capital is starting to get a flavor of that. But not everyone's going to be getting in on that action. The Southeast, for example, getting some of that relief in. Well, we've certainly found that just from Mother Nature across places like Philadelphia. As you look in the Northeast, there's still a heat suppressed to the southern parts of Virginia, but as you look north, we've got another cold front. This is another boundary coming through, trying to bring some more refreshing air into parts of northern New England. We'll kick off some thunderstorms towards Portland. Not a whole lot of wet weather, but hit or miss showers are certainly possible. Basically just sprinkles out there as we head through your Monday. Then Pittsburgh, 79 for that high. We're still comfortable in Philadelphia at 84. So this is going to be a quieter summer day for us, which continues largely into Tuesday as we keep some lingering showers through parts of New England, but overall high pressure is in control, dragging in that nice air. The only problem with that nicer air, there's going to be the wildfire smoke, some of the haze, and that'll create some different visibilities, especially high up in the sky. Air quality, very briefly limited in a few locations, but it's not going to be widespread. That's the good news across at least the Northeast and most of the lower Great Lakes. Notice Albany, still some showers for you as we head through your Tuesday, but otherwise, again, many locations quiet and fairly comfortable. Get a chance for some of that monsoonal moisture. It's all part of a subtle change in the pattern. We still have a heat dome. That's just shifted a little bit farther to the east. So now when we look at the upper level flow around that heat dome, what we'll find is it's continuing to push its way like that around Oklahoma. And because of that, you get that southerly flow kicking in. Collisions of Pacific and Atlantic moisture over Mexico allows for more moisture over the American Southwest too. So that's some of the changes that we do have coming through. And you can see, while we do deal with the thunderstorms in some locations, the heat is still out there in many others. And it means you need to stay hydrated and be prepared. Now scientists have a new way to study the body in heat. weather across the southeast, but that's not really changing much of those water temps. So as we go through time, just keep in mind it is still tropical season. You want to stay prepared for hurricanes, but right now the threat is just thunderstorms. We've found that through the Florida Panhandle into lower Alabama at this point. Also very strong thunderstorms cutting through western Tennessee and now northern Mississippi, parts of northwestern Alabama. These thunderstorms damaging wind of the biggest concern. As you go farther south, we've had some wind threat, but these are actually some slow movers too, and that's dumped a lot of rainfall very quickly on a few locations, so flash flooding is another thing we're watching. Sunday's storm threat shows you that risk highlighted, and it's pretty widespread. Now, if you aren't getting the rainfall, you're probably getting the heat. New Orleans, the rainfall that will accompany some areas. AccuWeather real feel values for Sunday afternoon in the 110 to 115 range across the entire state of Louisiana and a good chunk of Mississippi and southern Alabama. Future radar, though, shows it's going to be rounds of thunderstorms. They're going to be coming through at different times, different ways, so stay weather wearing. Oh, a lot going on there. As you work your way a little farther to the west, we're waiting the chance for more rainfall. Not great news for some of these same areas, Missouri into western Tennessee, that were hit so hard over the past week with heavy rain. We're going to get back into that pattern. So what's unfolding? More energy spurring out of the northern Rockies, and this is going to drive a little farther south as we go through time because that heat dome is getting cut into off towards the south. So you can see these thunderstorms firing up already. Of course, meteorologist Tony Lawback out chasing through western Nebraska at this point in time and following some of these storms as they work their way east. With them, damaging winds and large hail. Those are the greatest threats. Can't rule out isolated tornadoes. Damaging winds, large hail, maybe a few tornadoes. We get into tomorrow. There's thunderstorms that are working their way on east, so Omaha, be set, wet weather day for you. We could actually see 2 rounds, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, evening hours. And you can see the afternoon, evening, this risk for severe weather extends from southern Nebraska into northern Kansas, including the I-80, I-70 corridor. That is our focus as we head through tomorrow. There'll be another risk farther east on Wednesday. Well, we had the northeast storm.
With us, I'm Jeff Cornish.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer. Still a lot to cover as we talk about a high risk for severe weather. So here at AccuWeather, we categorize severe weather in 4 risks. Low or some, then we have the moderate, the medium level at the orange, high, and then extreme would be the pink. So we are looking at a pretty substantial threshold for severe weather tonight.
Yeah, 3 out of 4, and we try to use our words very carefully and kind of reserve these higher, and then the worse than this would be the extreme risks to pretty rare cases. So this is the most widespread risk for severe weather across the east so far this summer. We hope not to match this again as we close out the summer over the next month. But right now, tornado threats in Cortland, New York, and also into the north side of Charlotte, North Carolina. But in between, some destructive winds moving into D.C.
And that could be anywhere from New York State and the Canadian border right on south into northern Alabama and Georgia. But as Jeff mentioned, we're focusing on a few areas. All great tips. Again, trying to stay cool any way you can in this heat. The view, courtesy of EarthCam, showing you Houston, Texas. Plenty of sunny skies out there and dry conditions. What you can't tell, though, is the humidity, which puts those AccuWeather real feel values in the 110 plus range right now. That's why it's so uncomfortable for the drive home. Look at Dallas, 102, 106 in El Paso. But the difference you'll find, at least in some locations of the country, is into Kansas and Oklahoma. We're in the 80s. Wichita, Oklahoma City. Compare this to last week when we were in the triple digits. Oh, what a relief it is. So, that stern shores there of Missouri as you work your way on the Mississippi River. Notice the middle of the week, more thunderstorms working through. The other big change, the heat in Texas carved to Texas. Not as much in Oklahoma and Kansas. This means that thunderstorm threat is a little bit more expansive across the high plains and into the central plains. Here we are looking at those thunderstorms already ongoing. The focus has been southeastern Wyoming, northeastern Colorado, and southwestern Nebraska at this point. A little bit of northern Kansas there as these thunderstorms fire up. Meteorologist Tony Lawback chasing those through Nebraska. And at this point, too, we're looking at damaging wind and large hail. Can't rule out isolated tornadoes. That is a possibility, but it's not the overwhelming risk out there. Upcoming hours, some of these thunderstorms become a complex that keeps charging east. Omaha, we could have thunderstorms in the morning to start off your day, then another round through the afternoon and evening hours. It is the afternoon and evening that will create the risk for severe weather. Focus between Interstate 80 and Interstate 70, so stay weather aware as we head through tomorrow. Produce quite a bit of hail. In fact, we found some 4-inch hailstones come down in Beardsley, Kansas. So that has been one of the challenging things with these thunderstorms. They also can produce damaging winds. And you saw some of those in eastern Colorado. There could be more into Texas as we move through the evening. With it, they charge their way on east, and thunderstorms, you could wake up to that in Omaha, Nebraska as we start off the day. Meanwhile, Cheyenne, looking at some of that wet weather too for our showers, thunderstorms still likely. It can create sites like that. Well, as we head through the rest of your Sunday, we do still have some stormy weather to follow, but we'll be talking about more thunderstorms working east heading into Monday. So the plains, you'll catch a break in due time, but it's been an active setup for the past couple of days, and meteorologist Tony Lawback has been chasing it all for us across the plains, and he tells us about his weekend. Monday too. So we still have some thunderstorms out there this evening, but that low, one of those lows, really starts to get organized and provide some of this wet weather here across the northeast. Unfortunately, it's going to come with the risk for strong, severe thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon hours, especially near the Appalachians and west. Philadelphia, thunderstorms possible for you, temperatures in the 80s. So it is going to feel warm and sticky. A lot of us feeling the warmth and humidity even if you don't get the thunderstorms, but those that do, especially with any sunshine, do have the threat for damaging winds. That's one of the big focuses for the high risk of severe weather we have on the 81 corridor. We know there's always more in the future, and if you're trying to look up at the stars, there are some spots that have clear skies, including around Cape Canaveral, where we often are launching those rockets that go into space. But of course, we have thunderstorms across the southeast. Some of these have been strong to severe. You can see some of the severe ones moving through parts of central and southern Georgia as well as parts of Alabama. Most of the ones in the Carolinas have died down a bit. I just want to highlight some of these storms we've had and the damage that's become over the past few hours. We've had widespread damaging wind from some of these thunderstorms across Alabama, Georgia, and even into this for Monday too. So we still have some thunderstorms out there this evening, but that low, one of those lows, really starts to get organized and provide some of this wet weather here across the northeast. Unfortunately, it's going to come with the risk for strong, severe thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon hours, especially near the Appalachians and west. Philadelphia, thunderstorms possible for you, temperatures in the 80s. So it is going to feel warm and sticky. A lot of us feeling the warmth and humidity even if you don't get the thunderstorms, but those that do, especially with any sunshine, do have the threat for damaging winds. That's one of the big focuses for the high risk of severe weather we have on the 81 corridor.
Joining us here on this Saturday evening on the AccuWeather Network, I'm Jeff Cornish.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer. A lot to cover as we go through the 6:15 moment, because there are certainly some severe thunderstorm warnings and even some tornadic risk across the northeast.
Yeah, we are tracking a tornado warning into part of upstate New York right now. And this footage from Newcastle, Pennsylvania shows some low clouds and some big thunderstorm activity here, with just a tremendous amount of rain falling out of the base of these clouds in the distance.
Yeah, that's just one of the many threats, the rainfall, the risk for flooding, especially when we talk about some of these thunderstorms trying to work their way into upstate New York, where they've already had some wet times already this summer. The storms now get a break for Sunday, and we're back in it, which means you want to pay attention to the weather right through the day on Sunday. Here is that storm system on Monday, and it's going to bring that rain right into places like Buffalo. But before it even gets there, we find it currently into the high plains, and just moving into the high plains. You can actually see the center of the storm system still off towards the north in Canada, producing, though, some of these thunderstorms to pop up over the Black Hills there in South Dakota, which do have some severe weather risk. Tomorrow, this whole line of energy moves east. The low will be centered in North Dakota. South of that, though, we'll have enough energy to create some problems. So if you look, Omaha, Kansas City, St. Louis, even Hays, Kansas, getting in on some of the thunderstorm threat. We keep things wet, a little cooler in the upper Midwest, places like Minnesota getting some relief and needed rainfall there. Now, the problem, though, is farther south. That's going to be where that severe weather threat is. Eastern Kansas stretching into southern Illinois. We'll watch those thunderstorms become strong to severe. Believe it or not, there will be a round of wet weather to start off your Sunday across Missouri. When we don't have the rainfall, it's still warm, it's still humid, and we are talking more heat in the south. You saw some of the wet weather that came in from that Atlantic camera. We'll take you into some of those showers and thunderstorms here, still streaming their way through parts of western North Carolina, the highlands of South Carolina, stretching their way through central Georgia and back into the Florida Panhandle at this point in time. Most of those thunderstorms not quite making it to those famous Florida beaches, but they are still there trying to charge south. With them, some risk of damaging winds. Notice less and less severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Some good news for those that might be out and about as we head through your Saturday evening. Other story has been the heat. Check out all the heat advisories. That's all the pink you see. These are actually excessive heat warnings in place. The orange are the heat advisories. So we know that there's quite a bit of heat. It's still holding on for many. Mobile, Alabama now down to 95 as more clouds and a little bit of outflow comes in, but we're at 102 in Jackson, and Montgomery still holding on to the mid-90s at this point. Tomorrow, there will be a few lucky folks that get those showers and thunderstorms. Keep in mind, some of those thunderstorms have gusty winds, and we always have lightning risk with any thunderstorm, so that'll keep you inside. If you don't get that, you're probably getting the heat. 102 in Jackson, Houston coming in at 102, New Orleans even the upper 90s. We do it again even with that chance for a little bit of rain. AccuWeather real feel values just inland from the I-10 corridor. That's where we'll find 110 to 120, 115 to 120. So it's still hot. It's still uncomfortable, and more records could be challenged stepping into Monday. So we're starting off the work week on another hot note. Vicksburg, Mississippi, this time as you work your way up. The first one firing up now, as Jeff was talking about. The second one, that will take place Monday into Tuesday across the east. So it's just getting started, but with it, the threat for severe weather. Where is it just getting started? You'll find it in the high plains and into the Black Hills of South Dakota. This is where some of the energy is. The core of the storm system up in Canada, but you can find some of those thunderstorms and a little bit of energy out ahead of it, and that's where we're talking about the severe weather threat tonight. As we move through time, though, we find this pushing east. And look at your Sunday, wet across Minnesota. Cool, too, only in the lower 70s. Farther south, we're at 91 in Kansas City. There's that thought, though, of the potential for severe weather. What's interesting about the severe weather threat is it will come pretty late, and it all depends on when this first line of energy moves out. So we do have that threat across the I-70 corridor, eastern Kansas to western Illinois. With it, isolated tornadoes are a possibility. Notice, though, we're waking up early to some rainfall. That's going to moisten the stage, and provided those thunderstorms get out there for the afternoon hours, we're going to watch more thunderstorms as that low dips into the Dakotas to fire up here along that belt. That's our risk for severe weather as we head into your Sunday evening. So beware, there is that threat for tornadoes. All of this creates a pretty wet line then from Missouri right into the Ohio River Valley. Heavy rainfall can be expected heading into Monday with this storm complex. The center of it moving into northern Wisconsin. Well, it's worked its way out of North Dakota. And then you can find the risk for severe weather. That's still out and ahead of it. The Ohio River Valley tornadoes. You can see some of the icons coming throughout Saturday, and they stretch from Ohio, where we've had tornado reports early in the day throughout lunchtime hour, then pushing into southwestern Pennsylvania later in the day too. You can also see some reports in southeastern Ohio. Plenty of wind reports stretching towards New York City. So there were a lot of reports of damage due to some trees down in several locations. That storm system is now starting to depart. It's leaving New England, which means your Sunday will get a little bit quieter, especially towards the Ohio River Valley and the Great Lakes. We get a break, but it's not going to last all that long. The reason for that, there's another storm system in town. This one is the second one, and it's working its way through the Central Plains. Believe it or not, the core of the storm system actually in North Dakota, but there's going to be another piece of energy working with that storm system, and that's what's going to bring the severe weather threat for us. Your Sunday, you can find the chilly wet weather to the north. Duluth just 67 degrees with showers likely. Minneapolis coming in the lower 70s. But once you get south, Kansas City, lower 90s for you with showers and thunderstorms for your Sunday, of which some will be severe or at least have that potential. What I will say is we're going to potentially have a few rounds of thunderstorms into the Show Me State, which is the state of Missouri. In the afternoon and evening hours, we're looking at that threat from eastern Kansas to southwestern Illinois along I-70 to be the greatest threat for severe weather. With it, damaging winds, large hail, and isolated tornadoes. So these are some of the threats that are going on, again, late in the day. We start off, though, with thunderstorms in the morning. This is early on. We've got the wet weather through Kansas City, some of that streaming through Iowa as well. Then we get into the afternoon, and if sunlight comes out, that might not necessarily be the best thing because it's going to recharge the atmosphere. So we watch that low move into North Dakota, and as that kicks through, it starts to stir up some trouble ahead of it. And that's where that energy is moving through Kansas and Missouri, and that's where we'll have our risk for severe weather. Those thunderstorms stay quite active with the risk for heavy rainfall as this whole storm complex pushes farther east. So yes, the storm moves from North Dakota into northern Wisconsin, but ahead of it is really where that active weather is with some of those strong severe thunderstorms and heavy rainfall potential. So localized flooding a concern through some of the Ohio River Valley. On top of it, we will have the risk for severe weather. And this focuses in on isolated tornadoes from southwestern Pennsylvania, places like Pittsburgh, yet again, into eastern and central Kentucky. Notice, though, there are other places involved in the severe weather threat, so it's not the only location. And we do have other threats on the board, damaging winds and heavy rainfall that could lead to some localized flooding. So lots of threats here to behold as we head into the start of your work week. But again, have to keep in mind that tornadoes are among some of those threats. Here's what's going on. You start off your Monday catching in still a little bit more of a break. Could be some extra clouds out there, but that energy is still kicking in from the Midwest and working its way through places like Chicago and Detroit. As we get into Monday afternoon, some of these thunderstorms here are just starting to get going into Ohio and parts of West Virginia, and that's really what's going to try to take off as they slide east. Question is, how far east do they get as we head into Monday evening? It does look like they're going to try to push towards places like Philadelphia and Baltimore, but that's not the end of the story. AccuWeather Network, obviously some very tough times there for Hawaii, and if you want to help, you can visit redcross.org/AccuWeather, and there are lots of ways that you can contribute to some of those wildfire victims, as they certainly need quite a few different things. They've lost everything they own in some locations, and it's certainly a big problem there for the state of Hawaii to try to manage and task and trying to bring more resources in. So that's southeast as we've gone through the past couple of days. And of course, we're still talking about thunderstorms in some locations. So it's still stormy in a few spots, and we're still dealing with some other factors there. You can see some of the showers and thunderstorms that are still in place here across the southeast. Some of these have been strong to severe with the risk for damaging winds. So you want to stay weather aware as they continue to dive their way through middle Tennessee and push into eastern Tennessee, also parts of Alabama and Mississippi. And it's not just that. We also have some other factors. Yes, we're talking heat. It's still a factor across so much of the South and in through Florida, where they are prepared with their power grid, according to Florida Power and Light. U.S. history. If you want to help out, you can head to AccuWeather.com, you can head to redcross.org/AccuWeather, And of course, we'll keep you up to date on AccuWeather.com and here on the AccuWeather Network as we learn more about those fires. Still to come, though, we are still talking about that risk for severe weather, and we are tracking, I should say, another threat as we go through the plains and into the Midwest heading through tonight. And among those risks, tornadoes plus flooding. Meteorologist Tony Laubach is on the ground in Kansas tracking it all. System centered over southern Wisconsin. As that slides its way east, there's plenty of energy out ahead of it, and this is where those thunderstorms charge right to the coast. So from the Ohio River Valley to the Atlantic, that's where we'll be talking about that threat for severe weather. Plus, like I said, the threat for heavy rainfall and flooding. Localized flooding possible all along the Ohio River Valley. So you want to stay up to date on where some of that heaviest rain is. If you find some of that rain falling too quickly, there will be problems with flooding there. Severe weather threat, that's going to take place through a good chunk of Kansas, including Hyden there, and then into southern Pennsylvania. We still have a severe weather threat to the east. So Washington, D.C., Baltimore, you're not out of that severe weather threat. It just might be a little more pronounced farther to the west. Here's that complex of storms moving throughout the day into the evening hours. The drive home will be problematic as you look towards some of those big East Coast cities like Washington, D.C., and then that rain does start to slide its way. Your Monday in places like Pittsburgh, much of Kentucky, as we talk about the risk for severe weather. So what's going on? We've got this low pressure system that is sliding its way into the southern Great Lakes. And as it does that, that's the main ringleader, if you will, of some of this wet weather that we're talking about. But around it, bits of energy streaming in through the jet stream, and that is where we're finding our risk for severe weather on top of things. So a couple different factors going on. We know there's going to be rain out there and the risk for flooding. Those thunderstorms already lining up from Missouri on east, and for the Ohio River Valley, it means some heavy rainfall. Now the Ohio River, that's been pretty low as of recently, so we can allow it to add in some more water to the Ohio River itself. But some of those tributaries can't always handle the rain as quickly, so some of the little creeks and streams, and that's what we're mostly concerned about when we talk about the risk for flash flooding as we head into your Monday. So be mindful of that, anywhere from Missouri right through southwestern Pennsylvania, parts of West Virginia too. We have some of that heavy rainfall potential. On top of it, there is a severe weather risk, and this is going to get going throughout the day, throughout the course of the day. With it, damaging winds and isolated tornadoes are possible. Greatest risk will be in this orange area, which we have our moderate risk. That's a 2 out of 4 on the scale, and it does focus in on central and eastern Kentucky right into southwestern Pennsylvania. But you'll note that New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., all in on the threat of at least some severe weather as we head through your Monday into Monday evening. So there are going to be thunderstorms. They are going to be active. We're going to move through time. We start you off early Monday morning. All this stormy weather still kind of breaking out here across the Ohio River Valley, but here it comes slowly but surely. By midday Monday, you can see that active thunderstorm threat ongoing in places like Ohio, eastern Kentucky, and that's going to keep sweeping its way on east. Quite the band of thunderstorms, by the way, into the 5 p.m. hour. Still some thunderstorms trying to develop behind it. And what you'll find are some of these thunderstorms have the risk for damaging winds, potentially a few isolated tornadoes, but as they work their way in places like Washington, D.C. for the evening commute, it's going to mean a lot of rainfall. So expect slower travels on the road, the potential for tree limbs to come down in some spots as these thunderstorms work their way east. They do start to slide offshore and fall apart into Monday evening, but notice Monday night, we're watching that low pressure system. It's still centered over lower Michigan. And that's going to produce another risk for active weather. So we're not finished with the rain just because we get rid of one round. I know it's been an every other day event where we've had thunderstorms for one day, take a break, get some sunny skies in, and then see another round. Well, this is actually going to be a little bit more active as we go through the next 36 to 48 hours for parts of the Northeast. Where does it become more active for Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday evening? Philadelphia on south to the coastal Georgia back to New Orleans, we'll be looking at severe thunderstorms, the worst of which likely to be in southeastern Virginia through the Carolinas. That's where we'll have the greatest threat with Isolated tornadoes possible and damaging winds. For West Virginia, Charleston, the action is Monday. Then cooler, dry air puts us below historical average into Tuesday and Wednesday. More potential of that in the hours to come. So just be weather aware. It's all part of a boundary that's pushing its way towards the coast, and it is going to try to bring a little bit more moisture. One thing that it will do with time is bring us relief from the heat. So if you look at the middle of the week, you can see where that cold front is pushing towards the coast, and then beyond it, cooler, humid, less humid air trying to work its way on in. Now, as we work our way into the south, you can tell we want that cooler air. The heat has been on. Heat advisories in the orange, the pink showing you excessive heat warnings. So we know that it's been hot. Unfortunately, not everyone will get that relief, but we do have some showers and thunderstorms out there right now. How about this? Spotty in nature, a few places getting them. Southeastern side of the suburbs of Atlanta as you work your way down 75, that's where you're finding some of that wet weather. Meanwhile, northern Florida really getting some heavy rainfall there. These are the slow-moving thunderstorms that can dump a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Not a ton of warnings on the board. Some good news, but damaging winds, those will be some of the threats that we have moving forward. You can see that severe weather threat tomorrow highlighted from southern New Jersey right into northern North Carolina. Damaging winds, possibly some isolated tornadoes. It's all part from there. You saw those sites coming in, by the way. Severe thunderstorms there, working their way around D.C., where AccuWeather's Bill Waddell is.
Yeah, and he's tracking them as they continue to move into the Baltimore area right now. So it's been a tough couple of hours in D.C., but so far, some reports of trees down, power outages, and a few water rescues because of high water.
We'll get more on that in a moment, but the devastating wildfires ravaging Hawaii have now claimed more than 90 lives.
And AccuWeather's partner, CNN news source,
spouts with some of the weather that's around across the southeast. The water temps quite warm. And that also means that you might be thinking tropical activity. This is, after all, the time that we start getting into the peak of hurricane season, right through August into early September. September 10th being the peak of hurricane season. Thankfully, nothing in the Atlantic right now, but we are still tracking an average forecast here on the AccuWeather Network. Somebody please, it's a boat owner. I clearly am not, but I wish I was. Now, you did notice, though, those skies, they were a little bit gray, a little bit hazy around some of the Midwest. And part of that has really been coming to play with the wildfire smoke that's been cranking its way on in. You can actually see that we do have air quality alerts due to not only the impact of the gray haze and reduced visibilities, but what you're breathing into your lungs, which is obviously some of that burnt debris coming in from northwestern Canada. And you can actually follow it too across northern Michigan or northern Minnesota through Wisconsin and just kind of straying out over northern Illinois into Michigan. That's that cloudy view that we can actually see on the visible satellite from space. So we know the impacts are there, and it's also mixing down towards the ground to the air that we actually breathe. So that's just one of the sites coming in. I want to show you some of the other sites that we have because there's more to the story. And in Cincinnati, you know what I'm talking about. Showers, thunderstorms here. These have had some gusty winds. There was a severe thunderstorm-warned storm just rolling its way on by. You can see the rain shaft on the edge of your screen here. So we do know that there's still some pretty strong storms, and that's why we have the severe thunderstorm watch box in place around Cincinnati. We also have that back towards Indianapolis. Louisville, you're in the threat, plus Columbus. Notice this is going to last for a few more hours, and it's not an organized line like you might think. So it's not a one and done kind of thing, especially for a place like Cincinnati. We actually have several thunderstorms out there, so there's going to be more opportunities to deal with some of these threats for damaging winds predominantly and heavy rain that could lead to flooding. Other spot we're watching doesn't look too bad there for the day, but we do have some of those grayish skies still in place, and that's all coming from that wildfire smoke that, as you can tell, streams from British Columbia, Canada. You'll find it. By the way, here's the Great Lakes, Wisconsin, northern Illinois, places like Chicago and Winthrop Harbor. That's where we have a lot of that reduced air quality, and especially then into Michigan too. So unfortunately for many here, we are still struggling with the air quality conditions, air quality alerts. Likely we have these impacts through Tuesday and into Wednesday. Then we hope to ease things as we kind of shift the flow a little bit and break things up. Meanwhile, there are thunderstorm threats out there, including Indianapolis, Columbus, Louisville. And Cincinnati, it's just been constantly storming, unfortunately. We'll check in on the view here, courtesy of EarthCam, showing you the gray skies out there. We've had 2 different rounds of thunderstorms already, and we could actually get a 3rd round still. So that view from EarthCam actually may change in the upcoming hours as we talk about still some of that wet weather in place. We go into the radar, and there's those thunderstorms streaming their way on east. Still more activity off towards the west behind it, and that's why we could see another round. Meanwhile, you get through parts of Kentucky and into Middle Tennessee, those thunderstorms in one defined line. So Nashville, you'll get a quick round and then things will move out. Meanwhile, you head to northern Wisconsin and Minnesota. Got some thunderstorms here streaming their way on through. So a couple spots in the Northwoods here.
Cavalier in the northeast corner of the state. I love showing that one in the winter time because they've got their holiday lights. And there's always snow, so it's fun for me.
Snow. There's also always like people downtown. I feel like no matter what time of day or night, there's always someone out and about.
Cavalier, North Dakota's hopping, but you know one thing about North Dakota,
It's northern Minnesota, stretching through much of the Badger State, which is the state of Wisconsin. Chicago, you've seen the gray skies, and get into Michigan, we've dealt with our share of it too. And because of all the smoke, it's not a surprise. Air quality alerts, they are raised from northern Minnesota through much of Wisconsin and all of the state of Michigan under that air quality alert. Unfortunately, we're not finished with this. Tomorrow, even into Wednesday, we'll be dealing with some poor air quality here through the Great Lakes and upper Midwest as this belt of smoky skies persists. It's even going to try to push its way a little bit into the northeast. So some places in the eastern Great Lakes will be dealing with that too. Unfortunately, again, it sticks with us. The good news is we should start to get some easement into the later part of the week. Why would that be? Well, a couple things southwest that we've been talking about. There's energy coming around it right now over Nevada, and we also have that energy into Washington State producing rain right now. As that swings its way around the ridge, it actually flattens it out a little bit. Look how the flow becomes a little bit more level, not quite as impressive of a bubble in the west. And because of that, that'll also knock some of that smoke out of the air too, but it brings with it the risk for severe storms, which we have right now. Across Cincinnati, Columbus, Indianapolis, Louisville. Cincinnati, you've had the worst of it, unfortunately. We've had at least 3 rounds of thunderstorms cut through the city, and now we're seeing that main line still push through Kentucky, but there's still spotty storms off towards the northwest through central Indiana, so we might still get a chance of a sprinkle in places like Cincinnati. Columbus, you've also had your share of thunderstorms, so some of these producing damaging winds with them. You'll want to stay weather aware as they're rumbling through, and you can use the AccuWeather. Like I said, the storms, they're working around the fringes. That's where we have that risk of severe weather along the Red River Valley of the North and through a lot of the Dakotas. It does include hail and isolated tornadoes. Well, speaking of joining us, I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Mark Biancuso. And boy, take a look at this graphic behind us. We have a high risk of severe storms in eastern Kansas, and we've had winds to hurricane force this afternoon.
We were just speaking to Tom Bedard, who's out of the Wichita office. They said they were a lot of meteorologists kind of getting ready to prepare for the incoming storms. They could see them out the wind damaging winds. This front then continues to push east as we head through the night. It does bring the chance for rain into New England. Some areas that are already hard hit with that risk for flooding. Tomorrow, as these storms try to move offshore, we're still going to keep things unsettled with a chance for thunderstorms. The bigger day, though, comes Sunday. This is when we could pick up another inch or so of rain in many locations, possibly even a little bit more where some of the heaviest bands set up. We're watching western Connecticut, western Massachusetts in particular. Let's take you over to rainfall in the Northeast because we are seeing it unfold right now in a couple of areas. There are some cities really getting in on the soaking times. Let's take you into the view of the nation's capital. This is Washington, D.C., the tidal basin in front of us, and that, I believe, is the Jefferson Memorial, if I'm not mistaken. Temperatures right now in the mid-80s, but the rain coming down is going to change things drastically. This view courtesy of EarthCam showing you how stormy it is in a few locations. So these thunderstorms, they are producing some heavy rain, but they're very hit or miss as to where we're getting in on the action. You can see, at least in some of those areas that we had earlier, some rainfall. We're getting a little bit of a break as far as widespread heavy rainfall, but thunderstorms still spotty in Vermont. We're also picking up some through upstate New York. Southeastern New York, a break, but we had our share of heavy rain earlier in the day where we picked up more than 2 inches in a couple spots. And then look at those thunderstorms off to the south. We did get some rain this morning in some spots. I want to highlight the past 24 hours. we picked up 2.5+ inches of rain through some areas in southeastern New York. Not great news because we really needed to dry out, and this is kind of going to be a predecessor for not just tonight, but into Sunday when we're going to be talking about much more in the way of rainfall. You also have to remember a lot of the river levels, they are running higher. You can follow a swath of yellow into orange. That is the Connecticut River. We're still concerned about flooding in the minor flood stage. We get more rain on Sunday. This is not going to spell out good news, unfortunately, for some folks. So we'll go in on that forecast through the rest of the night. It's the cold front coming in. Thunderstorms still kind of hit or miss. Not everyone gets in on the action, but we do get the rainfall. Saturday. These thunderstorms, very hit or miss. The action is still to the west. That's the rain coming into western Ohio and central Ohio. That will spread east for Sunday, and this is the day that we're most concerned about flooding across southeastern New York and into the rest of New England. And that does include Massachusetts, Connecticut, some of those spots that maybe didn't get it as bad last time. Through the night, those hit or miss thunderstorms move offshore. Tomorrow, very sparse in nature through the afternoon, but there's that slug of moisture to the west. That's what comes in, and that's what produces the rain. It starts maybe Sunday morning, mid to late time frame. Through the midday, I think, is really where we get the heavy rainfall and that risk for flooding ramping up. And Sunday evening, we're starting to find it moving east out of New England, but it's going to take some time, and that's where West Florida, they are dealing with kind of the peak of that heat. Don't have a sensor right there, but they have been, again, in the 90s with some of those water temperatures. You can see that in the deeper reds, too, around some of the Bahamas. So we've been dealing with these warm water temperatures that certainly have had impacts. I know my parents were doing a little bit of fishing in southwestern Florida the past few days, and it does change the game a little bit, so to speak. Meanwhile, though, the reason why we're not going to see tropical activity in the immediate future is some of the dry air. We still have some of that scattered about through the Caribbean and into the Bahamas, but the next wave, that's fairly significant, and that's going to move its way on east as we head through the week. Plus, that persistent wind shear through the Caribbean has also helped to limit any potential of tropical activity. It won't last forever, but at least it keeps us kind of quiet into next week. Only area of activity in the tropical Atlantic is subtropical storm Don, which, by the way, under the banner up there is Maine. So we're pretty far out in the middle of the Atlantic, and we're only going to be moving further away from most land as we head through time. So this is really not going to be impacting too many people for any negative reasons, as it does stay in the middle of the Atlantic. The Pacific, different story. We've got Calvin, Hurricane Category 3 storm, still moving, some heavy rainfall, plus potential flooding, and we're talking about some rough surf. So we can see that rain forecast. The Big Island with some of the terrain will squeeze out the most rainfall as we watch the storm track. Up to 4 to 8 inches of rain as we head through Tuesday and Thursday then, because these were initially just captured towards some of the mountainous areas east of San Diego and Los Angeles, but now we've seen more of that extend through downtown Los Angeles, parts of Ventura, and capturing a little farther north. So we do know that that rainfall and the risk totals 6+ inches of rain in a few locations. Just San Diego County alone, Mount Laguna coming in at 6+ inches of rain. By the way, that rainfall, we don't see it in August. San Diego itself usually gets about 1/100 of an inch of rain for August, and Los Angeles doesn't get anything. So we're talking quite a bit of rainfall coming down, particularly for August, and in some locations for an entire course of a year. If you look at this map of where we're 1/2 inches of rain is what we average in a year, just a little over that. So if you're talking about 4 inches of rain in a matter of days, that's what we're getting just in a matter of a few hours as far as a yearly rainfall impact. All right, I want to show you some Sunday afternoon in Southern California. You can see Los Angeles, and as you work your way towards Ojai, California, it was just little more than 4 miles southeast of Ojai, California, as we've gone throughout your Sunday. Let's talk about where the storm, though, is headed, because Monday it's getting out of California, at least Southern California. Still some heavy rain out there, though, for the morning commute. I'm sorry for that, but it will be breaking away, and with that, most of the moisture moving into Oregon, Washington, Idaho. Notice how some of these bands set up. That's going to be where some of those areas could feed into a few thunderstorms, some of which may be strong to severe. We get into Tuesday morning, there's still rainfall associated with this, but really starting to break apart. And that rain will be up the rainfall in some locations and will continue to do that throughout the course of Monday. Now, Hurricane Hilary made landfall in El Rosario, Mexico, as we went through Sunday. And with it, there was one fatality in northern Mexico associated with that. Since then, it has weakened. However, it's brought a lot of rain, beginning as a tropical storm in the state of California. Now, as far as classifications are concerned, with a tropical storm, we've only had 3 other have been classified as a tropical storm while they were over. The center of it was over and in California. All of them taking place, by the way, in September. Hilary, the only one in August. And there's been no hurricanes that have been overhead of California as we've gone through recorded history. So very interesting stuff that Hilary has been part of here as we talk about the rainfall continuing. I want to show you some more images coming in because California. So we've got a lot of different impacts depending on where you are. There still will be impacts for some of the coastline as far as when that flood water does come down and it knocks all sorts of new bacteria into the ocean. So that's something that we can find easily after these tropical systems. We'll start off with your power outages. More than 35,000 customers without power at this point in time. That's been fluctuating between 30 to 40,000 customers. And also we have a lot of travel implications out there, unfortunately, especially in Las Vegas and San Diego, where those cancellations are upwards of 200 flight cancellations per airport. So that continues to be still part of the problem. Phoenix, you're also involved on some of these cancellations just as a regional impact there for some of the hub locations. We've got a lot of rain on the board. The flood reports greatly coming in east of Los Angeles and San Diego, as we've been expecting them to be with the mountains there. As Bernie pointed out, this is wettest time for the summer, more rain than we'd see in the summer, and in some cases more rain than we see in a year. On top of everything that's going on in Southern California, we also have had a 5.1 magnitude earthquake that has been felt through Los Angeles and River. Moisture still around, and that's what's continuing to try to push through Canada. We also have some spotty storms through Idaho, getting a little bit of moisture over Northern California and parts of Oregon that do really want the rainfall, but too much too quickly can lead to some problems. And we've also found that moisture cutting through parts of northern Utah. What this storm has done, what Hilary has done, is left a little bit of moisture behind in its wake, plus it's actually tapped into that monsoon, pulled up tropical moisture, so allowing for the monsoon to reinstigate. So as you go into tomorrow morning, there's not a whole lot of action throughout the west, but that changes, especially as we head into the storm that was a tropical storm designated as such within the state confines of California. So the center of it was actually named as a tropical storm while it was in California. We have only had 4 since 1939, as you can see with this unnamed storm. And then also the last one most recently was Nora in 1997. So it's not necessarily the most common thing to have some of these tropical systems remain with the status of a tropical system as it works its way into California. But either way, we got the rain, and it was quite a bit considering that this is the month of August. Los Angeles coming in with almost 3.25 inches just about as far as Hilary's rainfall. We usually get less than 1/4 inch for the month of August. So that gives you an indication of how much rain it really was after the rainfall, and there's still going to be cleanup ongoing. But we also want to take you into the Atlantic tropics, and the focus, at least for those in the U.S., is the concern for Texas around the Corpus Christi area with a new storm system. We track our next storm system. This is a storm that's going to be working in as a tropical storm into the coast of Texas, southern coastline here, so not much impact to places like Houston and the rest of Texas that have been dealing with the heat, but it will at least bring rain and some wind. Notice the wind 40 to 60 miles per hour, working its way into Padre Island. On the north side, Corpus Christi, I do think we could have some of those gusts more than 40 miles per hour. So just know that these winds could create a few problems. Storm surge may be slightly more impactful, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Some of those low-lying roads around some of the area, especially as you get onto the barrier islands, could have a few challenges as far as some of that water coming ashore. But the big story will be the rainfall from this storm system as it continues to push its way farther and farther. More moisture there, but we will have some rough surf, and again, that heavy rainfall towards the coast can still create some problems. So that's what we're most concerned about through southern Texas. This is not the only player though in the Atlantic, and we honestly don't even know which name will take on the list as we go through time, and that's all because we are still watching storms again as they continue to cut across West Virginia, into the Delmarva. You can see some of that activity going on tonight. So that's what we're watching for severe weather. There's a lot of wet weather still trying to form off the coast of New England, and that's not going to be as likely to be severe, but it's going to lead to more instability for Saturday. So more rounds of rainfall, unfortunately, for some as we head through your Saturday. At least a few thunderstorms through parts of New England and extending into upstate New York. As you work farther south, we're kind of in that drier break. We'll have some extra clouds, maybe see a sprinkle somewhere, but the story is farther to the south. We're really starting to push offshore, so we're getting rid of most of the activity as that boundary stays farther to the south, and that will be the one that'll capture any sorts of storm systems in the future. So we can see Saturday a bit unsettled, especially across New England, parts of upstate New York, not quite as active through the middle tier of the Northeast and the southern tier of the Northeast. Then we quiet down into Sunday. Any action would be towards the East Coast. Appalachians on east is where we'll see some of those rounds of rain, and things will break down there. Cleveland, Ohio. It's getting better. We are still talking about the heat in the south. Even though we're squeezing it a little farther south and there are those getting relief, it's not going to come fast enough for a few locations. We do have some of those heat advisories, excessive heat warnings still in place across the Midwest and stretching into the central parts of the South. But if you look, we're not in the upper Midwest anymore, so there's not quite as much fear for this heat because we've had some of those cold fronts come through. Checking out the view in Dallas, Texas. It looks pretty good right now. Plenty of sunshine, but it's still hot. Another day where we are easily in the triple digits, 107 right now. That view courtesy of EarthCam. Steamy, to say the least. And you can see the numbers here. Oklahoma City, rather, coming in at 103. Kansas City coming in at 102. 102 in Jackson at this point in time. The heat continues for your Saturday. No real relief for Texas or much of Oklahoma, but you can see where that cold front is starting to make a difference. And that's going to be the beginning of changes. Little Rock, don't get too excited. While we do have the chance for rain, we're still going to be in the triple digits, but we start to see things curve down a little bit. Nashville into the mid-90s for you. We've had some triple digits there this week. Meanwhile, Dallas coming in at 107, still hot, and Jackson coming in at 105. As we go through Saturday afternoon, AccuWeather real feel values that are in the triple digits remain from about central and southern Missouri on south, whereas the day before, for today, we were talking about them in Iowa, and before that, yesterday, we were talking about them into Minnesota. So again, we are pushing that heat a little farther to the south, so there is some relief on tap for us. Your Sunday, the forecast showing you 100 for the high in Pensacola, Florida. Mobile coming in at 105. That could easily shatter the record of 97 set back in 2000. So we are looking at record challenging, if not record breaking heat for the central Gulf Coast and even parts of Florida too, where we're still dealing with some of that heat through some of the inland locations too. Getting in through your Sunday afternoon, AccuWeather real feel values, no surprise, highlighting that central Gulf Coast, especially just inland from some of those larger cities. As we go through the upcoming hours, not a lot of activity, not overly widespread, but at least a chance for some thunderstorms into the evening. Tomorrow, that secondary boundary comes in out of the Great Lakes, and that'll kick up some more rainfall for the Northeast. All right, let's take you a little bit farther too. This kind of few and far between. There's not going to be a widespread line of thunderstorms into the night, but a lot of this activity does start to die down in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic later on tonight. Could be another complex trying to develop here as you look towards the Ohio River Valley from some of the boundaries that are still in place. But our story for Saturday is the next front which is currently working its way through upper Michigan and the tip of the mitt. That one is going to try to bring in some more cool air here and also bring in some more shower and thunderstorm activity. So we are going to be seeing the numbers change in several locations. Detroit, 70 might be in the triple digits, but we do have that chance for thunderstorms, which could be strong to severe, and that'll all be with that boundary that's to the south, and it stays to the south on Sunday as the cooler air moves in. And even see for joining us on this Friday, I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod, and we've got some changes coming up this weekend, Melissa, and some of them are pleasant if you don't like the heat.
Yeah, a lot of people in the Great Lakes are really happy about this, especially the upper Midwest. Places like Chicago getting the relief. You push off towards the east, it'll be a little stormy, but other areas, no break, Michelle, from the heat.
Yeah.
Tips, and as we talked about, yes, you will want that relief from the heat, especially as some of this tries to push its way towards the East Coast. Sunday, we've got the heat through the north central tier of the nation and into Lake Michigan, where you might want to dive if you're in places like Chicago. 96 for that forecasted high as we head through your Sunday. Historical average is around 80 this time of year, so we're going to be talking about 15, in some cases even close to 20 degrees above average. Minneapolis, we're headed almost to 100 degrees, and this time of year we should be in the upper 70s. So there's going to be some big time heat and not much relief from it on Monday. You'll find that we're still dealing with a lot of that heat. In fact, it even starts to push its way through the eastern Great Lakes, so places like Detroit, you're getting in on more of the heat. The frozen tundra, 96 for their high on Monday. As you head off towards Scottsbluff, a few thunderstorms, but we are still talking the lower 90s, so a lot of heat out there. That does start to shift east as we get into the early week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the heat is on for some of the interior Northeast, right into the mid-Atlantic coastline. We'll have some of those numbers really headed up. If you look, Pittsburgh, we've been struggling to get into the 90s the past couple of months. And in fact, this summer, we've really only been able to do it twice, but 92 a forecasted high as we head through your Labor Day. We're looking at 93 in New York City and Washington, D.C. coming in close to 100 degrees. And if that's not enough, the heat still continues for Tuesday. There'll be more comfort into New England and towards the coast, as you'll find places like Boston in the mid-80s, but we're still close to 100 in Washington, D.C., 93 in Columbus, and close to 90 in Buffalo. The relief, the real relief, comes in Wednesday, Thursday across the Great Lakes, and that'll continue to try to push its way east, bringing us a more refreshing feel, especially for those into the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes. All right, we do want to check in, though, on what's been going on over the past couple of weeks. Of course, we've gone through several different storm names, so we do have more to talk about here, unfortunately. If you look on the satellite imagery, there's a couple different factors here of concern. First up, we have Gert. We also have Katya. These storms not really going to be an impact as they continue to kind of slowly fizzle out in the Atlantic. Meanwhile, we do have what's left of Idalia. That's really not a factor anymore as it is no longer a tropical system. We also have two tropical waves we're tracking. The further one out is the one of more concern, and that is the one most likely later on this upcoming week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, to find some development through the central Atlantic. And with that, then the concern will be it ventures closer to the Caribbean. And how does it track from there? There's a couple different scenarios. One takes it more through the Caribbean, which does lead to some possible U.S. impacts. The other would take it farther to the east, and that means that it could stay east of the United States. We could also be talking about a storm going into the Bahamas. So there will be a lot of concerns, but we're going to be looking at that as we get closer to next week. Again, still waiting for that storm to potentially form, which would be through that. Again, a lot of folks working hard to restore things. And when you are cleaning up after a storm, lots of different things to watch out for. We've, of course, heard about the power lines that can be down, but also there's proper ways to use generators and not use generators. So as some are still trying to get some power around just to do that cleanup process, many are using generators. Plus, there's the proper uses of chainsaws, and areas of flooding still remain of concern. The good news for your Sunday, some great tips as we finish out this holiday weekend, and I will say they're going to be very important for some. You can see the rip current risk that remains through Labor Day, anywhere from parts of New England through the mid-Atlantic especially. That's going to be of greatest concern. Part of that comes from the activity in the tropics. We've been watching what's left of Idalia. That is no longer a storm system, but still some clouds stirring up things. And we also have Gert out in the Atlantic. So that's another area that we've been keeping an eye on. Now, Gert is not really much of a factor, nor is Katia. Those storms really dissolving really quickly for us. So we're not too worried about that. But there's a tropical wave coming off the coast of Africa. And this is likely to become a storm in the upcoming days as it pushes its way towards the Caribbean. So this is a storm that we need to watch in the U.S. for concerns of tropical activity. It's no surprise that when we talk about things like storm recovery, even seemingly a little bit of damage, like the destruction here on this Dollar Tree store, it can create some big time impacts as far as how much it costs to repair. You get water in there during the storm, the rain, that ruins some of the products inside, so you can't resell them. Just so many different things that can be what seemingly not that big of a deal quickly adds up. And we do want to take some time to look back on Idalia, as it was an impactful storm that led to not only some loss of life, but a lot of recovery. As we look through your Monday across the southeast, you'll find that there are some spots like the Florida coastline that will be still hot and humid, unfortunately. We can't really escape that. So for those cleaning up from Idalia, we are still talking about temperatures in the 90s, the humidity still there. We avoid most of the so be ready. The heat is trying to build, and it's going to be a bit uncomfortable for some for Labor Day. I want to thank you for joining us here on the AccuWeather Network. We talked about the stormy weather through the west. That's going to continue to pull northward into Labor Day itself. But there are some areas across Idaho, Wyoming, even into the Dakotas that'll still be dealing with those stormy times. Meanwhile, the heat is going to the bigger story elsewhere, where we will have some thunderstorm activity through the lower Mississippi River Valley. That big story is that heat expanding through places like Chicago. Great weather to do so. High pressure kicking in, and that's what's keeping things a little hot, especially if you're in the city. Temperatures in the northern tier of the nation, we're talking the upper Midwest, northern plains, 10 to 20 degrees above historical average. If you look at Minneapolis, you're forecasted a high 101 for the day. So we are going to be hot, we're going to be uncomfortable, and historical average is 78. So we're talking more than 20 degrees above historical average. Bismarck in the mid-90s for us. We're going to 100 in Sioux Falls, which puts us 20 degrees above historical average. And Chicago, 97 for you, more than 15 degrees above historical average. So the heat is really with us, and it sticks with us through Labor Day. What changes? We are starting to see new storm system cut out into the plains, and that's going to bring a little bit more moisture in some areas. So showers, thunderstorms are going to kick up in places like Rapid City, Minneapolis in the 90s. What happens with this heat? It doesn't really go anywhere. We're going to trim it back in some locations, but mostly just shifting it to the east and allowing for the northeast to get in on the action. So there's going to be a lot more numbers that are cruising their way well into the 90s. Labor Day, for example, we're in the 90s in Detroit, Pittsburgh. We've barely been there this year, but we'll do it as we head through your Monday afternoon. Meanwhile, Boston, a bit more comfortable. We go to 80, historical averages in the upper 70s. So there will be that more comfortable air holding on to parts of New England and the East Coast. But New York City, 93 for your high. And Washington, D.C., venturing into the upper 90s. AccuWeather real feel values, when you factor in that humidity, they go well into the triple digits. We're looking at the 100 to 105 range for some of the I-95 corridor and the mid-Atlantic, places like Philadelphia. This is where you'll want to stay very hydrated and be prepared for that heat. Kicking into Tuesday, the heat's still there. There is some of that relief into the Northeast and New England, but we still have a lot of those numbers pushing well through the 90s, like Buffalo, 89, close to 90 degrees, Burlington, Vermont, 90. And if you look at Washington, great weather to do so. High pressure kicking in, and that's what's keeping things a little hot, especially if you're in the city. Temperatures in the northern tier of the nation, we're talking the upper Midwest, northern plains, 10 to 20 degrees above historical average. If you look at Minneapolis, you're forecasted a high 101 for the day. So we are going to be hot, we're going to be uncomfortable, and historical average is 78. So we're talking more than 20 degrees above historical average. Bismarck in the mid-90s for us. We're going to 100 in Sioux Falls, which puts us 20 degrees above historical average. And Chicago, 97 for you, more than 15 degrees above historical average. So the heat is really with us, and it sticks with us through Labor Day. What changes? We are starting to see new storm system cut out into the plains, and that's going to bring a little bit more moisture in some areas. So showers, thunderstorms are going to kick up in places like Rapid City in the 90s. What happens with this heat? It doesn't really go anywhere. We're going to trim it back in some locations, but mostly just shifting it to the east and allowing for the northeast to get in on the action. So there's going to be a lot more numbers that are cruising their way well into the 90s. Labor Day, for example, we're in the 90s in Detroit. Pittsburgh, we've barely been there this year, but we'll do it as we head through your Monday afternoon. Meanwhile, Boston, a bit more comfortable. We go to 80 historical averages in the upper 70s. So there will be that more comfortable air holding on to parts of New England and the East Coast. But New York City, 93 for your high. And Washington, D.C., venturing into the upper 90s. AccuWeather real feel values, when you factor in that humidity, they go well into the triple digits. We're looking at the 100 to 105 range for some of the I-95 corridor and the mid-Atlantic, places like Philadelphia. This is where you'll want to stay very hydrated and be prepared for that heat. Kicking into Tuesday, the heat's still there. There is some of that relief into the Northeast and New England, but we still have a lot of those numbers pushing well through the 90s. Like Buffalo, 89, close to 90 degrees. Burlington, Vermont, 90. And if you look at tips, and like I said, as we go through the upcoming days here, the upcoming hours, you really do want to pay attention. The East Coast, we've been dealing with it the past couple of days, some very strong seas that have had rough conditions. We've had a lot of waves out there and rough rip currents, strong rip currents rather, that can pose a threat. That continues right through Monday. Also want to show you why Idalia has died off in the Atlantic. You can still see some of the clouds and the showers and thunderstorms, but that's partly what's been kicking up some of those impacts for the U.S. East Coast and why we've had so many struggles. Now, it's not the only thing that we've been keeping an eye on in the Atlantic. The bigger stories, Gert and Katya, those are named, but that's actually not the big story. The big story is this tropical wave that we're watching, because when we get into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, actually even Monday, we are looking at that threat for this to develop and become a tropical system across the Atlantic. Real soakers. We want to thank you for joining us here on the AccuWeather Network as we work our way through this Labor Day weekend. The holiday itself, we've still got the heat for many, but as you can tell, that moisture is going to be pushing northward. So we're still going to have it in the Intermountain West. It's going to start to leave places like Nevada, so a drier setup for Monday in Las Vegas than other times that we've seen throughout the holiday week. And yes, as you look off towards the east, that warmth is still pushing its way on through. And that warmth is really just helping to make it feel like summer's last hurrah. But of course, we know sometimes things can hold well into the fall months. One of those things, if you're like me, it's all about grill season. Grill season is one of those things that can last for a while, but there are some safety tips you should know for the rest of this weekend, and no matter whenever you're grilling. Tips for the grill any time of year, whether it's tailgating season or beyond. Of course, it doesn't feel like it out there. It's hot. You might not think you need the grill in some locations. We're talking about temperatures that just are not at all September-like. Here we are currently in Minneapolis, 92 degrees, 90 in Fargo, North Dakota, 91 in Chicago. Lots of heat. The frozen tundra also holding on to 90 degrees there in Green Bay. Monday's setup for us brings that other storm system, the one from the west, and it starts to etch its way into western Dakotas as well as western Nebraska and getting into Wyoming and Colorado. But the real story is still the heat off towards the east. That has not let up and will not let up as we go throughout the day. Minneapolis, 98 for your forecast, too, which, given that we've been so dry all summer in the Lone Star State, we could use that rainfall. Not the only spot that we've seen some of that heat still holding on. Check out Houston, Texas. This is courtesy of EarthCam. The traffic going, slowing you down on a Friday afternoon. Temperatures still in the triple digits, and again, this view courtesy of EarthCam will be changing, and possibly even in the upcoming hours, because we do have thunderstorms still skirting their way on through the region, and that's going to be especially along the Texas-Louisiana border. That's of greatest concern. So if we check out the radar, you can see Saturday does highlight more thunderstorms through eastern Texas and parts of Louisiana. That's going to help mitigate some of the heat, but it doesn't really bring us the full relief, which is why there will be more records challenge as we head through Saturday. You can see Odessa coming in at 101 for that forecasted high. San Antonio 102. Dallas still at 100 degrees despite getting in on a few thunderstorms possible through Saturday afternoon. And like I said, records can be challenged. Austin, Texas, you're one of those spots. 106 for the forecast here from AccuWeather. Meanwhile, the record 101 set back in 2019. As we move then into your Sunday, we've still got some triple digits on the board, including San Antonio, Odessa, El Paso. So there's still some heat, but Dallas starting to come down. Mid-90s is better for us. Oklahoma City, extra clouds as we head to the lower 90s. We'll watch Sunday for a little bit of energy coming out of the plains. That's going to highlight our severe weather risk Sunday on the I-25 corridor and east into the Great Plains. We'll also find that as far south as Interstate 40 and Amarillo, Texas. But then the boundary comes in. It's Monday, Tuesday. We want to thank you for joining us on this Friday. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod. Happy Friday. We made it here. Friday.
Weekend is cruising on through, and for some, it's all about the relief from the heat in the Northeast, and we're getting it right now.
Yeah, and you know, there's other places.
Talk about both locations as we are getting some changes. We felt some relief in places like Chicago from the heat earlier in the week, and we're still getting that across Pennsylvania as we speak.
And while those severe thunderstorms can occur during any month, peak severe weather season is generally during the springtime.
But there's also a secondary severe weather season in the fall. 3 days of mourning as they continue to try to deal with the aftermath of that earthquake. We'll continue to give you more updates here on the AccuWeather Network and, of course, AccuWeather.com as we get them through the hours that come. Back in the United States, we are talking about a stormy time for the East Coast, more heat in Texas. There's going to be some relief. And oh yes, we've got the tropics to talk about. So there is more than enough to keep us busy as we head through the weekend. We'll start with some of that stormy the boards, head in the shops, or maybe just head on in back to the house, do a little puzzle time, maybe some coloring book time, just find something else to do because we do have a lot of those storms out there. So that was one of the sites coming in. Of course, we are concerned with more rainfall through the interior parts of the mid-Atlantic and Northeast, and that's due to some of the flood risks there. But the big story is where those thunderstorms are unfolding, more thunderstorm activity. I do want to get into where some of the numbers are because they are much lower than we've seen the past couple of days. We're talking about the lower 80s in New York City, 86 in Washington, D.C. So this is feeling a bit more refreshing for us as far as how hot in the Northeast as we keep that moisture flowing its way on through the boundary that's parked overhead, and it's set up shop for the weekend. We're stuck with it as we move through time. So tonight it's in the 70s, and we keep things soupy for Sunday. Still looking at that wet weather as the boundary holds on here. It just doesn't go anywhere overhead, so we're going to keep those rain chances in the forecast. You can find them in Portland. You can also find them in Pittsburgh. Showers, thunderstorms providing some heavier rain at times, possibly some gusty winds, and maybe some delays on the gridiron. Yep, we've got New England hosting Philadelphia and Foxborough, and as we go through the late afternoon, evening hours, we'll find some of those showers and thunderstorms mixing in there through Massachusetts, so that might cause some problems for a few folks if they're planning on watching this game, which should be a pretty good showdown for you. All right, we want to talk about the tropics too because hurricane season is far from over, even though it might come to a quicker end. Expecting it to remain active. You can see some of those images from the storms we had already this year. We're keeping an eye on Hurricane Lee, which continues to work its way through the Atlantic, moving off towards the west-northwest at 12 miles per hour. Here is the storm track taking it, the eye path, if you will, working its way through parts of the southern Atlantic and trying to, the central Atlantic and moving into the western Atlantic here. And while it does so, it's a Category 4 storm. It does stay very strong, partly due to some of that warm water and lessening shear for a little while. We've had a lot of shear in through the past few hours, and that's why we've seen some weakening, also some dry air pushing in. If it can moisten back up, it should quickly strengthen into Monday morning, becoming a major hurricane, staying a major hurricane and staying fairly strong right right through the end of the week. Now, the eye path, you'll note, goes into Saturday, so it goes out 7 days, and that's because we want to make sure that you have that heads up. So this goes out 2 days further than any other source because we want to make sure that you're staying aware of this storm and that potential. And you can see where the center of that forecast takes it. It could be much closer to North Carolina. It could be all the way east of Bermuda. So these are some of the changes in that forecast track, and it's all because of its interaction with the trough later on. You'll note we do have some impacts into the islands here around the Caribbean. We will get some rain, some wind. It doesn't look to be overly impactful, but certainly a lot of rough seas. That's also going I think it'd be pretty cool to see that green tail through the sky. Certainly a pretty interesting setup. Well, some of our darkest skies can be found in the north central tier of the nation. Right now, though, still pretty bright in places like St. Paul, Minnesota. Right now, we're looking at some sunshine coming down there. I believe that's towards the capital there in St. Paul. And yeah, still a pretty bright view, which doesn't look too bad. Let's take you into tonight, though, because those skies are clear enough. And if we take this full screen, you can see some of these numbers are actually in the Sioux Falls. 73 puts us 5 degrees below historical average of 78. Chicago, you are in the upper 60s. Historical average is in the mid 70s. So we're feeling already that taste of fall just kind of charging its way on through. And with Wednesday, there is still more of this cool air sticking around the north central tier of the nation, staying fairly dry and present. Expect those overnight lows to get a little nippy at times, so you might need some extra layers in the morning through the afternoon. Not bad. Sunshine returning in places like Minneapolis Wednesday afternoon puts us back towards 70 degrees. Which I think for most Minnesotans, that's still shorts weather. We'll take you to Milwaukee. They certainly have had some of those powerhouse storms with retired names over the past couple of years. And as we go into the north central tier of the nation, you might be thinking, well, we're far away from tropical impacts. But of course, as Americans, we all kind of feel those impacts no matter where a storm may hit. One thing I will say, though, is if you want fall foliage, you might want to head to the north central tier of the nation first. We've got the cooler air working in. Just want to show you, though, there are some showers to dodge here, as you can tell on the radar. Most of these just spotty showers, fairly friendly, but they can put down some heavy rain quite quickly in a matter of moments. Some of the showers kick around in places like Minneapolis overnight tonight, 53 for that low. Head to Chicago, we're at 57, and there's 40s on the board. Omaha, 49 for you, 44 as you look towards Rapid City, and 45 in Fargo. Getting throughout your Tuesday. We start off a little brisk in some areas. Sunshine helps us rebound, but even Sioux Falls, 73, that's 5 degrees below historical average for us. And Chicago, 69. Oklahoma City, 68. Right now, we're at 84 in Lubbock. El Paso, 97, no longer in the triple digits, so that's a nice change for us. Tuesday, Dallas, you're in the mid-80s with showers and thunderstorms, so historical average for us in the lower 90s. We're below that as we head through your Tuesday. And there's going to be more rounds of rain through the middle of the week, so keep the umbrella handy. We want the rain in this part of the country, especially through Texas, but it does come at that risk for some flooding at times. That's still some more cool air trying to work its way on in the north central tier of the nation. Yeah, we've got numbers that have been down, so Kevin talking about some of the changes there. We've already found them in places like Minneapolis, 72, 65 in Fargo, and 64 in Bismarck. Some showery weather also working in around the Great Lakes, so say hello. We're getting our first little taste of fall. Let's face it, it's not that cold by north central standards, but it's got that refreshing feel to it. 45, the low in Fargo tonight. 44 in Rapid City. Head to Des Moines, we're in the lower 50s. In Chicago, 57 for you. So we do get that kind of pattern that, especially when the clouds go away, the next couple of nights, you're going to want to have some of those layers on for the kids at the bus stop and heading off to work early in the morning. By the afternoon, though, things brighten up for us, and that's when we find things tend to get back closer to t-shirt weather. 73 in Sioux Falls, though, is still 5 degrees below historical average. And if you look at Chicago, 69 with some clouds and some sprinkles around, that still keeps us well below historical. Our coverage here on the AccuWeather Network with tropical wind and rainstorm Lee as it continues to push its way northward. One of the things that we have found with this storm, it has been a long time coming. AccuWeather has been tracking it for what feels like the better part of 2 weeks now at this point. And we've certainly been keeping an eye on it with our eye path, which goes out 7 days in advance, 2 more days than the National Hurricane Center to keep. Well, thank you for joining us here at the AccuWeather Network. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod, and Lee has already made its first landfall at 4 p.m. today.
Yeah, that was in western Nova Scotia, what is called Long Island, so a different Long Island than the U.S. Thank you for joining us as we head through this Saturday evening at the AccuWeather Network. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod, and we've already seen the landfall of Lee and Long Island in Nova Scotia, not New York.
Yeah, western part of Nova Scotia. Coastal Massachusetts also got sideswiped by Lee hours before it made landfall in Nova Scotia.
Bill Waddell shows us how New Englanders weathered the storm.
We are continuing to keep an eye on the tropics because, believe it or not, while we did have Lee make landfall, it's not the only thing we're talking about when we look over the Atlantic. This is the time of year we expect Atlantic tropical season to really take on that peak intensity. So we are concerned about some other players. Now, again, want to point out Lee has worked its way northward and is continuing to move its way into Nova Scotia. Behind it, there is some more energy as far as rainfall and showers coming in from the Midwest. But that story, again, quickly quieting down across the Northeast. So Lee, again, we've talked about it. Margot is another player in the Atlantic, and then we have Tropical Depression 15. First up, Margot, really not going to be an impact in any sort to land. Notice where it's closest to the Azores here in the middle of the Atlantic, and it is actually drifting its way away from the Azores. So as it heads to the west, it's going to loop around, becoming a post-tropical system as it works its way back to the Azores in a colder water setup across the Atlantic. So that's what we'll be finding. Then we have Tropical Depression 15, and this is continuing to push its way off towards the north-northwest at 16 miles per hour. This is the one that we're talking about. The good news about this one is it doesn't seem to pose any threat to the U.S. The reason for that, we do have another trough that's coming in. I want to thank you for joining us as we head through this Saturday evening at the AccuWeather Network. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod, and we've already seen the landfall of Lee and Long Island in Nova Scotia, not New York.
Yeah, western part of Nova Scotia. Coastal Massachusetts also got sideswiped by Lee hours before it made landfall in Nova Scotia.
Bill Waddell shows us how New Englanders weathered the storm.
It's actually, by the way, in that region saying this is a pretty interesting storm for tropical systems. They've dealt with things like Fiona last year and didn't quite get the waves with that one that we saw with Lee. So this storm, again, still lifting its way northward. The good news is a lot of those waves off the coast of Maine have been backing their way on down. So we have seen that become less of a factor as the storm lifts its way northward. Where is it right now? Well, you can see on the satellite imagery, this storm continues to move its way over New Brunswick. With it, a cloud shield that extends through Vermont and New Hampshire. The rest of the Northeast has really been pretty quiet throughout the day, and we'll get more on that forecast in a moment. But checking in on the radar, this is where things have really started to ramp up, unfortunately, with the rainfall across eastern Maine. And there has been some very heavy rain, including that risk for flooding rain, mostly in this area here, Washington County, Hancock County, there in down east Maine. They've been dealing with some of those flooding threats, and flash flooding still a concern at this point in time as we watch that storm system still spin its way northward here with that rainfall. So still more to talk about with the rain, the winds, and the views getting much quieter. The winds also leaving. Our next chance of rain will come in as we go through Monday into Monday night, and that's from the next front coming through. So we get a bit of a break there in Cape Cod and for much of the state of Maine as we turn through the hours to come. Right now, temperatures, they have just been delightful. If you've enjoyed September weather, you had probably a spectacular day. 71 in Pittsburgh, 76 in Washington, D.C. The dew points are lower than where we've been the past couple of weeks. You'll recall after Labor Day, we were talking about the heat, the humidity. Dew points had been in the 60s to 70s. Now we find these dew points in the 40s and 50s, indicating there's very little water in the air. And when we get this kind of relief, it really feels fall-like. So that fall-like air mass holding on, it will not stick with everyone as we head as we go through Sunday. With it, the rainfall advancing. By the way, that wet weather, unfortunately, putting a damper on places like Pittsburgh throughout the day. Washington, D.C., you'll get those showers. And late in the day, New York City, you could get in on some of that rainfall. Notice who's dry? New England, Portland, beautiful day for you. Temperatures in the mid-70s. So you're still catching that break after Lee. It lasts for a day. Then by Monday, as this next storm works out to sea, a non-tropical system just bringing the rainfall, continuing to surge across New England. I mean, some heavy rain and some difficult commutes, I think, for your Monday. Especially Monday morning in New York City, it's going to be messy. Temperatures there in the lower 70s, and we'll have rain off and on throughout the day in Boston. Still to come, will produce some power outages, unfortunately. Lee made landfall in Long Island, Nova Scotia. So this is Canada that we're talking about as the storm worked its way northward, 4 o'clock Eastern Time and 4 o'clock Atlantic Standard Time. So we do know that storm not only made landfall there, but it is a tropical rainstorm producing much of the wet weather then still across Maine and through parts of Atlantic Canada, plus producing power outages. We also know at least one fatality in Searsport, Maine, due to a power line falling on a vehicle. So we have learned a couple of details as this storm continues to produce some of those powerful sites. And one of those areas that saw those sites, Cape Cod, AccuWeather's Bill Waddell shows us what it looked like there. Chilly water posing many threats, so please be cautious if you are planning on heading out, even into Sunday. Wave heights still backing down at this point in time. Just checking out some of those wave heights. We've seen them upwards of 20 feet offshore of Maine. Now that has been backing down to, 10 feet or so, which is some good news as most of the storm continues to push its way over Atlantic Canada. Speaking of the storm, we check in on the satellite and you can see it's still working its way northward over New Brunswick, and with it, lots of clouds still for Massachusetts. Still for Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont at this point in time. The rainfall underneath that has been largely confined to eastern Maine, and unfortunately this is still where we have some heavy rainfall. Rainfall totals of 5 inches and more are still counting through this area. We won't know a lot of those final numbers until we head in throughout the day on Sunday and we get a good measurement of that. Winds have been another story too. These are that if you're a fan of the surfing world and community. Notice what we've got going on though. The tropics, we've still been keeping an eye on Margot. It's out there. We've already caught up with Lee recently, and Nigel's next on the list, which may only take the next couple of hours to form. So as we look out at much, at least with regards to the U.S. and especially the Bermuda, as you can tell, not very organized. It's a tropical depression at this point. We do have winds of 35 miles per hour, still moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. It's likely to take the name Nigel in the upcoming hours, but again, your Tropical Depression 15 eye path takes it off to the northwest, continues to strengthen it into a major hurricane. It has a more northward track than Lee, so it's still got a lot of warm water that has been undisturbed to try to build that strength. Takes it off towards the east of Bermuda, most likely, though. Bermuda is still in that eye path, and then tries to curve off to sea. Am I right? Is it usually the leave early kind of crowd? I don't know. Either way, though, we're about to get some more rain in Houston. We've seen it already around for many areas. Showers, thunderstorms there. As you push off toward the north, there's also some wet weather. But these thunderstorms, as they cut across central Texas, do have the potential to be strong and severe with damaging winds. Even in some locations, a little bit of hail, especially through western Texas, where you can see some of those thunderstorms firing up. Meanwhile, off towards the north, just a nice healthy dose of rain trying to cut its way through Kansas and Oklahoma, coming in out of Colorado. A drought, unfortunately. Odessa, 79 for you. Some showers likely. More likely to find that wet weather in San Antonio with the showers and thunderstorms. That boundary pushes south. We wait the next one on Sunday. That's going to try to put some more relief to temporary warm up. Notice here Sunday back close to 90 in Dallas, which, by the way, that's where we should be this time of year. So that's actually going to feel a bit more seasonable. Houston in the mid 90s, a little bit of heat than this, and it's all about Tropical Depression 15. Currently in the Atlantic, you can see the Caribbean islands off to the east over here, off to the west over here. Not a very organized system, winds at 35 miles per hour. It's going to continue to move its way off towards the northwest, and there it finds a current to the north earlier than Lee.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Jeff Cornish.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer. A lot to cover as our focus is on Lee, working its way northward, but the impacts for Lee and the U.S. start this evening in places like Nantucket and Cape Cod.
And our team at AccuWeather here is accelerating the arrival of this. Look at this plot here, 8 a.m. Updated track here for the iPath, bringing it into the area very close to the western end of Nova Scotia at that time.
Yeah, we know it's picking up factors, including coastal erosion, that we're keeping a close eye on. There are storms in other parts of the country, though, too, that we want to talk about, including into the Lone Star State. We're kind of happy about some of this rain. It's a give and take. Houston, Texas, the view coming in, showing you travel doing just fine on this Friday evening, but there's some showers and thunderstorms just off to the left-hand side of the screen. This view courtesy of EarthCam. Temperatures in the mid-70s. What I will say is we've had our rounds of thunderstorms carving their way through the south side. We want the rain across so much of Texas and honestly even into Louisiana. So anything we can get, we'll take. 91 actually for New Orleans. As you look towards Dallas, we're in the mid-80s, and those thunderstorms persist into places like Lubbock. There will be another front behind that Sunday. That'll bring more. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod Snow. Melissa. I always call Melissa Michelle.
It's like looking in the mirror, right? No, we got the blue on today,
yes,
so
yes.
It really is. But yeah, we are getting snow for many of the snow lovers in the higher elevation, so that's some of the changes. But we're going to have some challenges in the plains with severe weather, and we're talking also that East Coast storm threat.
Absolutely, and that's going to cause some major rain for some portions of the Carolinas.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to begin with. AccuWeather's got it right again before any other source, highlighting that risk for flooding plus beach erosion and gusty winds, power outages too along the East Coast later this week and this weekend.
And our goal here is always to help you, keep you and your family safe, and provide the most advanced know
about, though, because, well, it's not a tropical system just yet. It is about to be, and that's why we're concerned and why we've been focusing on this storm here on the AccuWeather Network for quite some time. And AccuWeather as a company has been talking about it because it will have some impacts, particularly if you're headed to North Carolina coastline. This is where things are going to really change quite a bit. You can still see some sunshine there, and we're going to have those clouds thicken up. Rain, wind, they will both be factors as we go through, not just tomorrow, especially later in the day, but then into Saturday. That's really where things will deteriorate, unfortunately. So what's going on with this storm system? I actually want to show you a couple different things here going on with it because it is interesting to follow. Here you can see on the visible satellite, I've taken this from about 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. and the circle, the spin up with this storm system is working its way on through and kind of meanders off towards northeast. Notice all the cloud cover, though, where that is. That's so well to the north. So this center, the surface low, is a little bit farther away from it. So that's why it's so disorganized. We've got a lot to cover as we head through this Thursday. Thanks for joining us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod. I mean, this is a beautiful view from Florida, and the billowing clouds are starting to smooth out now.
Smooth out as the thunderstorms continue to feed their way on through, bringing that moisture to that storm system that's still brewing offshore. And AccuWeather forecasters have been continuing to follow that coastal storm as it will dump heavy rainfall along the eastern seaboard. Tropical rainfall is one of those targets and could end up in some major cities, too, for the East Coast as we head through the weekend. AccuWeather is the first and only source for a tropical to forecast this tropical system near the coast of the Carolinas and issue maps on the storm's track and impacts.
And AccuWeather's superior accuracy helps keep you safer and more informed, so you can make the best decisions.
Lauderdale, the good news for you is this storm system is really offshore, and for much of Florida, it's not going to be the impacts there that we find some of these issues. So as we talk about this storm threat continuing to unfold, we're watching all of the energy still offshore. Here's the satellite imagery, and as I highlight it, the center of the storm is actually below where a lot of the cloud cover is. It's somewhere roughly about there for the surface low. But you can see where that cloud shield and ultimately where all the moisture is associated with this storm, which is still to the north. We've got a lot of warm water ahead of it too, so this is only going to help to enhance things as we deal with more rainfall to come. And speaking of rainfall, some of that has already been found, just kind of some of the outer moisture, if you will, through Florida's coast. But like I showed you, a lot of that rain really lifting its way northward there through time. Where does it go? Myrtle Beach, you'll get in on some of the action. You've already seen the cloud cover and those gusty winds a little bit at this point in time, but it's not really ultimately from this storm system just yet. it's still got to develop, and will do so because that stalled front we've been talking, because we're getting the heat back. It's building. Saturday, Sunday is when we'll find a lot of that heat advancing through the state, and that just means more of the same for us. We've already dealt with so much of the dry conditions that are still around, and we'd like to get in on the moisture. We do get in on some of that rainfall, but you can see the focus of the showers and thunderstorms. It's been the I-35 corridor north of Dallas into Oklahoma City, and then towards Wichita. As you get northward of that, that's where we've been tracking some of that severe weather across Nebraska. So we know that some of the stormy activity is still found throughout the Lone Star State. And that has meant that we've been staying dry. Let's talk about winds, actually, because as these winds continue to push their way in and out of the south, they're trying to draw in some of that moisture, but they're also going to be introducing some more of the heat farther northward. So a while back, we pushed a lot of that heat well to the south, and that has given relief for most of Texas. Now we're finding these numbers back on the rise. Odessa back to 90, 94 in Dallas. And if you look, Jackson, Mississippi, 95 degrees. So some of that warmth really building back in. That continues on Friday. Where do we get the thunderstorms? Missouri, Arkansas, some of that will pop up. We'll also have a dry line then off towards the west. That could spur a little bit of action late. As we look at Odessa, though, a dry day mostly throughout the daytime hours. 98 for that high. We're looking at San Antonio, 97 for the high. So there's still a lot of heat for your Friday. When do we get into the rainfall? Well, it's not going to come right away, but Saturday we will start to talk about it. But we'll also be talking about that heat as we go through the weekend. Yes, the heat is on. We've already got a lot of it in place throughout parts of central and southern Texas, and that's just going to enhance things throughout time. Your forecast versus average. Check out Dallas. 96 for the high on Saturday. We should be in the mid-80s this time of year, so we're about 10 degrees above historical. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday. Ophelia making landfall as a tropical storm near Emerald Isle at 6:15 Eastern Time, and you can see it did come right ashore and continue to lift northward through eastern North Carolina. With it still a lot of wind and rain. And AccuWeather ahead of it all has been highlighting that windy, chilly pattern, plus all the rain that continues to impact indoor travel and outdoor plans throughout the weekend. So our goal here is to provide you the most useful weather insights so that you can make the best decisions for you and your family. As we continue to talk about this storm, you can see how much rain it's produced, lifting well to the north into New England, and the center of it still pushing into southern Virginia at this point in time. But unfortunately, we've been dealing with power outages. That's been part of our story, not just in eastern North Carolina, where there's a lot of water concerns too, but also into coastal Virginia, where we've had quite a few storm chasers through the plains because of this low pressure system firing up over South Dakota. But as Tony's mentioned, those rounds of severe weather still pushing out ahead of it. We've actually had thunderstorms pushing into the north woods of Wisconsin at this point in time. Iowa and in Missouri, it's been a stormy go of things. The risk for hail continues, plus isolated tornadoes. You can see that wide swath here, the risk for severe weather continuing through the upcoming hours of where we're highlighting the chance for not only the hail, but even isolated tornadoes. So you got to be on your guard for this. By Sunday, the storm is on the move into North Dakota, and we're just left with a lot of the rain still to come as we go into tomorrow in the northern tier of the nation, significant sites. Well, throughout the west, one thing that'll be changing is the stormy weather. That's still picking up through the northwest as we pick up more rainfall, low clouds, moisture. Plus, this is a strong low, so it's actually going to bring some winds. Beneficial to get the moisture for a lot of the northwest because actually we've had a difficult wildfire season here, so this is going to be some good news. But if you're traveling, expect some slowdowns because that rain can really hamper how quickly you can travel. Not to mention, we also can have issues this time of year with fog. Again, all things to keep in mind as you're traveling out and about. The rainfall, that's been surging its way in the past few hours, and that has put a damper on things. So if you're out and about late this Sunday, we will have some of that wet weather continuing. Monday on tap for us, more of the same. You can see those showers well into northern California, so even Redding is getting in on the action. Temperatures there in the upper 70s. If you're in the interior northwest, not quite catching a break just yet. That cooler air does push farther east as we head into Tuesday, so this will provide some bigger changes for places like Boise, even Spokane and Missoula, where we will expect a little bit more rainfall in the forecast. Spokane temperatures in the mid-60s for your Tuesday with some of those showers. We see the rain continuing in Portland and Medford, dealing with the chance here in the upcoming moments. Thanks for joining us here on the AccuWeather Network as we head through your Sunday evening. A lot to cover as we continue to talk about tropical rainstorm Ophelia. Now, AccuWeather was the first source to forecast a tropical storm along the southeast coast and issue those track maps almost 24 hours ahead of the National Hurricane Center and all the other sources. So our goal is to keep you safe and provide you the most advanced notice so you can make the best decisions for you and your family. And you can see we've got Ophelia on the board. We also have Philippe. Those are the two storms that we're watching in the tropics. We'll have more on Philippe in a moment, but you can see the rainfall here that Ophelia did capture for North Carolina. It was more than 6 inches in some locations, and that's just where the storm actually pushed ashore. Other locations are still climbing up in the numbers because, yes, believe it or not, we still have the rain ongoing here on the radar scan. You can see some of that heavy rain working its way into parts of eastern Pennsylvania, into northeastern Pennsylvania. You can see where Scranton is with the dark green on the board. Plus, we have that in the lower parts of New York State and also across New England. We'll be expecting some of that heaviest rainfall. So just keep in mind there's still some more rain to come on this rain board for some of these areas here across the Northeast. But for the most part, South Jersey, and as you work your way farther south, a lot of those locations finished with their rainfall accumulations. And tropical rainstorm Ophelia will be pushing out as we head through time. Well, the center of the storm is off towards the south. Most of the rain is to the north, and that's where we continue to deal with that rain impact. But there's still winds, too. Those winds have been very strong. My sister in Virginia was just talking about a tree that toppled in her yard. And what I will say is we do keep the pressure gradient tight Monday, Tuesday, and more so throughout the week. So this is going to ramp up and keep those winds even more intense. So I think for some areas, the winds have died down for today. We'll see them ramp up heading into tomorrow and Tuesday. Monday, that rain's still coming down for some locations. It's a cool, wet pattern across the Northeast. I wish I had better news for those that want to get out and about. You can see this storm and how, again, it still produces some of that heavy rain even into tomorrow morning for the morning commute in southern New England. It's going to be messy. Hartford, Providence, that clears out as we go through the day, but it's a slow struggle. It does not move out quickly. It's not until Monday evening where we really get in on some quieter action as drier air starts to push in by Tuesday morning. It's fight as that moisture still holds on just along the shore. So for Monday, expect the numbers to stay low, expect the clouds to persist, and some of those showers, places like New York City, Boston, only in the lower 60s. Let's take you a little farther, too. So we know those thunderstorms are still firing up here. We've seen that already on the northwest side of the Metroplex. We still have thunderstorm threats extending well to the south, so you want to stay weather aware. Wide shot shows us this storm system, and believe it or not, this is just the tail end of a cold front of the low that's in North Dakota. So you have to head well to the south to find those stronger thunderstorms. Missouri on south, and the risk for severe thunderstorms, that's focused into the Lone Star State. We can already see some of these cells popping up. The risks, hail and isolated tornadoes. Just like we saw yesterday, we had a lot of large hail reports come in, so those will be the continuing threats as we head into this evening. These thunderstorms keep sliding their way on south. Arkansas, unfortunately, we've had a lot of rain already, so flooding is still a concern too, and that could be the case through parts of Louisiana and Texas since we've been so dry recently. As these thunderstorms start to disintegrate into the middle of the day tomorrow, we'll look at some quieter times, and I don't think it's going to be quite as active then as we go through Tuesday either. But the numbers, they're going to be coming down. Still, though, in the triple digits right now in San Antonio and Austin, Texas. Thunderstorms, your numbers may be down, but most of us holding on to the mid-80s. 86 in Montgomery, Nashville, 87 for you. Not necessarily a bad time, but not overly cool, given that it's September. And as we go through the week, that next boundary comes in, settles overhead in northern Florida tomorrow near the I-10 corridor, and that's what's going to bring that cooler, less humid air off towards the north. 75 for...
With us, I'm Jeff Cornish.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer. There's still a lot to discuss as we remember Ophelia, the impacts that we had. Ophelia made landfall as a tropical storm 6:15 a.m. Saturday in North Carolina around Emerald Isle. And you can see even the conditions in Delaware, not an easy time of things.
Yeah, here's a state highway there with roadway flooding, and we had a lot of problems. Bill Waddell was there. He captured a lot of video in the small wonder that is Delaware. So some of the East Coast beaches have been hit hard by back-to-back storms this month.
And AccuWeather's Bill Waddell has a lot more from the first state. As we go through the winter season, we know there will be some more moisture trying to push into the upper Midwest. We've got that right now. It's been very dry here, so this is welcomed rainfall, but it does come at a price. You can see that center of circulation around Minneapolis, actually off through western Minnesota as you get towards west of Fergus Falls. That's where we had a funnel cloud reported. Now, this low has kept things cool in many locations. 61 in Minneapolis and the North Shore of Minnesota in the 50s easily through time, though. This week, this low pressure system, the same one sitting and spinning over Minneapolis, drifts its way off towards the southeast. It's going to take some time, but more folks get in on the rain. We saw Chicago with some showers. Could see some thunderstorms as we head through your Tuesday. We still keep the wet weather from Sioux Falls towards Green Bay. Well, no stranger to flooding into the upper Midwest, where we can find those situations turning around quickly. Currently, we're watching a slow-moving low that's drifting its way off towards the southeast. Not too many problems with flooding at this point because, well, it's just providing some much-needed rain. But you can see those thunderstorms still circulating this low almost right over Minneapolis at this point in time. Also have had a few funnel cloud reports, so just keep that in mind. But like I said, we need the rain. The drought around Minneapolis, pretty extensive, especially as you work your way off towards the south through the driftless area of Wisconsin. We've had a lot of drought, and we need and want that rainfall. The rainfall continues as we get into your Tuesday, so we're wet in Chicago with thunderstorms. Sioux Falls also dealing with some of those showers, and we will continue to. And I'm Melissa Constanzer. A couple things you got to know for the week. Of course, we've put Ophelia in the rear view, but the moisture's still here.
Yeah, and that onshore wind's actually going to be strengthening again. So some of you in Delaware will have probably another round of road closures, believe it or not, with an onshore wind that may lead to a similar storm surge, basically to what we had on Saturday.
And more issues with coastal flooding. All great tips as we move through this week with more moisture just hanging out, especially for areas in the Northeast, but also into the Midwest. Look at this low pressure system here just spinning over Minneapolis. And, well, unfortunately, it's not going to be going anywhere real quickly. We know that case here in Minnesota because we've been dealing with the rainfall for days. I know a lot of family members talking about it for me. Well, that does finally start to push to the southeast. It's just not going to go anywhere real quickly over the upcoming days. So for Minneapolis, 61 for that number right now. We're at 69 in Bismarck, lower 70s as you look towards Fargo. Really cool on the North Shore of Minnesota. And as you work into the frozen tundra, Green Bay holding on to 70 degrees. Fall leaf peeping season. There you go. In the Keweenaw Peninsula, looking good right now. Upper Michigan, I always find is spectacular at the end of September. And hey, some of those gray skies can really make the colors pop. Meanwhile, into northern Minnesota, the color game is on, especially as you get just away from the lake shore there. We do have high temperatures, still cool, still wet. Sioux Falls, 71 for your high. Thunderstorms likely in Chicago as we head through your Tuesday. So we're still looking at some wet weather. It's all part of this, again, slow moving low, starts to drift south as we head into tomorrow. So we'll watch those thunderstorms across Wisconsin and Illinois tomorrow. After the break, we're going to connect Kevin. And I know that my son, my 3-year-old son, should be listening to that because he's waiting for brighter times there in that northeast forecast. Well, in the north central tier of the nation, we're also kind of waiting for brighter times, but it might not be bad, because cloud cover can often enhance how you see fall foliage, which is coming in a sweet view here across northern Minnesota. I've had some family there in the past week. Pretty stunning images coming in, and also into the Keweenaw, upper Michigan. I've always felt, after living in northern Wisconsin in the Northwoods, that upper Michigan, the place to go for beautiful fall photos as you head through the last week of September, and I doubt that it's disappointing. Meanwhile, low pressure system here is creating the cloudy skies and the wet conditions. So if you are trying to head out, whether it's leaf peeping or maybe just trying to get to run some errands, do some shopping, or possibly go to soccer practice with your kids, it's going to be wet. Showers, thunderstorms still spinning around that low pressure system centered over central Minnesota. We actually had a funnel cloud reported near Fergus Falls earlier today, and you can see that rain soaking at times into the driftless area. That does in Chicago, 72, no to Sioux Falls, lower 70s for you with those showers still likely as this low is starting to slide its way to the southeast. It's a slow process. We begin as we head through the evening hours, and you can tell this storm is on the move, but it's not going all that fast, still kind of spinning over eastern Iowa. Thanks for joining us here on the AccuWeather Network as we head through what has been a very soggy Friday across the New York City area.
Oh my gosh, they've gotten a deluge in New York City. I mean, and we always say turn around, don't drown, but what do you do in situations like this? There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, there really isn't, unfortunately, and that has been part of the trouble for so many people just trying to get out and about doing their daily activities. And officials have been urging people to try to stay home, stay off the roads. The good news is we're learning of some rail lines that have started to open back up. Flood warnings in place and still some flood watches in place too. So there's a lot ongoing here as we continue through the upcoming hours. I'm going to take you into the high definition radar around New York City. You can still see some of those showers still trying to drift their way on through. So just because the heavy bands off towards the east doesn't mean we're finished with this moisture. There's still going to be showers and drizzle continuing at this point in time for many of the boroughs. So unfortunately, that's part of the challenge that we have. And we have had quite a few flooding reports coming in. Some of those have been north of New York City too. Flood reports here, the Hutchinson River Parkway closed in both directions due to flooding. And if you go to Long Island, we've also had some issues there as motorists have been stuck in floodwaters on Island Avenue there near Woodmere. So again, flooding continues to be one of those factors at hand. Next couple of hours, we still have the wet weather around, unfortunately. Like I said, showers are still going to be a thing. I think the heaviest persistent rain, that's probably beyond us, but we're still getting showers even into tomorrow morning. So we still deal with some of those heavy rain bands working their way on through, or at least a few spotty showers then things start to ease into tomorrow as we go through this tumultuous season. Another thing that you can also do is get out and get a little bit of fresh air every now and then. That's important to do. And if you are planning to get out in the northern tier of the nation, well, we've got some changes for you. Right now, you can see the views coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul area. That's Minneapolis off in the distance. Viewing things from St. Paul. Got some of that cloud cover out there, temperatures in the lower 70s, so it feels like one of those gray days, of course, unfortunately. And we have had some showers around. Radar showing a little bit of that west of the Twin Cities, so we do have some moisture still holding on. But the story is we're going to be building up the heat, high pressure system building in, and the numbers headed up too. So we'll be talking about temps getting into the 80s in places like Minneapolis. Numbers are near 90 in Des Moines right now, but if you head to Chicago or Minneapolis, we're in the lower 70s. So there's some variance there. The warmth, though, gets pumped up as we head through your Saturday. If you're off towards the west through the high plains, not quite in on it, but Rapid City, we're still in the upper 70s. Minneapolis forecasted for the mid 80s. Historical average is 67, so the mid-60s this time of year. We're talking about 20 degrees above historical average. That trend continues into Sunday. The heat is on for several locations across Iowa. We'll be talking about record-challenging high temperatures. Look at Sioux City coming in the lower 90s. That could easily challenge our record high. And places that sometimes the view's better from in front than it is from behind, but we can't really fault you for that. However, we can tell you that when that water is deep, you shouldn't be driving through it. And let me just say that water got really deep. AccuWeather, before any other source, did more accurately predict that life-threatening risk for flooding Thursday night and through Friday in the New York City area. And AccuWeather's superior accuracy is what helps keep you safer and more informed so that you can make those best decisions for you and your family. Now, as we go through time, of course, we have had some of those rainfall totals really top out in many locations. Wettest day at the JFK airport of all time. More than 7+ inches of rain. That made it a very wet day, unfortunately. There was major flooding throughout the Bronx and on the Bronx River, for example. We have a state of emergencies around the New York City area and even in parts of New Jersey because of all the heavy rain. Those rainfall totals, by the way, did top 8 to 9 inches of rain. JFK Airport coming in with more than 8.5 inches of rain, and some of those sprinkles have started to move out of the area, but we're not completely wrapping everything up just yet. I think most of the measurable rainfall is gone. We're trying to dry things out, but we haven't seen the sun just yet. Let's take you to the view of New York City and show you some of the any time to come in the upcoming days. So we will have a good long period to clean up. Notice the rainfall is still trying to cut its way into parts of southern New England. This should not back all the way back into New York. It is trying to pull its way out to sea. So that is some of the good news, but we're still wet in places like Nantucket and Cape Cod. Again, all of this moisture leaving. You see this evening we do have that wet weather pulling its way farther south offshore, so things get quieter into your Sunday morning. Sunday morning actually fairly bright. You'll want the sunglasses and even the sunscreen throughout the day because there's only a few clouds working their way in across a good chunk of the Northeast. The other story about the close of the weekend will be the warming trend that's on tap for us. So as we say goodbye to that coastal low, we're going to allow southwest flow to kick in, and that means the numbers are headed up, especially for places like Detroit, Cleveland at first. Some of those numbers are really venturing up as we head throughout. A little bit hungry. Well, not only is it apple picking season, it's also fall foliage season, especially across the upper Midwest. Head to upper Michigan, northern Minnesota. We've got some great colors on tap and mild conditions to go view them. We're in the lower 80s in Minneapolis right now, 92 in Des Moines and 80 in Chicago. The warmth keeps coming as we head through Sunday across the north central tier of the nation. So those numbers will stay quite a bit above historical average in the upper 80s in Minneapolis. This time of year, we want to be in the mid 60s and set up tropical systems this time of year. The good news is we're not looking at that threat. As we look in the tropics, we do have Philippe, which will strengthen as it moves through time, lifting northward through the Atlantic, well away from land, so not a huge concern as it stays there. The other area that we're watching, all that energy moving off the East Coast from New York City, well, there's some concern that that could become some sort of tropical-esque system, but it's unlikely. Of course, this is a time of year when we can get substantial tropical development. Just a year ago this past week, and that has been the story in so many locations, even around New York City itself. You can see the view coming in from Columbus Circle. Dry at this point in time with the streets there, but certainly having to deal with a lot of that previous heavy rainfall. We've gotten rid of a lot of the flash flooding warnings that are in place, or watches, but there are still some flood concerns around certain rivers. The Bronx River was actually at a major flood stage that has since backed down, so we know that there's still some recovery ongoing. And you can see on the radar, we're not completely finished with the rainfall across southeastern New England, especially along the Cape. Nantucket still getting in on some of that heavier rain. The good news is New York City, this is going to keep shifting its way out to sea, so we're not going to be talking about this much longer for us. So as we go through time, ultimately that story is this storm system still sliding its way farther off towards the southeast. You can see New York City getting drier as we head into the evening and overnight hours. That's going to continue throughout your Sunday. In fact, Sunday, a completely different day for us. So some very good news there as we dry things out, brighten things up, and warm things up too. The numbers are headed up. Might not notice it right away, but your Sunday here, we're trending higher. Pittsburgh back to the lower 80s for you. Boston, lower 70s. Even New York City, mid 70s with sunshine returning. As we head through Monday, high pressure holds on here, and this is what's going to also bring in more of those mild conditions. If you look at that forecast, compare it, and looks beautiful. Well, that fall color is still out there, but you won't need the sweatshirt to do it. You can find record-challenging warmth pushing into not only Wisconsin, but also much of Minnesota. The problem with this high-pressure system is it shuts out the rain. We need it across not only the upper Midwest, but a good chunk of the rest of the Midwest. Drought continues, and we'd like to get some more rainfall here. One thing, though, that this warmth may do is slow down some of that fall color. We do have a lot of patchy color out there, but we're starting to see more widespread color stretch out here through some of the Great Lakes and the upper Midwest. If you're in the tip of Michigan, looking pretty good. Upper Michigan, great. This is, I think, the best time of year to be there. They've got stands of maples. Last week of September, perfect in Upper Michigan for fall color. And we also have that then across the arrowhead of Minnesota. Notice what happens off towards the south. There will be a line of thunderstorms that could be strong to severe, breaking out. And actually, we do have some spotty thunderstorm activity already forming out there as we head into this evening. So do know that there has been a bit of moisture through parts of Kansas and Texas and even into New Mexico. But going into Monday, there's that risk for severe weather breaking out across New Mexico and western Texas. So we'll have to watch for that. Thunderstorms likely in Lubbock and Odessa. Temperatures there in the 80s. Farther off towards the east, more like the 90s, but at least this isn't as extreme for us in the southern plains. However, there's more rain to come. We'll be talking about a slow-moving frontal boundary with rounds of thunderstorms Tuesday through Wednesday, and that severe weather risk moves east as we head through Tuesday into Tuesday evening. So we're still looking at that threat for stormy conditions. Let's take you into New Spokane, which has found those changing times. Check out some of the numbers already in the 50s, 60s, Helena 49. We have had a taste of fall work its way on, and all part of this low pressure system still spinning here across the Nevada-Idaho border. It pulled some moisture into Southern California too, so it's been an interesting pattern that leaves snow for the highest elevations, which reminds us that, yes, as the seasons change, you need to pay attention, especially since driving patterns can change and animal patterns can change too. Coming in, this one, northeast Maryland, stunning over the northern part of the Chesapeake. This is Sandy Cove, courtesy of EarthCam. Looking pretty nice here as we check in with some of those views. Well, gone is that storm system that provided so much rainfall for the Northeast, particularly New York City. And AccuWeather, before any other source, more accurately predicted that risk for life-threatening flooding later Thursday night through Friday in the New York City area. And that's part of AccuWeather's superior accuracy to help keep you safer and more informed so you can make the best decisions for you and your family. Of course, we've got a lot quieter since then, and, well, the numbers. Upstate New York, parts of north central Pennsylvania. Could we see a stray sprinkle? They're going to be few and far between if we find anything. And that cloud field does dissipate as we head into Tuesday morning. So Tuesday still looking pretty quiet throughout most of the Northeast. Do want to highlight one thing, though, that we saw starting off the day in New York City. Had a little bit of smoke, and this is Plume Labs model here with AccuWeather showing us where some of the hazy skies are still holding on to the Cape. We still have wildfires in Canada, so as we get some of that air to come south, as we go throughout Monday, we could have a little bit of high up hazy skies, but it shouldn't be too impactful for those that have a difficulty with air quality. As we go through Monday evening, we've got professional football going on. Kickoff holding on in the 70s in New York City, so should be okay for that. As we move through time then into your Tuesday, all about that warmth continuing right through Wednesday even. A lot of the numbers staying well above historical average. Just look at what we have here out there on the lake. Temperatures right now still quite mild. We're at 90 in Minneapolis, 92 in Fargo, North Dakota. There's some real warmth that has cranked its way into the plains. Record challenging high temperatures. And this fall heat wave continues as we head through Tuesday. So we will be talking about more warmth kicking in across the north central tier of the nation. Now that does change your fall foliage a little bit, possibly keeping it to hold on a little longer as long as we don't get those breezy times into the upper Midwest, which includes beautiful upper Michigan this time of year. Spectacular. I always love the last week of September heading into early October there as you look through upper Michigan, even into northern Wisconsin, the Northwoods there. Pretty nice. Monday, what do we get into? High pressure system is still in place, but there's a frontal boundary that's coming in out of the west. It's all that stormy energy, and this is where we start to find and some localized flooding. Thunderstorms, Lubbock, Odessa. Temperatures there in the 80s. As we venture off towards the east, it's more like the 90s, as we'd expect this time of year. But there will be a frontal boundary kicking through. That's going to bring more rainfall and more risk for severe weather. and we can be talking about flooding as we head through the middle of the week. So you want to stay on guard. Our risk for severe weather Tuesday focuses in through Oklahoma and western Texas. System that has since left the Northeast. Want to show you that big low spinning out in the Atlantic. Yeah, we were watching that. That was the same one that brought all the rainfall and the flooding to New York City as we rounded out the work week. And AccuWeather was a day ahead of other sources in forecasting for that potential of flooding in the New York City area on Friday. AccuWeather was also the first to predict the street flooding and more serious flash flooding in some places. And that's all part of AccuWeather's superior accuracy to help keep you and your family safe and informed so you can make the best decisions. Notice what's going on. We have at least gotten rid of a lot of the flooding river levels, I should say. Most of that has come down below minor stage. So some really good news as we talk about some of those river levels going down. The Bronx was in a major flood stage, and a lot of those views coming in quiet. Let's take you into, will come with a few clouds. We actually have some clouds streaming in out of Canada, and you'll find that throughout Monday afternoon, especially across western New York into Pennsylvania. Could there be a stray sprinkle? Maybe. Unlikely though. There's a good amount of dry air near the surface. But with those clouds, still some moisture cutting across the crown of Maine as we head through Monday night into Tuesday. Tuesday, though, does look quieter as a whole. The other thing they had to keep in mind is that flow, that airflow coming through, could actually drag some smoky, hazy conditions from Ontario wildfires. New York City saw that Sunday morning with some hazy skies, so we certainly do have that potential as we go through time, but the story continues to be about the warmth Tuesday into Wednesday. Again, we'll be finding more of it through the middle of the week. One thing, though, comes with some clouds. You can see some of that cloud cover coming down out of Canada. That is actually clouds. I could have maybe just the slightest sprinkle with them, but for the most part, I think we're largely dry across New York and Pennsylvania. But like I said, that part of Ontario, Canada, also having some extra shower activity, or some extra fire activity, so some haze could be mixing in. Also keep in mind, maybe a stray sprinkle over the crown of Maine as we go through Monday night, but for the most part, again, looking dry into Tuesday. Monday night, kickoff going in and looking good here in New York City. 8:15 is kickoff as New York hosts Seattle. Should be a pretty quiet time as far as weather's concerned, so no impacts with that game. We get into Tuesday, Wednesday. The warmth is still found for us, so we're not really going to be changing those numbers too much. Hours shortly after sunset, all part of this high pressure system that has pushed that warmth right up to the Canadian border and beyond. So we had some fairly impressive numbers out there. I'll get to more records that were broken throughout the past few hours and just a little bit later on in the evening, I should say. But said there is some of that moisture coming through, and watch out for some of those hazy skies and smoke. Notice your Monday morning, you've got a few clouds out there. That's not actually smoke. This is actually clouds coming through. And could a stray sprinkle occur? Potentially, but it's not overly likely. Mostly it'll just mean some extra clouds. So just because we have this high pressure in the mild times doesn't mean that you won't find clouds in the sky, but it is going to be a largely dry period. Could be some moisture towards the crown of Maine as we go through Monday night into Tuesday, but Tuesday still looking pretty quiet for us. And that's the story that continues to unfold. Again, high pressure system holding on and controlling those air temperatures, which are going to be up as we head through Wednesday. Your forecast showing you Pittsburgh, 82 for the high. Historical average is in the upper 60s this time of year, so more than 10 degrees above historical average. And for Burlington, we're almost 15 degrees above historical average as we make it towards 80 for the high on Tuesday. A lot of warmth to be held. That will start to break down Friday, Saturday, into the weekend. Cool air sliding into the Great Lakes and the interior Northeast. So we'll see those changes occurring and unfolding with time. For Cleveland, Ohio, it does take a while to get there. Notice we're in the 80s, should be in the 60s. We start to fall Friday into Saturday when we get back into the 50s for highs with some showers. All right, let's take you a little bit farther too, between St. Paul and Minneapolis. But we call it Minneapolis. 92, the high for Sunday. The record 87 set back in 1897. So that's more than a century-old record that toppled as we went throughout the day. Yeah, there's warmth not only in Minnesota, but also South Dakota, Iowa, Michigan, North Dakota on the board here. Lots of warmth that we've had. And that warmth continues with high pressure system overhead. The problem is for the upper Midwest, and much of the Midwest, I should say, we've got drought ongoing. So we could actually use the rain, but with this high kind of blocking things, it's going to take a while to get into that rain. So numbers sent off towards the south. Along that boundary, there will be some thunderstorms. We've seen that already starting to unfold through New Mexico and Texas. But for Monday, it's a similar area that could have severe thunderstorms with the risk for damaging winds, but mostly hail and flash flooding. That'll be the biggest concerns as you look through New Mexico pattern that if you got leaves on the trees that are close to peak or around peak, they're falling, but also it's making it a lot cooler. 55 in Minneapolis, 51 in Fargo, and even Chicago's getting a taste of those lower numbers in the lower 50s. Tonight, we have low temperatures in the 20s here to the west. There are freeze warnings in place, freeze watches in place in some locations. Cold air continues to hang out across the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes as we head through Saturday. So we will be talking about that. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We were just checking in with St. Paul, and Michelle, I've got some family around the Twin Cities, as you know. They were like, it's 43 and raining this morning.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it makes those October mornings tough to deal with.
Very tough, Melissa. And then on top of that, if you're like in the valleys dealing with fog, then your visibility is low and it's cold. It's
yeah. It's okay. Great tips as those leaves, they are falling fast. Across the northern tier of the nation, you can see the dark reds. That's where you have that peak color. But if any kind of breeze comes through, a lot of those leaves are coming down really quickly. And we do have another storm system creating some of those gusty winds. It's the same low pressure system. Thanks for joining us. I'm Melissa Constanzer.
And I'm Michelle McLeod, and it's really a huge difference between the haves and have-nots when you talk about the west versus the east in the temperature department.
Yeah, it depends on what you like. Maybe if you're a winter or October lover, you're enjoying some of the weather around the Great Lakes and pushing into the Northeast for the weekend. If you're more of a summer lover, you might enjoy some of the West Coast weather. Just depends on what your vibe is. But we are tracking it all nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I like the warmth, so that's my pick, West Coast.
There you go.
Well, AccuWeather report.
Great tips, and guess what? The wind's already knocking down a lot of those leaves. Pretty blustery in some spots here across some of the northern tier, including Fargo, 24-mile-per-hour sustained winds. Same thing for Des Moines out of the northwest. And that's all the flow around this low pressure system, which has also brought the chilly air. So where the leaves are at peak through northern Minnesota, upper Michigan, parts of the northwoods of Wisconsin, a lot of those leaves are falling pretty quickly with the chilly winds. 54 in Minneapolis, 54 in Sioux Falls, and we're only at 51 in Chicago right now. It comes with a bit of rain too. Chicago just seeing some of the heaviest of the showers work their way east out across Lake Michigan, but we still have plenty of rainfall behind this too. Spotty showers, even a rumble of thunder at times into the driftless area of Wisconsin. So for the most part, still somewhat active, and it stays that way. Tonight, lows into the 40s, 30s, and you got the even 20s, 29 in Scottsbluff, 27 in Rapid City, rolling on to 45 for the low in Chicago. This chill sticks around the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes as we head through Saturday, so we will find those numbers quite foliage out in full force and honestly on the move because the winds are going to be taking some of those leaves down. Winds currently anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour sustained across much of the much of the Midwest, I should say. And some of those gusts quite a bit more than that. So if you've got the fall color or those leaves that are already kind of peeking out in a few locations, then you're finding those leaves are falling pretty rapidly. Also what's falling, the numbers, the mercury, so to speak. 54 in Minneapolis, 53 in Peoria, 50 right now in Chicago. And that's after some of the wet weather has worked in. So it's all part of one big storm system, big low pressure system scattered across the Great Lakes, and that's what's bringing in some of those showers and also reinforcing that chilly air across the Great Lakes too. Wet weather found in southern Michigan, Kalamazoo. You've seen a pretty wet time as you look across Wisconsin, the Fox Valley. They've picked up their share of a little bit of rain too. A little bit more moisture in some spots. The forecast showing us, yeah, we do have some of those stray showers, sprinkles really, coming in across Indiana. Underneath that low pressure system Brew was talking about, there's a little bit more moisture off of Lake Superior, but beyond that, a lot of us are really quiet as we head through the overnight hours. Other than those winds, they've been a little blustery throughout lower Michigan, and you can see some of the sustained winds anywhere from 10 to 15 miles per hour throughout some of the northern plains. It's breezy, but not overly windy, thankfully. It's been more windy around the Great Lakes, and as we go into the numbers, this is where the story gets very divided. So we do have 72 in Omaha, but if you go to where those clouds and part of that low pressure system is hanging on, that's where we're in the mid-50s in Chicago. We're holding on to the mid-50s as well in Detroit. And as we work our way through tonight, we've still got 40s and 30s on the board. The Frozen Tundra, 35 for your low. We're at 41 for Minneapolis, 38 in Sioux Falls. So a lot of these numbers falling off quickly, especially where those numbers were mild in the 70s. And got those clear skies, and things will break out to be a bit chilly as we start off your Monday. Monday, though, we do start to rebound in some of the numbers, and so that's some good news for us. But notice where the showery weather is still lingering, right around the Great Lakes. So if you're there, you're going to find more of those clouds and a little bit more of that moisture in some locations. Notice Indianapolis, a high of 60 as we head through your Monday. That means a lot of the day is spent in the 50s, so it will be a little bit cool. And Minneapolis, 55 for that high. We could be worse this time of year, so it's not too bad. But there is still this cool pocket around the Great Lakes versus 74 in Scottsbluff. Tuesday's forecast showing us more of this cold pattern holding on. We're not going to be shaking this through a lot of the week, so you may as well settle in and get used to it, because around the Great Lakes, we'll have that cool air. We'll have those occasional showers like we see in Green Bay on Tuesday, with temperatures near 50 and a little bit of rain. There's another late week storm system that potentially brings. Well, thanks for joining us here as we head through a Sunday evening. Low pressure system stalled. This is our pattern for the early week. It's our pattern for pretty much the entire week. So basically, if you've been dealing with this back and forth kind of weather setup, we've got a lot more of it, all because of this cool air mass that just does not want to budge across the eastern U.S. It's settled in over Ontario, Canada, and really isn't going anywhere. Notice the numbers right now. Buffalo, 46 for you. We're at 51 in Pittsburgh, 56 in New York. Let's check in on some of the sights across for you heading through the night. So if you're out early Monday morning, just know we're at 41 for the low in Pittsburgh, 49 in New York City, and 46 in Burlington. You will want those extra layers, not only early, but also possibly later in the day. Plus, if you're in some of those inland locations throughout the interior Northeast, you're going to have a bit of a breeze, so that will also make an impact on how it feels when you head out the door. This low pressure system does keep a little bit of energy rotating around it. So at times we're going to get clips of showers coming through. You can find that Monday across some of the southern Ohio Valley. So we'll still be dealing with the chance for some rain. But look at the numbers here. We should be in the mid-60s this time of year. Pittsburgh, we're going to be at 55 for the high. A lot of the day spent in the lower 50s, if not even 40s. So wear those extra layers. New York City, just 60 for the high. We should be much closer to 70 degrees. That means almost all of the day will be spent in the 50s. We'll really only hit that 60-degree mark for a little while in the afternoon. Cold front comes in Tuesday, offering another reinforcing shot. So you would think that this air mass would moderate a little bit and start to warm up as it sits overhead. Not the case. We will get more of those reinforcing shots of cool air getting drugged down around this system, which means those numbers still not going up that much for your Tuesday. 57 in Pittsburgh, we're at 65 in New York City, and Portland coming in the lower 60s with some of those showers, while Buffalo holds on to the mid-50s. And of course, we will still have to talk about some moisture hanging on. So the showery weather, that's still going to hold on for us throughout the night in some locations through upstate New York. As the low kind of trims back, notice that wave of energy working around the main storm system. That's moving through Kentucky into West Virginia and the mountains of Virginia. So we'll find some of that activity as we go through your Monday. Tuesday, looking fairly quiet. Could be some stray showers towards the coast Tuesday morning, but the story really is still about that low as it holds on through the Great Lakes and the interior. And this is where we're going to have more of that wet weather, more of the clouds, and at least a couple of sprinkles. It's not going to be a washout all the time, but you will have those chances for some rounds of rain as this moisture continues to just kind of kick around the next couple of days. Burlington, Vermont, that means we don't fully dry out. Notice a lot of the cloud cover holding on for the week, and temperatures only making it into the 50s through most of the week. We should be a little bit closer to 60, so we're not far off, but we're at least on the cool side of historical average. Let's check in a little farther west, though. Change in the weather across the southern U.S. because, let's face it, hasn't felt like it much as of recently. A lot of September quite mild, and now all of a sudden we've got some 40s on the board overnight. 45 in Jackson, 49 in Atlanta. These numbers are what we're starting off our Monday on. But don't be fooled by these numbers because there's still sunshine that can be fairly intense as we go through early October, and it can lead to hot cars. So again, it's not always about the air temperature. It's also due to the sun angle, which we still have in the south this time of year. Your Monday, though, staying cool for us across a good chunk of the southeast, especially around the Appalachians. 75 for Atlanta, 76 in Nashville, 72 in Raleigh, closer to 90 in Dallas. We still keep some of those thunderstorms into Miami going. For the early week, we have a new low coming in, and this is going to bring rounds of energy pushing into the west, which means some big time changes. First up, we're going to get rid of the warmth. We've had some of that over the past week, and already that is washing away as we speak. Notice your Monday, Seattle 63 for that high with showers. Portland making it into the mid 60s with some of those showers. Elsewhere, we're still mild in Boise, 82 for the high, 76 for Helena. Don't get used to it. We're going on the downswing, whether you like it or not. Notice Tuesday, still a pretty wet, active pattern as we get another slug of energy coming into the I-5 corridor. And I do think there's going to be some very heavy rain at times. Might be early Tuesday that we find some of the most extensive rainfall. So here's what happens in the next couple of hours. You can see your Monday morning starting off with plenty of rainfall along the I-5 corridor. That's going to continue to push its way on east as we head into Monday evening. And that's what allows for our first bit of a cool down across most of the Northwest. Then we get into Tuesday morning, and look at this. Messy times. Highest elevations we'll be talking about snow. So you really have to get to 8,000 feet to find any of that snow potential. But that keeps coming in with more chilly air and unsettled weather behind it. Notice how many showers we have behind it. Fairly plentiful. So for Tuesday, expect those showers to continue anywhere from Seattle to Redding, California. We'll have that chance for rain. Helena, back into the upper 60s for you, and Boise also dealing with some of those showers. We do want the rainfall, but know that it comes with some gusty winds as the storm pattern works in. For the middle of the week, that one low will be sagging its way off towards the south, and with it, new energy developing. That'll drive some snow for the Colorado mountains, as well as into some of the higher elevations across the interior Northwest. Snow levels, again, largely above 8,000 feet, so you do have to be up in elevation to find that. Missoula, it's rain for you. Starts on Tuesday, really. That's when we get into a really active pattern. Might even start as early as Monday night. Temperatures in the lower 60s for Tuesday, which is close to historical average, but will be cooler by Wednesday in the mid-50s. For the past couple of years, and early this year, AccuWeather was the first to predict the end of the multi-year drought in California after carefully analyzing the current water situation. As AccuWeather's long-range forecast talks about, AccuWeather experts are exclusively forecasting that there will be no significant drought right through 2025, at least the start of it, which is a major announcement in the state, which has such critical water needs, and it's such a big asset. So, of course, we are happy to hear that. We are happy to talk about it, too. What has done all of this heavy lifting? Well, it's been a series of different events unfolding. We had, of course, an active winter pattern, which allowed for some winter impacts there to keep things a little bit more beneficial. And we also had quite a bit of snowpack and rain in through the mountains. It did lead to flooding at times, unfortunately, but that has contributed to at least trying to fill up some of those reservoirs in many locations. And then we also saw more moisture as we went through the summer, a little bit more than we often could see as we've gone through the past few. We are talking about a pattern flip throughout the west. I mean, just look at some of these numbers. Colorado Springs, 80 degrees as we head through tomorrow. By Thursday, our highs will only be in the lower 50s. So many of us feeling the big change from the storm system that's really only just getting started. The core of it's still offshore. We've got some showers along the I-5 corridor, and this is what's going to kickstart a little bit more of that cool air across the northwest and through much of the west. Boise, 63 for your high tomorrow with showers. We'll see some extra clouds in San Francisco, but as this storm system continues to push east, it provides more rainfall and snow in the highest elevations. So we'll find that as you work your way through the mountains of Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho, at least above 8,000 feet. That's where we're picking up some of that snow. You can see the storm system really bringing in a lot of wet weather to the I-5 corridor tomorrow morning and through a swing season. In fact, if you head east, you find those winds are a bit stronger across Minnesota, parts of upper Michigan, all throughout Wisconsin and Michigan itself, and that's what's really taken down some of those leaves. A few of those leaves, by the way, are seen in Lakota, North Dakota. As we head through time, we will find some of these numbers headed down again in a few locations that are really high. For example, Rapid City, Scottsbluff in the 70s right now. You'll get back into the 30s. And it's not a surprise off towards the east where we're only in the 50s, like Green Bay and Detroit, and we keep some of those clouds and showers around. Well, that we're going to stay in the 50s and fall into the 40s. 42 the low for Chicago, 38 in Minneapolis, and we've got 39 in Omaha. Where those clear skies are, we keep the cool air still going. This pattern doesn't break down for us. So Jeff has been talking about this storm system in southern Canada, and it continues to keep some of the rainfall around the Great Lakes. It continues to keep the cool air in place. Off towards the west, though, we're warming things up. It just depends on where you are. Chicago, 60 for that high, so we'll spend most of the day in the 50s. Green Bay, most of the day in the 40s as we hold on to just 50 degrees with showers. Head to Scottsbluff, close to 80 degrees. Very much a different story. So for Tuesday, you can see why. We have all this cool air around the Great Lakes. Look at the persistent cloud cover, the continuing chance for some showers as that continues to rotate. But then we get into Wednesday, and you'll notice there's a bit more energy breaking out into the Midwest. And this is just the leadway into the next storm system, which is pushing out of the Rockies as we head through Wednesday afternoon. And that's going to be working its way through Colorado. Certainly sounds like a lot of fun. And let's talk about some of the temperature changes that are coming up to the west, because if you're a fall lover, maybe you're loving it. If you're not, well, you're just going to have to deal with it anyway. Either way, your Tuesday forecast for a place like Colorado Springs, we're going to be in the lower 80s tomorrow afternoon. We fall to the lower 50s by the time we get into Thursday. So Thursday afternoon, just 48 hours after, that high is a lot different. And guess what? It's all part of this storm system slowly starting to unfold throughout the Pacific Northwest. We have some showers out there. We've certainly gotten that cooler air than where we were for at least the start of the weekend. So getting a taste of that throughout Tuesday as the heavy rain starts to work in. Places like Medford, Boise getting the showers and temperatures going down in so many spots. Notice there's still a lot of warmth ahead of it. Denver, we're in the lower 80s, but this storm system is on the move and it's eventually going to push through the Rockies. With it, expect that high elevation snow to unfold. In fact, if you're above 8,000 feet, that's where we'll find that snow. Meanwhile, we are talking, maybe enjoy a certain baseball victory recently as they go further into the playoffs. Well, let's talk about, though, how things are changing for us across the Northeast, because, well, there is not much on radar. We do have some moisture in through parts of New England. We've seen some of the showers into parts of Maine. Real story is that next storm system coming in, which will have some impacts for us as we move through time. The other thing is, well, we get back into it. It's not just going to be Philadelphia. It's also places like Baltimore where those skies will lead to gray and bring in the chance for some heavy rainfall. So throughout the mid-Atlantic, we'll be talking about the wet weather. Not as much, though, in New England. And that's part of the story here. Depending on which city you live in, it can really feel like a tough time. New York City, it almost feels like the 6th weekend that we've had rain. And you can tell just from the map of the last 30 days where we've had a lot of that heavy rain, and it's pretty much always come on either Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. So right around the weekend time frame. Meanwhile, you push off towards the west, and we've actually had some drier patterns throughout the past 30 days, or at least only getting rains periodically. So it all kind of plays into maybe when your days are off and what you're feeling. But ultimately, what's happening is that storm system's coming in. Warm front still trying to lift, or at least an extension of it. Columbus in the mid-70s, but Detroit only in the mid-50s. So that's the dividing line, and you can see this warm front keeps pushing east without really making much northward progress as it brings the rain for your Saturday. So New York City, more rain for you.
So glad that you're joining us here on the AccuWeather Network. I'm Jeff Cornish.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer, and Michelle McLeod's going to be joining us too in just a bit. We hope you're having a wonderful Friday and getting excited for the weekend despite whatever the weather might throw at you.
That's right. And we have another wet weekend in the Northeast, and we're kind of a split forecast here. If you're up in Albany, New York, or Boston, most of your weekend looks okay. Farther south, tricky.
That's where things get a little bit tight, unfortunately. And around the Great Lakes, it seems like we can't shake the pattern of the cool air on the backside of these storm systems, just kind of filtering them in, making it a little blustery. Nothing too intense, but something that we find.
I like the fall feel. We're going to fire up the weather. You're joining us here on the AccuWeather Network. I'm Jeff Cornish.
And I'm Melissa Constanzer, and Michelle McLeod's going to be joining us too in just a bit. We hope you're having a wonderful Friday and getting excited for the weekend despite whatever the weather might throw at you.
That's right. And we have another wet weekend in the Northeast, and we're kind of a split forecast here. If you're up in Albany, New York, or Boston, most of your weekend looks okay. Farther south, tricky.
That's where things get a little bit tight, unfortunately. And around the Great Lakes, it seems like we can't shake the pattern of the cool air on the backside of these storm systems, just kind of filtering them in, making it a little blustery. Nothing too intense, but something that we find.
I like the fall feel. We're going to.
So our big story here continues to be that northeast wet weather as we get set for it. I want to show you some of the other views coming through because honestly they've been pretty nice throughout the day. Who could argue? We take you to the Steel City here, and this is Pittsburgh. Plenty of blue skies. This view courtesy of EarthCam. Traffic moving fine on a Friday night, so things are pretty good there. Meanwhile, New London, Connecticut, hey, there's the Eagle, one of the oldest sailing ships still in use by the U.S. military. It looks like a good day to be out on the water. I kind of wish I was there right now. But as I said, that rain will be working in from the next storm system. We do have some spotty sprinkles in through parts of New England, certainly some more clouds through northern New England, but the story is still getting set for that next round of rain. Past 30 days, the bullseye has been around New York City, where we've had some of the wettest weather compared to historical averages. So it's certainly been uncomfortable in New York City. In some capacity, whether it's been Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, Monday, we've had 5+ weekends now, and we're talking about wet weather. 61 in New York City, and again, the warm front still trying to push through. While we don't have the rain just yet from it, look at Columbus, lower 70s, mild air. But here we go. The clouds, the rain comes in Saturday, we get the wet weather. And yes, Pittsburgh, you'll find it lower 60s for that high, mid 50s for New York City. It's going to be another dreary setup as we get the clouds and that wet weather. We'll start to talk about this storm system departing on Sunday, but a couple different things add up for us. Not only do we have still some cool air and lingering showers, the winds will be picking up too. So it's all going to play a big role. Here you can see the rain coming in overnight right along the I-80 corridor, which means it marches right into New York City and continues to stream its way eastward as we head through Saturday. This is why Saturday more or less wet in some locations, especially one. Whether you'll get the rain or the snow or potentially even the ice on the backside of it. Here we are talking about the wet weather that continues to stream across parts of Texas, Arkansas, into the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. Places that all need the rain, though some of the worst drought in the country is through Louisiana and southern Mississippi. So we actually could use that rain shifted a little farther. Not going to see it that way. But ultimately, again, this rain not bad. However, it comes so heavy at times, it's going to lead to the risk for flooding. Watch a lot of different things here because we've got several things going on. You'll notice first up, we've got that heavy rainfall as we start off Sunday morning. We've also got some icing threat, and we have snow potential here on the backside. So it depends on where you are, what we're wrapping up with. The good news is where that cold air is really dries out as we head into Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. So it becomes more of a rain event then late Sunday into Monday morning, I should say, as all this moisture streams its way off towards the southeast. And as this front pushes farther east into Monday night, it will lose a lot of its moisture with it, which means Louisiana, you're missing out again. On the cold side, though, 1 to 3 inches of snow forecasts its way into northwestern Iowa. There will be snow elsewhere, but just not an inch worth of it. Meanwhile, as you work your way back towards Colorado, places like Denver picking up more than 6 inches, and those numbers still kind of coming in and tallying in at this point. As we look on the icy threat, that's going to start off early Sunday and continue through the mid and late morning hours. We do have that icy threat ongoing as far south as the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. And notice where that cold air does set up, also into Kansas, so watch bridges and overpasses. AccuWeather real feel values starting off your Sunday, by the way, they're in the single digits in places like Guyman, Oklahoma. So you really want to wear those extra layers. Notice Sunday afternoon, we don't warm up all that much. Rapid City 34 for your high, 39 in Minneapolis and Chicago. Looking at some showers as we only make it into the mid-40s. It depends on which side of the front you're on, whether you'll get the rain or the snow or potentially even the ice on the backside of it. Here we are talking about the wet weather that continues to stream across parts of Texas, Arkansas, into the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. Places that all need the rain, though some of the worst drought in the country is through Louisiana and southern Mississippi. So we actually could use that rain shifted a little farther. Not going to see it that way. But ultimately, again, this rain not bad. However, it comes so heavy at times, it's going to lead to the risk for flooding. Watch a lot of different things here because we've got several things going on. You'll notice first up, we've got that heavy rainfall as we start off Sunday morning. We've also got some icing threat, and we have snow potential here on the backside. So it depends on where you are, what we're wrapping up with. The good news is where that cold air is really dries out as we head into Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. So it becomes more of a rain event then late Sunday into Monday morning, I should say, as all this moisture streams its way off towards the southeast. And as this front pushes farther east into Monday night, it will lose a lot of its moisture with it, which means Louisiana, you're missing out again. On the cold side, though, 1 to 3 inches of snow forecasted stretching its way into northwestern Iowa. There will be snow elsewhere, but just not an inch worth of it. Meanwhile, as you work your way back towards Colorado, places like Denver picking up more than 6 inches, and those numbers still kind of coming in and tallying in at this point. As we look on the icy threat, that's going to start off early Sunday and continue through the mid and late morning hours. We do have that icy threat ongoing as far south as the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. And notice where that cold air does set up, also into Kansas, so watch bridges and overpasses. AccuWeather real feel values starting off your Sunday, by the way, they're in the single digits in places like Guyman, Oklahoma. So you really want to wear those extra layers. Notice Sunday afternoon, we don't warm up all that much. Rapid City 34 for your high, 39 in Minneapolis and Chicago. Looking at some showers as we only make it into the mid-40s. To be cautious about, well, you're headed out for the next few hours here as the last of this moisture moves out because there's some cold air on the backside. Ultimately, this is the same frontal boundary that's been dealing with a lot of that wet weather. We've just kind of recharged the atmosphere and allowed more moisture to come in it, which means more rain again in Arkansas, stretching into Missouri, parts of the Ohio and Mississippi confluence there as the rivers merge. So we definitely have that rainfall. It is needed. It's just coming down too quickly in some spots, and that's where we get the risk for flooding. On the backside, though, as that cold air and the dry air is working in, it's eating away at the precipitation, but while it does so, there's still that potential for a little bit of freezing drizzle or freezing rain that can be falling. So please be cautious. Or anything's wet, especially bridges, overpasses, that would be the concern. Monday, though, as this front pushes off towards the south, we are going to be saying goodbye to the rain. It's a slow process, but we will get there. Where we want the rain the most, parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, not quite getting in as much as farther west, places like San Antonio, where we'll see another chance for some of that rainfall. So here's how it plays out with future radar. You can see some of those showers still lining up here across so much of the south. And again, a little bit of pink trying to pick up in western Texas. So we do have some of that threat. But ultimately, as the dry air pumps in heading into your Monday, we get rid of a lot of the rain. The boundary pushes farther to the south. and we're looking at a quieter time for how we're cautious about, well, you're headed out for the next few hours here as the last of this moisture moves out because there's some cold air on the backside. Ultimately, this is the same frontal boundary that's been dealing with a lot of that wet weather. We've just kind of recharged the atmosphere and allowed more moisture to come in it, which means more rain again in Arkansas, stretching into Missouri, parts of the Ohio and Mississippi confluence there as the rivers merge. So we definitely have that rainfall. It is needed. It's just coming down too quickly in some spots, and that's where we get the risk for flooding. On the backside, though, as that cold air and the dry air is working in, it's eating away at the precipitation, but while it does so, there's still that potential for a little bit of freezing drizzle or freezing rain that can be falling. So please be cautious, especially bridges, overpasses. That would be the concern. Monday, though, as this front pushes off towards the south, we are going to be saying goodbye to the rain. It's a slow process, but we will get there. Where we want the rain the most, parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, not quite getting in as much as farther west, places like San Antonio, where we'll see another chance for some of that rainfall. So here's how it plays out with future radar. You can see some of those showers still lining up here across so much of the south. And again, a little bit of pink trying to pick up in western Texas. So we do have some of that threat. But ultimately, as the dry air pumps in heading into your Monday, we get rid of a lot of the rain. The boundary pushes farther to the south. And we're looking at a quieter time for us here on the AccuWeather Network. As we go into the Sunday night, we are talking about still some fall color in some locations, but also winter snow in other spots of the nation. And in between, we have had rain and cooler times working their way on in. So a lot to cover as we begin and continue to follow some of that wet weather. Let's take you into Cincinnati, Ohio. More rain over the upcoming hours. In fact, as we open up the big board here, you can find northeast, plenty of rainfall, also a lot working into the Ohio Valley, so it's no surprise that southwestern Ohio there is really taking a soaking. There's a lot more rain where that came from as this frontal boundary is going to try to continue to push its way off towards the east, and it's creating some wet times elsewhere too. I want to take you into the streets of New York City. Here we have a little bit of moisture on the sidewalks. This view courtesy of EarthCam as well. And what I will say is even with some of this wet weather, of course, we're contending with, we did have a really nice Saturday. So at least we got something out of the deal in New York City. 8 weekends in a row that we've been talking about some of this rainfall here. New York City, 29th. That's what we've seen. The rain yesterday, though, at least gorgeous. But you can highlight here a lot of yellow due to some of the precipitation we've had the past couple of weekends. So that's where it's been a bit of a tough time. But like I said, there's still more rain to come with this frontal system here. And not just rain, snow, too. I do want to point out that if you are in Maine, maybe even some parts of northern Vermont or northern New Hampshire in the highest elevations, trying to get in on a little bit of snow. For northern Maine, the crown of Maine, it's a quick 2 to 4 in the upper 40s. Where do we go from here? Like I said, the boundary is still with us. As we go throughout Monday, lots of heavy rainfall, especially tonight into tomorrow morning. So what you want to note, as all of this rain streams across areas that have had a lot of rain, plus we've had leaves down, puddling, ponding, even some flooding can occur due to poor drainage. Monday morning, starting off very wet through parts of northern New England. Getting into that snow again, mostly focusing on the crown of Maine as the storm system departs. And then it's about the rain showers that are just kind of lingering around heading in through Monday night. Tuesday morning, dry, cool air pushing its way on in. And while we do try to clear out some of the clouds, it's going to be a bit brisk as the next storm system works in with more clouds and, yes, snowflakes. A few spots, mostly the interior northeast. So for Hartford, Connecticut, you can see those numbers not quite making it to historical average, which is close to 60 this time of year. We will be about 10 degrees below historical average as we go into Wednesday, and even Halloween is a little bit cooler for us. All right, let's take you a little farther too. Well, you hate to see it, but we have added another wet weekend on the board in New York City. Now, the good news is if you're banking on Friday and Saturday, it was pretty spectacular Saturday, but as we went into Sunday, that's where we've really added that rain. Still calculating, but nonetheless, you can see we have had our share of wet weekends over the past couple of days. So can we break out of it? Well, unfortunately, we're still going to be talking about the rain even into the early week. It's not just a weekend thing now. Look at this low pressure system. This is going to be producing mostly rain. And I say mostly rain because if you look, northern Maine is picking up some heavy snow. Could there be some flakes trying to mix in the highest elevations there of northern Vermont and New Hampshire? Maybe, but really it's going to be a Maine event where we could pick up 2 to 4 inches, maybe even as much as 3 to 6 inches in a few of those remote spots. As we go through time, though, notice Boston, temperatures in the mid-50s with the rounds of rain for your Monday, and Pittsburgh in the lower 50s. We're waiting more cold air in Detroit. Don't worry, we'll get there as we go through time. First up, Tuesday. This is the cool air advancing in to the northeast. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, as many are planning to get out and about outside on Tuesday. It's our brief break before the next storm system, which is working its way into the Great Lakes. So if you look at Detroit, 42 the high with rain and snow showers. That's the next storm system bringing in that moisture. Most of the northeast stays dry throughout the day, and a lot of the northeast stays dry even into the evening hours. But look at New York City, 52 for that high, partly sunny skies. Boston in the upper 40s. A lot of these numbers a few degrees below historical average, but nothing out of the realm of what would typically be Halloween in the end of October. So for the next few hours, again, a lot of rain across New England. And if you're in northern Maine, that's where we'll find some of that snow. As that storm system really departs, then we get a chance to dry out Monday night into Tuesday morning. Tuesday, maybe some pockets of sunshine out there, but we are waiting that next storm system to come in, and it does provide some more moisture plus the chill in the air that will stick around as we head into the middle of the week.